Hey Tyler, how you doing?
What's up, Edwin?
How's it going, man?
Pretty good, pretty good. I
Oh,
just
it's been a
got
while.
here. Huh?
It's been a while.
Yeah. It's was you on the last the review or whatever?
I was on the, I don't know. No, I was on the, yeah, I was on the last review. I think we did the yearly stuff, but I
Oh
wasn't
yeah,
on
that's
the,
that's probably
yeah,
the we actually didn't do a fall, did we? Because we did the winter stuff.
right.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yep.
It's been a while though.
Yeah. So what are you watching now?
um
What are you liking this season so far?
let's see. I've only watched a couple things, honestly. 'Cause I was like super busy this week. I watched T Bait. Obviously, I watched this second season of T Bait. Um,
Okay.
which I actually thought that was like pretty decent. Like the animation got a little bit better, honestly.
Okay, good.
So you ain't watching it?
That's the beginning after the end, right?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I watched it. I liked
Oh,
it.
okay,
I
yeah.
liked the last. I know Jamal had his problems with it. But I liked it. I liked it a lot, and yeah, I started watching. I've watched the first two. I think it's two episodes that have dropped.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
Um, which I liked. I liked last season too. You know, not gonna lie. I wish it would got treated a little bit better as far as like animation stuff goes. You know, it kind of
yeah.
got stuck to bare minimums. It was unfortunate, but I can say like even though they didn't get like a lot better, I think that they're trying a little bit harder this season. Like we actually got like movement in the fights, you know. So,
Yeah,
so that's better.
yeah, yeah. That second episode with the princess was definitely a lot more. We saw a lot more animation, I think.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah,
even with the spider thing or whatever, right?
yeah.
Um, it was pretty cool. I can't wait to like I enjoy it. You know, not gonna it's not gonna be like one of my favorites of this season or whatever. It's probably gonna be like a seven. But as far as the other stuff I got, my favorites actually is the Ramparts of Ice. I don't know if you've
That
seen
was
that.
really good. That I
Yeah,
watched the first episode of that. It's wait, there's two episodes, I think.
yeah, there's two. I only watched the
Yeah, there's
first one
two.
as well. So,
Yeah,
um,
that's really good. I'm really
yes.
liking that one. I'm really liking that one. That might be my polar opposites for the season.
Well,
Yeah.
I'm assuming you do know that it's connection with polar opposites, right?
Really?
Oh, so the creator mangaka of Polar Opposites is the writer of this too. So
Oh,
that's
I didn't know
why
that. All right,
that's
cool.
why the character designs look so similar, which is pretty cool. Even though like they
Yeah.
got different studios or whatever, they still look so similar. But yeah, I think there's a good chance that this might be one of my top shows of this season, probably because like it like Polar Opposites, it was focusing on like a the outgoing girl or whatever, and like the nerdy dude or the quiet dude or whatever. But I like it
Yeah.
when like shows it was more like a rom com kind of, but I feel like this is gonna be like more of a drama focused
Yeah.
romance, trying to like find yourself, explore your feelings, and maybe you know uh I don't know. It seems like a show that I'm gonna really like. So even though I loved Polar Opposites, I feel like this is the type of show that I'm gonna like even more. I feel like so.
Yeah, this one definitely has a more traditional vibe to it for like, yeah,
Yeah,
for rom-coms. This definitely has that more traditional Japanese kind of like let's go through like this we're gonna, these are the different, these are the different tropes that we're gonna go
yeah.
through. And
Well,
so like these are the different beats that we're gonna follow. So this one's definitely feels a lot more traditional, but at the same time, I like what the writer's doing with it. because I'm like, oh, this is good. This is really good. Yeah, and then
Yeah.
using the ramparts, I'm like, that's pretty cool.
Well, in Polar Opposites, like they like the writer done I think the writer done a pretty good job at like like bringing the characters to life, like their emotions, like what they're going through. It kind of made it like more relatable and stuff. And I feel like they're doing the same thing here, kind of, because like the main girl, she's like she like has issues with herself, you know, from her past experiences or whatever. Like I forget what it was. Was it is she too tall?
No, she was short, and she was.
Oh, so it's
They kept
short.
treating her. Yeah, they kept treating her
Yeah.
like she was a little kid.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
they kept
So
like, and then any group that pulled her in, she felt that they were just kind of using her,
yeah, yeah.
and so yeah, so she really didn't have any friends because she felt like they were like, what's the word I'm looking for? Like the
Being taken
group would
advantage
have,
of and stuff or whatever.
yeah,
She's
like the
only
group
there.
would
She
have a
doesn't belong, you know?
no, yeah. Well, like the group would have a leader, and the
Yeah.
leader would be like, "Oh, well, you have to bow down to me and do what I want to keep me happy." And she was like, "I'm not doing this."
Yeah.
And so, yeah, she felt like I don't really have anybody, and so she's got these defenses up.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
she built the walls and whatever, moved I think she moved to different schools and everything is what it seemed like. So it's a pretty interesting start. I know episode 2 like dropped like probably yesterday, honestly, or the day before or something like that. I didn't get a chance to watch it. Other than that, Demons of the Shadow Realm, obviously.
oh,
I really enjoyed that first episode. I didn't get to watch episode 2 though, but uh
yeah, episode two is a lot quieter. I mean, it's like the kind of like the like this is what happened afterwards, and so it's not the same kind that it's not that same level of like, oh my God, what the hell's happening here?
yeah,
But it, yeah, but you still
I,
get some pretty sweet moments.
I was pretty I'll say I was pretty lost there in the beginning of the first episode because like you just don't know what's going on. You see like high-tech gear and like a I don't know, older style world, or you're led to believe it's older style world or whatever, right? Because the village is like
Yeah.
sheltered or whatever. And like then you start seeing guns and helicopters and they're calling them dragons and it's a fun world. But honestly, like what blew me away was Gabby. I love Gabby, so big fan.
Yeah, she kind of looks like, she kind of looks like Edward to a
She
certain extent.
she kind of does,
And
yeah. Which
yeah,
I
and I was
mean,
like,
they all
yeah,
look kind of similar to like that character design or whatever, you know. But
you
of
could
course,
definitely see the DNA in there, but like this kind of there's a funny moment in the second episode where there's two hikers sitting on a bench. They say, "Yeah, this mountain, people go up that mountain and they get lost and you never see them again." And they get isekai to the lost village, and so it's a funny play on like, oh, okay, this is like, yeah, but yeah, that's kind of like it was definitely kind of like a rude awakening because it's like me and Jack like to talk about that bait and switch
yeah.
where they'll give you one kind of show, they'll make you think you're watching one kind of show, and then no, 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 you're not.
Well, dad and the sister, right? You know, and you got the world, the world style or the like themes of the world or the world building that's going on, and then they like hit you like you're thinking like it's gonna be like a medieval type world or something because they mentioned dragons and stuff, but you're like that doesn't look like dragon. That looks
The
like
dragon, they're playing,
airplanes, you know.
yeah,
And so you're
yeah,
just really confused, and then you start getting all these other things added to it, and you're just like, wait, what if like they're just that secluded or whatever for whatever reason, and it actually
yeah,
turns out they was, and like they got phones and everything, and it's like really cool. And then you got the whole thing with the killing the sister or whatever, and then in my mind, which I haven't read the manga and I haven't watched episode 2 or whatever, but like in my mind, I'm thinking like is the village the good guys or are they bad guys? You know, because we don't know at this point. Because you
Yeah.
know, we were led to believe that they was the good guys, but what if they actually were bad guys in sort of a way, or maybe they're just like everybody's just neutral or whatever. Like they think that maybe they're both good guys, but they think that they're, you know, doing the right things or whatever, you know, by keeping I don't even know his name, the main dude, keeping him, or you know, even his like real sister coming to try to get him, you know, like who knows? We don't know the backstory of that, you know. So, but it's pretty
No, it's a
cool.
it's a good mystery that I think will play out as things go. But I think that you kind of hit the nail on the you hit the hammer on the nail in that I think you have different groups that are kind of using him because of his importance.
Yeah.
Because yeah, him and his sister are like kind of the day and night twins. So I think that that's like their ability to have powers and control. The Damians. I think to a certain extent that's going to play an important part into why this struggle is going on in the first place. You know?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's gonna be interesting to see what happens now, you know. But really enjoying that, and the last thing I've watched so far is Nippon Sengoku, the Three Nations of the Crimson Sun, I think it is. Uh,
Okay.
it's on
I haven't seen
Prime.
that one.
Yeah, it's on
Okay.
Prime, and I honestly think that like the after what I don't, it's gonna be hard because like Ramparts of Ice is my top show right now. You know, I've only watched like what four I think it is. So Ramparts of Ice is my top show. Demons of the Shadow Realm is probably my second, but I think that Nippon Sengoku might be tied with Demons of the Shadow Realm as of right now. Like, I don't know
Really?
how it's gonna
Okay.
hold up, but it was that good of a first episode. It's like a I want to say like a commoner, a very smart commoner in a village or whatever after like Japan's like in a very bad state after a bunch of events or whatever. They kind of like went back to the Sengoku style era or whatever because of population declining and a bunch of other factors or whatever. So you got all these different like territories in Japan or whatever, and the rulers are very like like older themed, like they're very cruel, very unforgiving, you know, kill you you know for doing something very simple, you know. And it's like, you know, the older style killings like dismemberment by like I forget what it was. It was like horses or some shit, or like chopping things off, or like very torturistic, you know. Um, but the this follows like like a commoner in one of the villages or whatever, and it seems like he wants to try to like rise up and kind of take over and change, like head in the right direction, head Japan in the right direction to make it get back to where it was prior
Okay.
to all the events or whatever. But there's also something else because he didn't have no interest in like doing anything like that. But there was something else that kind of like made him want to do that, and so it's honestly really cool because like it's sort of like that strategist point of view in like a war type uh like central anime or something like that, you know what I mean?
Okay. Yeah.
So I really like that kind of stuff. Kind of like slime, you know, slime isekai, and what's that other one called? The it's sort of like Genius Prince or
Yeah.
Realist Hero, you know, like those kind of vibes where you get like the not normal leader or whatever just trying to do the best he can because he's smart or whatever. And like I think this is going to be something like that, except for it was a pretty good first episode. Let's just put it that way. Like really good,
Okay.
good enough to tie with Damon's The Shadow Realm for
Wow.
early on. So, but yeah,
Okay, I'll have to check it out.
but this
Cool.
is the one. I don't know if you listened to our preview or whatever, but this is the one where the dub didn't sound the best. It sounded like AI, you know.
Oh, oh
Um,
wow. Okay.
so the sub was okay, but the dubbed they I looked into it and they say that you know they're not using AI for that they casted humans for the English voice acting or whatever, but like I don't know, it's Prime, so it sounded very it just didn't sound good. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I think Jack even called it out. Jack and Jamal both
Well,
was like this dub. It doesn't sound good. It sounds like AI. So,
oh God.
but I mean the dubbed. I don't know if I said the sub or dub, but the Japanese version was actually pretty good. So, um,
Okay. Yeah,
I
they
definitely recommend it if you have a
I like
Prime access to Prime or whatever. So,
I do. I saw it on there. I haven't checked it out yet. So I've been checking out at pretty much anything and everything that's come out this season
yeah, which
just
I
to
got to
see what
do
I
Witch Hat still. I haven't watched that, and you know,
which hat was really good.
yeah,
That was really good.
I heard it
Yeah,
was
that
really
was really
good.
good.
Um,
That was really good. I liked Mao.
okay,
Uh Mao
when
was really good.
Nam, my co-host or whatever, he was like, this is literally just Inuyasha, just different."
Yeah, it pretty much is. Because she just walks through a gate that's just essentially happens to be the opening to this commercial district instead of from Inuyasha.
Down the well
Um,
or whatever.
right. This is just a gate, and it transports her to
Yeah, like
turn of the century Japan. Huh?
they swapped the gender roles, right, or whatever. And Nam was like he done that meme like uh you can copy my home or just change a few things to make it look different or whatever.
Pretty much, yeah. Like the character that she meets, uh, he pretty much reminded me of Inuyasha anyway.
Yeah.
And I'm like, okay, like you're not really straying too far from the path, but I'll check it out for a little bit. Like, let me check it out. Let me see what's going on.
You know, I almost, I think I said I was gonna check it out or whatever until I found out it was two cowards. I was like, I don't know. This doesn't seem like the type of show that I want to watch for two cowards, especially like in a, when I've been struggling to watch anime like as much as I want to, and like this season looks like it's gonna be absolutely packed, and summer is gonna be absolutely packed. I just
Yeah,
don't want to. I just don't think I want to add, uh, especially a Hulu show. Like I know if I'm not feeling a Hulu show or even a Netflix show, like it just makes it so much harder for me to actually keep up with it because it's on a different platform than I usually go to or whatever. So,
yeah,
um, but I'm glad you're liking it. Nam said he likes it too. It's just very Inuyasha y. So
yeah. If you weren't a fan back then of that, then I don't know that this is going to do anything different for you.
yeah,
Yeah, I'm like, and then I'm starting to get like what you like and I'm starting to get a feel for what you like and don't like, and so I'm like, hmm, I think you should just, yeah, maybe if because I don't see anything. I liked it, but I don't see anything groundbreaking or I'm like you said, it's a Hulu show.
Yeah.
So probably by the end of the season, somebody will have to remind me that, oh yeah, Mao. I was like, oh yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I got my Annie list and my anime list or whatever to kind of keep me on track for the most part. But that's the thing is like if I'm not like absolutely feeling it, like 100%, like like for example, Nippon Sengoku, like Nippon Sengoku, like I really love that show, the first episode so far. So I'm obviously gonna remember to go out of my way to watch on Prime or whatever. But if I'm not, if I'm feeling like it's like a seven or like I'm like, okay, it's I'll watch it just to watch it or whatever. But I'm not really like loving it, but I'm not actually hating it either. Then I'm just it kind of just falls off honestly. If it's on a
Yeah.
different platform, whereas if it's on Crunchy, I'm more inclined to click on it because I see it every time I open the app or whatever. So
Well, you can add it to like I'll add stuff to my watch list, and then I'll go through my watch list. It's like, all right, what do I want to watch? Like there'll be shows that like I know I'm gonna watch as soon as they drop. It was like that with Polar Opposites. As soon as it dropped, I was watching it. Other shows would be like, all right, do I feel like watching this week? And I knew once I started doing that, I'm like, I'm probably not going to finish this show. But the watch list really helps me to like go through and be like, oh yeah. And sometimes that's when we do, when we do our catch ups,
yeah.
that's how I know how to do like, oh yeah, the guys were talking about this and I added it, so I'll watch it. But yeah, usually it's like that's not going to happen, guys, because I go down my rabbit holes. Like I've been going down the Stargate Universe, or not Stargate Universe, Stargate Atlantis. I was like, oh, let me watch just one episode. Like 6 episodes later, I'm like, oh man, this is bad. So yeah, so I got to be careful with that. But yeah, then I'll remember. Oh yeah, I got some anime to watch. Yeah.
what
Uh,
what are your other shows you're really liking from this season?
let's see. Ascendance of a Bookworm is back.
Yeah.
I'm loving that. I always love that. Um, Damians of the Shadow Realm, I really liked. Let's see what else we got here. Let's take a look.
I know you're probably like watching a bunch of different shows
Yeah, I liked
already.
Snowball Earth. Snowball Earth, I liked a lot more than I thought I was going to. I was like, this is pretty good. Slime, I watched. It was decent. I'm worried about the.
I ain't watched the first episode of Slime yet either. I need to, but I haven't.
Yeah, I'm worried about the direction they're going in, but I'm going to leave that alone. Like, you know what? Just enjoy the ride, Edwin. I liked Killed Again, Mr. Detective. I don't know if you've seen that one. That one was
uh
I'm liking that one. It was different than I thought it was going to be. I did like Always a Catch. That's kind of like it's just a straightforward like a Tomei fantasy.
okay.
Yeah, Marriage Toxin was interesting. Uh, like oh okay. Uh, let's see. Even a replica can fall in love was a little bit weird, but I did like that. Um, and then oh, the Warrior Princess and the Barbaric King. Did you check that one out?
I haven't yet. I seen
Yeah,
I seen a
I
couple of
like.
spoiler pictures or whatever. I was like, okay, they're leaning, they're going all in on this shit. So
Oh yeah,
to make it a
yeah.
comedy or whatever, right?
Oh yeah, that was pretty funny. That was pretty funny. I think that one's gonna be a good. That's gonna be a good watch.
Which
And
I've been excited for that one because it was supposed to release like last season or something like that, or the season before, and it got postponed or whatever. So, it sucks though that like they had to postpone it and stuff, and it still doesn't look as good as I was hoping. You know what I mean? And from what I've seen, like it looks very, it looks like it like was kind of lower budget, which is unfortunate. But
it's
um,
it's weird because there are moments where it looks really really good,
Yeah.
and then moments where it doesn't. It's like the quality that kind of drops,
Yeah.
and so that's a little bit off-putting. Um,
Well,
but
you got the classic like slideshow shit. You know what I mean? Trying to save money and stuff, which is unfortunate too.
yeah,
But like TV
but
does the same stuff. You know?
it's like they're trying stuff, like trying to animate like 300 soldiers at once. I think is pretty ambitious, especially when they're using like 3D rendering.
Mm-hmm.
Are you talking about
Like they're
Barbarian
trying
King?
to do
Yeah. Yeah.
some ambitious stuff. They're not pulling off, I think, in the way they want to. But as far as the tone goes, I don't think they really need to. Um, you know, because they're playing it a lot for laughs. And so I'm like, if you're gonna play this for laughs, I don't really need it to look as good as like Clevitus did.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm like there are some scenes that look really good.
Yeah.
When the animation is really, really good, and there are other scenes where I'm like, guys, uh, like a little cringe. But overall, I'm like, I don't know I don't know, because like I said, I'm kind of confused with the amount of effort that some of the scenes are getting. Like that battle scene at the beginning was like, I'm like, oh my God, looks amazing.
It was
Like,
literally berserk.
hey Jack, what's going on?
Hey, dude.
I didn't know you
Welcome.
were gonna get
Welcome.
on for this one.
Yeah, it's like one of those things where the elephant in a room show. Might as well talk about it because you know.
Yeah,
People,
I didn't expect to see Jack tonight either.
yeah,
When Jamal was saying who was coming or whatever, he just said Edwin. So nice to see you here, Jack.
yeah.
Yep, yep.
Yeah.
Jack just wants to talk about Journal with Witch. That's all. That's he just wants to like he's gonna do a half an hour of Journal with Witch, and then he's gonna go drink a glass of wine.
I do have 10 other shows, but it's like, all right.
Who cares
Do
about
they matter to
those?
you, Jack?
Oh, what?
Do they matter to you though?
Eh, like at least four will be in my top 20, and one that
Oh, cool.
surprisingly won't.
Hmm.
Okay.
One that surprisingly won't.
I don't
Okay.
think it will, or we'll see. I like
Yeah.
it, but it's like it's in my
But
most disappointing.
you watched the Warrior Princess and the Barbaric King. What did you think of the animation?
Uh, I agree with you, Edwin. I believe it should have been lesser. I was hoping it would be like uh, kind of like Skeleton Knight,
Okay.
that type of quality. Like it's polished, it's nice, like the OP for example, but not like CD rendering. Borderline crisp.
Yeah, like I was telling Tyler, I don't think it needs to be. They're playing it more for comedy
Yeah.
than anything else. I'm like I'm not expecting it to be like award-winning animation, but he said they delayed it so that they could improve it, and I'm like, okay,
Well, I don't know if it was because they to improve it or not. You know what I mean? I just know that it
yeah,
got delayed or whatever. So,
Who
um,
knows? The kerfuffle with a sentence of bookworm for the OP.
yeah, I, you know, it doesn't surprise me when like lesser studios do things like that. But it surprised me when like Wit Studio and like people bigger studios try to do things like that and get away with it because you're gonna get caught. You know what I mean? Like people are so like they figure it out and you're gonna get caught. So why would you even try to do it? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I
I don't
know.
get it. So
Uh,
I do. I guess my thing is like, do they not know like what the state of like what the opinion of AI and creative works
well, this is the case.
is?
This is the case study, I think, because my theory is that they did have an OP. Like they were hoping for like the second half, maybe like 6 episodes, and people won't know. People won't that care. It looks like the manga. I'm like, no, there's like these weird transitions. They look kind of alien. Mine kind of looks like she has a floaty head, It's kind of
Yeah.
off-putting because I'm so used to the OPs in the first three seasons, and they're really good. I love the third one. The third one has my favorite song of the bunch too, and it's like a Saturday morning cartoon. Edwin stapled it as like the ultimate Saturday morning cartoon. That's the feel because yeah, it's a wonderful story as it is, and it's one of the rare studies where the story can take you so far. It really can. You don't have to think twice about the animation per se.
Yeah, it's just unfortunate. I seen that and I was like, what are we doing? You know what I mean? Like, why? Because I mean, you got to do it. Like, if you get caught, like, you got to do it anyway. It's like, well, I
Yeah,
mean, you don't have to, but like, you're gonna get shit on if you don't.
for me,
So,
just be honest. Like, oh, okay, we're delayed with OP. That's what happened with Ice Guy and
well,
Cool for the ending. Or no,
well, a
no, not
lot
that one,
of
not that one. Inspector. The closing they
yeah.
had like a weird jumbled closing, and then they polished it up by third or fourth episode.
Well, the thing is like a lot of like anime, like in the first episode, you don't even see the OP. You know, like you
Yeah,
hear it. You hear the OP like either like as the beginning's playing or like as it's ending or whatever. But most time you don't even get to see the OP in the first episode. So like why? Like if you don't have it ready, then just don't use it. You know, wait till the second episode. It's like it's common practice nowadays to not show the OP in the first episode or whatever. So, but I don't know.
I've gotten annoyed when they have the OP in the first episode now because I got so used to it not
You're
being
not being
there.
there, yeah,
Yeah, like this is the story setup. It's like, all right, we get the story set up, and then we get the OP in the second episode.
yeah, or
Uh,
the end,
yeah, but you now it's like, I think that AI just it's they have to do something with these things. They have to do something with these things, and they think it's a better business model than paying a human being to do it. And I'm like, that's fucking gross, number one. And number two, it's like, no, you don't have to do anything with these things. It's like you don't. I mean, and the fan backlash is just so like, and it's so obvious with some of these things. It's like this, like, come on, man,
yeah,
Crunchyroll, stop it. Like, stop, just stop.
It's
yeah. It's
frustrating.
unfortunate.
It's
Yeah,
frustrating because like you ain't low. Like we always know. Like it's always pointed out when you do it, and then they're like, "Oh, sorry."
but that's what I was saying. That's what I was talking to Jack about. Like, if it was like a lesser studio or whatever, like a littler studio, then maybe I get it. They're trying
Right.
to like sneak that in there to help out or whatever.
Yeah.
Because they're struggling or whatever. But like, this is Wid Studio.
There's no reason for that.
They're big. They're a bigger studio. They're a more reputable studio. And like, honestly, it sort of makes me nervous for the One Piece remake because like it's such a big project, and
Yeah.
if they're willing to use AI or try to sneak in AI, imagine what they've done with One Piece already.
Yeah.
And then like the One Piece nerds out there are just gonna have to like tear through it and like figure out what's AI and what's not or whatever, so
And they will. Like
they will, yeah,
it's
they
the
will.
anime community, so like these people like they're far more tech savvy than a lot of other communities.
Hmm.
Like they will be able to find out. Like we
You
data
know what?
mined the episode and we noticed, and it'll be like, see,
The six fingers. We noticed six fingers.
yeah. Mm,
Yeah, those. Yeah, the scary thing is though, and this is just me like not even spitballing, but just like projecting into the future. You know how they did all these live action versions of all these Disney movies?
hmm
Like in 5 years, we're going to get the AI versions of these movies because
Yeah,
they're
I
going to be
mean
like,
Disney's
yeah,
absolutely gonna do it, and nobody's gonna
yeah,
stop them. So
hmm
nope, yeah. Because what choice do we have?
yeah, they're
We're
just
going to
they're
get,
just too big, like they don't
yeah,
care.
well, they stopped Sora, but it's
Yeah,
like I think they already have something in between, and especially for creativity, especially
yeah.
for like plot bullshit.
They're gonna figure something out. They're gonna
well,
do it.
we're gonna get AI Jungle Book and AI Little Mermaid and AI, Aladdin, and it's just gonna be like you'll be like, why Disney, why?
Just don't touch my Robin Hood.
Yeah.
That's all I ask. Don't touch my Robin Hood.
You put it out
That
there. You put
It
it
should
out
be in
there.
Smithsonian.
It's gonna happen now.
yeah, probably. Look,
Now it's
look,
gonna happen.
they got to finish. They got to finish messing up Moana.
Oh God.
Poor
Moana,
Rock.
Moana, Moana's gonna bomb so bad that The Rock is gonna come back to wrestling again.
He's gonna have to launch his career all over again.
But
He just wanted to wear a wig. He just wanted to look bigger.
every time his something tanks, he goes back to wrestling.
There you go.
He does it. Black Adam tanks, I go back to wrestling. COVID happens, I go back to wrestling. Moana's going to happen. He's going to go back to wrestling. I see it happening. It's funny. Oh, Rock, I used to love you.
Well, the live action ones are so unnecessary.
They're bad. Yeah,
Yeah, but Disney doesn't know what else to do, so they just
which is weird because like you have, well, it's Disney. Just come up with something new and creative.
Speaking of which, I know this isn't anime, but I did check out the Mall uh, series they did. The first two episodes are out. That was actually really good.
The
It was
Mall.
really yeah, Darth Maul.
Darth Maul. Yeah, I
Hmm.
forgot to talk to Alberto about that.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
out.
I gotta watch that. Yeah.
That was pretty good. I was pleasantly surprised. They've come a long way with that style that they've done since the Clone Wars. Yeah.
Yeah, that should be fun. That's on my list. Like I gotta catch up on my the winter season was so stacked
Yeah.
that like I couldn't really find time to watch anything else. But now that like winter is finally over, I'm gonna go back and watch Wonder Man. I gotta watch season 2 of Daredevil, and I gotta watch Darth Maul.
And Punisher is coming out next month. I thought it was going to be later this year.
It's just a one shot.
Oh, okay.
It's just a one shot. Yeah, see, like I gotta keep up with the Star Wars stuff because I think I'm the only one that's watched every Disney show,
And you
which
can't
is
get
kind of
behind.
crazy.
You can't get behind.
Which is crazy
No.
because I know Jack refused to watch
Acolyte.
Acolyte. He
Yeah.
refused to watch Acolyte.
Oh god.
Yeah.
And I don't think anybody watched Skeleton Kids or what was it called?
Skeleton Crew.
The Skeleton
Skeleton
Crew.
Crew.
I watched it.
Yeah.
It was fine.
Okay.
It was fine.
I thought everyone watched it.
No.
No.
Oh.
No. No. I watched like 20 minutes of the first episode and I was like, what the fuck is this? And then I was out.
It was kind of like their version of Stranger Things.
Yeah. I kind of got that. And I'm like, what are they even doing? I'm like, these kids, no. I'm like, no.
It was fine. It was fine.
Yeah.
It wasn't, it seemed like a way to like get the kids involved. And it showed like it shows the universe in a different light. We don't usually see it from that perspective
And I
and how
get
it's
that.
affecting them. So it was different in that way, but like it's not required viewing.
I get that, but making it feel like it's like a kid in the 1980s, like fanboying about like Jedis and rebels and stuff. And I was like, this is a little too, like too on the
Mhm.
nose. And I'm like, is this what they would really be doing? I mean, would they, like, yeah. I was like, I don't think that, like, it just struck me as like, there wasn't enough distance between like the reality of it and the fiction of it. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
It's like, oh look, fuck it. If you're gonna do that, why not just have the ship fall through a crack in space, pick up some actual 80s kids, and then take them to the Star Wars universe? You know what I'm saying? And that would have
Mhm.
worked for me too.
Yeah, I get it. I mean,
Yeah.
I think they kind of. I don't think they wanted to play it like in '80s. I think their intention was to say this is in the universe way over here, and this is just lore from the other universes that they're fanboying over. It'll be like, if something was happening over in Asia and we're like, oh, we're hearing about this over here, but we never really experienced like hearing about samurais in Asia. It's like, oh
Yeah.
yeah, that's dope. Yeah. But we've
Yeah,
never
now we
really
get to go be.
seen the closest thing we've seen is Tom Cruise in The Last Samurai. And it's just like it's not the same.
And see, that's the thing. It's like, all right, you know, the samurai are all dead.
Yeah.
So, you can't get on a boat and then go see the samurai. You know what I'm saying? It's like it just don't work that way. Like
Yeah.
that era is and that's kind of like you can't make it in a galaxy far, far away and then have it start out like this is the middle of suburbia.
Mm.
Like this is a suburban, like corporation town, and I don't want to talk about this anymore.
Yeah, enough about Star Wars.
He's hating.
I'm done.
I'm out.
It was too much reality for me. I was like, I'm gone. Yeah, too much resentment, I guess. I don't know. So,
Oh
all right.
Lord. There she goes.
So this is our winter review, right?
This is winter review.
Yeah.
So yeah, let's get into the winter review.
Woohoo!
Okay. 950 Club. I'm here. Jack surprised us. He showed up today.
Woohoo!
We got how can I the emissary of Isekai is here. Edwin's here.
I was like, please don't let that be me.
We got the
Tyler's like, I do not want that title.
Well, to be fair, Tyler's the ReZero updater, so it ties in.
Let me think of like a royalty title, like the Rana of Romance. The Rana of Romance. We got Tyler from the Anime Degens here with us. It wouldn't be a seasonal review without him. And we're going to review Winter. And they're going to start without me because right now Marley's crying. So I got to go get her. But
no.
Yeah, I know, right? You guys go ahead and start without me. I'll be back in a second.
All right, we're going to start with our top tens.
You want to start off hot with the disappointment or the honorable mentions?
Jack, if you want to go with your disappointments and your honorable mentions, like rock out, man.
Let's see.
What disappointed you the most?
Well, this is the thing. We'll start off hot. I'll start off with
I
a
love
bang
it.
because
What was your hot trash for the season?
I won't even say words.
Oh shit!
Oh no, yeah.
Oh wow, were you that disappointed in it? Where did it go wrong for you, Jack?
Like, okay, I don't. I'm not. I'm still gonna watch the show. I still love it. I love it for a certain sphere as it is. But this season was kind of like what we wanted in the first season, like until the school arc, because the school arc kind of threw things off, but it served a purpose. It did the world building, and we have characters that are influential throughout the world there. However, this season I think was kind of like a hodgepodge of it, like not even like a seamless transition. Felt like more like getting to see where they're going, but not understanding the purpose, as it were. And yeah, it's freeing dealing with Himmel. Yeah, it's showing Fern getting more powerful subtly though, and that's my favorite part of this season. And of course, Stark as well, pretty much being his own being his own force. But it's just one of those things where I felt like it was just the pacing of it just had like this weird flip of a coin. Okay, We're going to do an episode and a half of Slice of Life, then to the big battle. Pretty much the same motions throughout there. And then like the episode where Ferdinand Stark go on a date. It was
Mhm.
reminiscent of last season. They kind of did
Yeah.
something similar. They had a gift shop episode essentially with that. And it was like the same
Yeah.
format.
It was very similar to when he was looking for a gift for her.
Yeah.
And yeah, I know what you mean.
And then the battles as well were similar. Like it would have Ace in the Hole flying high up in the sky, doing the laser beam million miles an hour. Fern did it at the last episode, and Fern did it in the arc. And yeah, if I had to pick like the number one thing I was disappointed was that battle arc because it was focused on the wrong character. Let's put it that way. I didn't like what's his name.
Thanks.
The sensei or whatever, the teacher or the dude from the mage exams, right? The
Yeah,
proctor.
and we don't even know his name.
Geno?
Yeah.
Geno.
Yeah.
So Geno's he's a good character. The story is fine. The problem is that it's a character that's definitely one dimensional, definitely in its own reserved space. And yeah,
I don't know
if
how
you
much
saw
of
the
a hot
growth there.
take. I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was about to say you saw the growth there, but it's more like a sense of like it's more like a sense of like he just we didn't like mesh with him. We didn't like border with him. Like, yeah, he's cool. But it's like, what was that all about then? You know? I don't know. At the end of the day, I just find this season kind of like what we love with it, of course. And if people put it as number one and still number one on my anime list, great. But it's not like end all be all, tail end of the show so far.
My thing with whatever his name is, Geno or whatever, I didn't mind him as a character, but I 100% think he should have died in that battle. It just felt like that might be where it was going or whatever, and I think it would have felt like the stakes would have felt better. Like the world, the situation would have felt better if like somebody would have, especially them, like they was going against the odds, like they was fighting this big strong demon or whatever, and they barely escaped with their lives, and somehow they was both okay. I didn't expect Stark to, not make it there, but I really thought that somebody should have not made it out of that fight. So
I had the same thought. Like you don't want to see any of the main four go, but you could have a side character. It's a little too early for everybody to keep living.
Yeah, well, I mean, you at some point you gotta like show just how strong like the North is or whatever, and like that's what they're trying to do, and I felt like they missed the mark on that because they let him live. They let everyone live through that encounter when they was clearly on like Fern and Frieren and I forget her name now.
I don't know oh my goodness, what was her name?
Yeah,
the head patch lady.
Yeah, the mature acting one or whatever. I think they had their situation under control. Like I don't think that they was ever in any danger just because like Frieren was like, I'm just gonna sit back and watch. This is a test for Fern, basically.
That was it for me. Like you can't sell me on these demons being strong if Frieren's like, no, I don't need to participate.
Well, yeah, those demons wasn't that strong. I think that if the main demon that was facing Stark and Geno, like if he was there, I think that Frieren would have had to participate. But I think that she knew that it was like, okay, like this is a good testing point, for Fern, because that's what she's trying to do. She's trying to, get Fern ready or whatever to, just in case, I don't know what she's exactly trying to do, but I feel like it's trying to train Fern up pretty good, I think that was her goal going into that, because she like judged him and she was like, okay, I think they can handle this, pretty easily. I think she even told Fern that. She was like, no, you
Yeah.
got it.
You're
Low dip.
you're the A rank major. You got
Yeah.
it.
Yeah. You're the A-rank mage. Yeah.
Methode. Her
Yeah.
name's
Yeah.
Methode.
Methode. Yeah. But on the other hand, like I said, the main demon dude, and he even had like his little, I don't know what she was, the little girl demon or whatever,
Yeah.
but they kind of got caught off guard, and they barely won, and I just don't. I think that would have been a perfect moment to show just how tough the and high the stakes really were, because Stark could have died there or whatever, and even though Stark didn't die, I feel like Gino should have.
Yeah, it was a bit of a pull for them both to like get stabbed through their stomachs and still live and fight on and live. I was like, all right, now
Stark's done stuff like that before, right? Like we
Yeah.
come to expect this of Stark, because that's one of his like main battle points or whatever, strategies, I guess you can say. So
he'll take a hit to give a hit, which is but that's fine. But when the demon is like doom and jabs his hands through both of their bodies, I'm like, oh, okay. This is the final blow. This is the final blow.
Yeah.
And they just continued fighting and stayed alive. And it's just like, all right, Free, you're getting into pool territory here. You're starting to really push it.
I thought so towards the end of that episode, I'm pretty sure that Gino, like, he started like crawling. It looked like he was going to start crawling towards Stark, and I thought that he was actually going to go to Stark and like give his life for him to let him live or whatever. And I thought that would have been like a really cool like ending for that character or that moment in specific, because like Stark, we thought that he could have died, and like for somebody that claims that they don't care about other people and like said his partner was stupid, and like he claims he doesn't like have all these feelings or whatever, but he showed those feelings in that episode with the little girl and stuff, and Stark even too. So I feel like him giving his life to develop his character would have been really cool scenario to end with that character, that situation. So we didn't get it. So
it would have been that perfect 360 moment, full circle moment. Yeah.
But that's something that Furin does good too, and like they just missed it there.
It was a weird choice to keep him alive. I think that the story arc for him would have been for him to die in the same way. Because same thing, like, dang, I made fun of him for trying to save this kid, and
here I go again.
And then I did the same thing. It kind of takes away from that development just slightly. But
also the lack of Ubel, especially when she got name dropped a few times. Kind of like was sad for me, because I really like the Ubel, and I thought that she was gonna get to show up and have a little fun. So
it's all right, she'll be back.
She'll
be back. And you know what, I'm just glad at the end we got the little shot of Denkin. So I'm like, yes. Okay. Even
though it looks like it's gonna be like a suicide mission. But our man has done crazy shit in the past.
It does. It absolutely looks like a suicide mission. But he's gonna drop some bodies with him. He's gonna take some with him before he goes.
But also, like where it left off on the mocked of the Golden Lands or whatever the hell he's called. Like he's our biggest baddie in Furin today. Like we haven't really seen another like demon of his stature, of his power, because he's one of the 7 great sages or whatever, right? And so like it's going to be interesting to actually see like how that's handled, because I don't think that, I'm pretty sure Dinkin and Furin and company are very far apart, and I don't think that Furin and company is going to be able to be in that arc. It's going to be Dinkin and I'm assuming he's probably gonna have some help come with him, but
Mhm.
like or show up or whatever. But like I think it's gonna be like Deacon,
It is. It
like
is.
their issue, not Freeman's issue. So I think it's gonna be like a side thing, or maybe even Freeman's gonna be a side mission or whatever. So I don't know, but
Yeah. I know when we what was it? I think it was when we interviewed Marissa and she was talking and we were talking about Fran and she was talking about, yeah, how much she liked it. And she was like, yeah, Lawford, she didn't pass her exam, so I don't know if we'll see her again. And then I think we ended on like she's gonna be somewhere like annoying Denkin at some point in the future. So like I would love to see like I love how they bring these characters back into the fold. So
yeah. The only problem is like whoever goes and helps Dinkin or whatever, there's a like their survivability rate is very low. So
very low. Very low.
I'm very interested to see how they actually get rid of that demon without like super powerful mages like Freeran or whatever. So, but it's gonna be fun to see.
It'll be fun to see, man, because like you said, we haven't seen one that the only one we kind of saw, but it was more free and talking about them than actually seeing them was the one that she got her spell the attack spell from.
Oh, Zoltrag, yeah, but
Yeah,
we
yeah.
we seen him,
We
right?
saw him,
And
but it
he
wasn't.
just got shit on because like
Yeah, yeah.
the evolution of magic or
Right,
whatever. So
right,
And those
right.
were my favorite episodes. Anything that involved a dwarf.
yeah,
Eisen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But at the end too with the bridge and
Oh
it's a
yeah,
good.
that was a
yeah,
really good episode. That
yeah.
was really good. That's
Yeah,
really good.
there's payoff episodes. Don't get me wrong, but the problem is
Yeah.
that it was the form. It was formatted in a weird like. Yeah, we're doing this, and then of course the closing line by Stark. It's like
Yeah.
that's what this season's all about. Okay, we've
This is
known that since episode
yeah.
one.
It was a good season. I mean, it was a setup season for sure. I kind of equate it to not it wasn't as like nothing as the Hashira arc of Demon Slayer, but I
Yeah,
equated to that and like this was a setup. This was a setup season. Like,
yeah,
it just and if you take it at that, it was a good setup season.
yeah. The difference is though between like Demon Slayer and this is like Demon Slayer literally was just
Yeah,
action, 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 like, and then
right.
we have this like chill slice of life, like funny, trying to be funny training arc or whatever. Like where Fruin, it's had like all these elements in it already. We just got
Exactly.
even more of those in this arc. Because it's meant to like. I think that I don't know how long the next arc is going to be. Like if it's going to be double cowers, but like maybe even they should have like done like a like double cower like this leading into
Mhm.
the next arc or whatever instead of airing it separately or whatever. But like I said, I don't really know how long the next arc is. Maybe that's a double cower and that's why they did it like
Yeah.
this. Uh, but I mean, I enjoyed Fear and like it was
Me
one of my
too.
top shows.
It's in my It's one
Was
of my
was
top
it
shows.
as good as season one? And looking back, probably not. But I still, it's still like 10 worthy in my
Yeah.
eyes. But just because I like all the stuff that it does, and also one thing that I seen that they started doing too, and at the end of this season is like how Frieren always looks up to Himmel and it's like that's what Himmel would
Mhm.
do or whatever. We keep on getting these like moments like just because that's what Himmel would do or whatever.
Yeah.
Well, now
The
we're
meme.
seeing now we're seeing that Frieren is doing that.
Yeah.
With Frieren. It's like because that's what Miss Frieren would do. And
Yeah.
so it's cool to see like that the passing of the torch, so to say, or
Mhm.
whatever. So like her growing and learning and looking up to Frieren just as much as Frieren looked up to Himmel, and and like all the relationships and stuff. Like that's I think that's what Frieren does the best is like exploring all these relationships and
Mhm.
stuff like that. So on the journey.
Absolutely.
So
Absolutely. Absolutely. It was 10 episodes. It was in and out. You know, it did its job. It wasn't as connective as the first season, but it served its purpose. It served its purpose. I mean, I just thought it was hilarious how like people were fighting on Mal over the rating. Like people were pushing it down, and then they were getting mad. It was like, no, we got to get it back to number one. It's just like, who
It's
cares?
fine. It's fine.
Who
You know,
cares?
Mal is a sham anyway, so
Yeah,
it doesn't matter.
It's gotten out of hand. It's like, it used to be like Mal used to be like a pretty good, like you could go there and get a pretty good idea of like, okay, this is probably going to be decent, or people are talking. Now it's just like it's gotten out of hand. It's gotten out of hand, and it's just like, okay, these people have their favorites, and they're going to make sure that they're stay where they're at, and it's like, whatever, man. I just thought the whole thing was funny.
But I'll give it to Jack though. Like I didn't expect Furin to be on his like most disappointed or whatever, but like it had its issues. So we can't deny that because we talked about them, but it also had its good parts too. So it just depends on like if I guess the individual person, like, can you forgive those moments or whatever, or whatever. So I don't know.
How could you really say that you're surprised that this was his most disappointed when his boomer bust candidate for spring?
It's a little different, you know what I mean? It's a little different because it's being done by Buck Films, and like there's some there's a lot of questions about like production and with a big name like that. So like I definitely got that one.
I got that one too.
I didn't expect Furin to come in. I didn't expect him to come in hot with Furin though. I ain't gonna lie.
I love Jack.
Jack likes to throw curveballs.
Yeah.
He loves to throw those curveballs. It's like you don't see him come. You're like, Jack, what? Yeah.
Jack will hit you with one of those Tim Wakefields every now and then.
It makes sense now, though. He's like, I think he said something like, one of my biggest disappointments, but it might be in my top 10 or whatever still. And I'm just like,
top
what?
20.
Yeah, top 20, yeah.
Because it's such a love-hate thing. Because it's literally what we like about the first season of Freehan. It really is. Even the date episode. Literally from the gift shop episode.
Yeah.
The first episode, of course. Though. And the first episode of the second season is a perfect overview of the whole show. It really is. But it's like we had the epic first 4 episodes. We've had the school arc. We've had these confrontations. We had the awesome battle with the scales demon.
Yeah, Aura.
Yeah, and we get to see these characters in amok. It's a really elaborate show. It's just a matter of like this season was more like a blender instead of like its own phase. Yeah. Like good example, Star Wars. For episode 4, episode 5, episode 6, each one has a different flair. And even ReZero, I'll give kudos to ReZero. Each season has been vastly different from the previous season.
But I get where Jack's coming from too, because the bigger the name, the more the responsibility.
Yeah.
Right. So it's like if you got a big name or you got a lot of hype behind you, you gotta deliver.
Well, look at T-Bay, right?
You're not here, right? If you're not there, then you gotta. I can't. So I understand where he's coming from with it. It's fun to laugh, but no, I get it, because like you have a responsibility when you're that high, and if you don't hit that, it can be a little disappointing, but still be very good. There's nothing wrong with that.
Has anybody read the manga for Furin up to this point or no?
The funny thing is that 2 years ago, B randomly gave me a copy because she got a random thing. I forgot how she got it, but it's volume 9. That's where we start with the arc that's coming.
Shout out to B.
I was just I don't know if maybe she reads it. I don't know.
No, she doesn't. She hasn't
okay.
watched the show yet.
She doesn't read it. She just randomly gave you volume 9.
Yeah, I think it was like one of those Barnes and Noble's grab
Jack
things.
likes
It's probably the only thing that's probably the only one they had because
The early volumes.
Mitsuha had all the other ones.
Yeah.
But yeah, the Kraken, the Kraken thing or whatever. I was kind of wondering if like that got played out in the manga and they just cut it short because they wanted to, condense into 10 episodes, or if like it actually played out like that and they just like skipped it or whatever. Because like I thought that they was, I thought that would have been a cool little battle,
Me too.
But yeah,
me too. Because they kind of set up the season all based on that.
Yeah.
So it would have been cool. But that's a disappointment. Anybody else got disappointments? I love talking about disappointments and trash.
Yeah, I guess I got one. I did it. I actually dropped My Hero Vigilantes.
Okay. Yeah.
I just wasn't feeling it this season. Like all the stuff that like I really enjoyed about the first season, like the vibes, I guess, of like the characters and stuff. Like it just like got lost or something. I don't know. Like it just wasn't the same. Knuckle Duster barely showed up. Like the group vibes or whatever, the relationships of the group and the teamwork and I guess camaraderie and stuff like that. It just wasn't there. Like I still love like Pop and I love the crawler or whatever.
No, it's not. What's his name? Yeah, whatever. The crawler.
Yeah, I don't know his real name, but I love those two characters. I love Knuckle Duster. I love them all individually, especially Pop. I really like Pop.
And but we didn't get much Pop this season at all.
I don't know. Like I think the juice or whatever, the monster juice, I forget what it's called. Their whole plot like revolves around that serum or the whatever the hell it is
thing was.
I think that's like really weak. Like I feel like this show could have done wonders if they kind of like explored the vigilante aspect without making it making a main villain. Like it's not even like a main. I mean, I guess it is like a main villain, but like it's all about that shot or whatever, that syringe stuff or whatever.
Yeah,
and like I just feel like if it wasn't like all in on that one thing. And they just focused on like the vigilantes aspect and like maybe, stuff of that nature. Instead, I feel like it could have been way better. But like I know I'm in the minority on things like this because
I don't think so. I was disappointed in it too.
I feel like a lot of the My Hero base or whatever is watching this maybe for like cameos and like just to see like the. I didn't care about that. Like, who cares? I want to see like the new people. So
and they kind of regulated them to the background this season and kind of told backstories of people from My Hero that and then brought in people from My Hero, and like as each episode, as it got later and later in the season, they started entering in more heroes, and I'm like, and then at the end when they brought in, what's her face? I was like, okay, yeah, they're reaching now.
Oh, are you talking about the chick or whatever? The one that's Midnight. Is her name Midnight? Yeah. I watched it up to that point. I was like, man, they're doing flashbacks now with like Midnight now and like which I thought was pretty cool, but like it's just like. I don't want to watch My Hero. I want to watch, like a different take and like a different perspective of, or whatever. So I don't know. I just feel like it was the storyline, it's kind of like where Lazarus kind of went, you know, like I like the show and I like what's going on somewhat, but I feel like the story was too weak to carry it to the end or whatever. And like I don't even know if season 2, like did they finish that storyline, or is that storyline still going, like the juice stuff or whatever? So
It's a little of both. They kind of finished it, like they got the big bad, but
yeah,
they didn't really get the supplier.
yeah. So you know, I don't know. I just had an issue with that, I guess. And I tried to watch it like a couple weeks ago to binge it to get ready for this episode. I got like 2 episodes in, and I was like, halfway through the episode, I'm just like, I'm not even paying attention to this because it's boring. You know, the only times I'm paying attention to it is when I see Midnight on the screen or whatever in her younger days. And I'm just like,
Midnight.
why am I watching this? So, but yeah, it was it's definitely interesting. I hate that I dropped it, but you know, I think it needed to be done. So I couldn't see myself watching another season of it, and I couldn't see myself finishing it. So, but
You guys are better than me. I couldn't finish the first season. I thought it was starting to get too repetitive or too, yeah, like you said, they were introducing like I think that because I stopped watching My Hero back in season 4, and the only person to blame for that is Deku. Like that's it. He carries the full weight and responsibility of me hating that show rests entirely on his shoulders and his choices. And then when this kid turns out to be another, All Might fanboy, I'm like, no, please, no, please, don't do this to me again. But I liked him. And I liked where the situation was going. I thought it was funny the way they were all hanging out in his little apartment. You
Yeah,
know, like
yeah,
I like those parts.
that
But
was
when they
fun.
yeah, but little by little, I could feel the show being kind of stolen away. And
Yeah,
he was like, "Oh, I get to work with the pros," and it was very like he never crossed that line into Deku territory. But at the same time, I was like, "Man, no, I can't do this." I'm like, this show is losing me." And I never finished the first season. I never made it into the second season the way you guys did.
well, let me assure you, if you didn't like those aspects of the first season, you would absolutely hated the
yeah,
second season because it
I
only
yeah.
think
got
so.
worse.
Yeah,
Because they
yeah.
did not do that at all. And like I said, the further you got this season, the more it was like pulls from the real show. Once I saw what's her face, the bunny girl, Miracle.
Miracle.
Yeah, once I saw her in the last couple episodes, I said, yeah, they're pulling out all the stops here.
But
they're,
see,
they're pulling
Yep.
out all the stops because they had like the big real hero team up at the end, and it's like it's too early for that. Where's the
well,
vigilante part? Except for the one cop being like, I don't like you vigilantes, but I need your help this time. Like, I don't. I think it was silly.
but they just can't get away from, you know, My Hero. Like
They can't get
they
away
can't get
from
away
it.
from their bread and butter. You know,
Yeah,
like they
Well,
can't make
the thing-
this story stand out on its own. So they think that they have to use, you know, the other people or whatever. And I
yeah,
also thought that they was gonna touch on like some Stain backstory
yeah,
or
yeah.
whatever.
They
Technically,
didn't.
he
yeah.
was an evil vigilante. Technically,
Yeah, and we kind of got like was it like the end of last season or was it the
I
beginning of
think it
this
was the
season? I
beginning
forget.
of this season. They
We
kind of touched on it a bit, but they didn't go too in
like
depth about it.
so I would be okay with like doing stuff like that, like because you're adding depth to
Yeah,
like the characters that we already know or whatever, and like it's not like just putting them there just because like, oh, like, hey, we're gonna put this here because I know that, you know, the My Hero fan base loves these characters, so we're gonna add them in any way we can. But it's actually expanding on like the My Hero lore or whatever. And
yeah.
I think that's pretty cool when they do something like that. But you know, it is what it is. So
It is what it is.
Well, one of the things that bugs me is that they weren't vigilantes in the sense of like, the way Batman is a vigilante.
Unless you
Uh,
count Knuckle Duster, right?
Knuckle Duster is pretty much a Batman ripoff. I mean,
Yeah,
come on,
yeah, yeah.
but in a good way. Like in a roundabout Sin City kind of way.
Well, and then I just and I kind of hated his story towards the end when they reveal like he was a hero, but he lost his quirk, and I'm just
Yeah.
like, that kind of ruins it for me a little bit.
Well, see, the way I felt about it is like the way that show made me feel about it is the heroes were just idols with quirks, licenses, and sponsorships.
Mhm.
And then the vigilantes were just like unlicensed heroes.
Yeah.
Mhm.
They didn't feel like vigilantes. They didn't feel like people who were going out there to beat the crap out of people, and like take down bad guys. They just felt like heroes who didn't have licenses. I mean, literally, that's just like the one girl was a pop idol. He was just a fanboy, and then you had Knuckle Duster, and they never felt like, oh, these are vigilantes in any way, shape, or there was no like. I think he wanted it to be his edgier one, like his edgier like origin story startup. It never felt that way though.
It
Yeah.
Yeah.
had more of a comic feel
Very
than
much
than
so.
even My
Yeah.
Hero did.
Yeah.
He just can't. He's just he. Well, the lore behind it is that originally he made the concept of a workforce agency where there was this unemployed guy who was like, you know what, I'm going to try it. There's nothing with quirks, nothing with bullshit. It was
Mhm.
just a weird office or a weird career builder type of show. Or at least the concept of it. And his name for the main character was Jack Midoriya.
We know Jack loves his Jack titles.
Yeah, but that's the thing. Even as much as I love the concept of My Hero, even I forgive like everything bad about it, but I don't think it's like got goat tier. But it's like it's a show
I
in
think
a
that,
series. Yeah,
like, this could have been called, My Hero Independent Contractors.
yeah,
Or,
and that's where I'm trying
My
to get at.
My
Yeah,
independent contractor. Yeah.
or
And
My Hero Freelancers, or My Hero Part Time,
and
or My Hero Nights. I don't know.
You know,
yeah,
My kind of hero.
yeah,
Yeah,
and that's what I was
a
trying to
lot
get
like,
at.
yeah.
Like just the world building,
My home hero.
yeah.
no.
Oh no. Oh, no. No.
Trash.
It was trash.
No.
I would
Don't
be
No.
remind me of that one.
I would be sure to give you the poster that the Crunchyroll booth gave for me for my home hero as soon as I see you. Got Tyler. Would
Oh
he
yeah.
let you
Please, I
send
don't. I don't want
it?
it. Oh man, that show, man, it just wasn't good at all. So.
It was oh man. I wanted it to be so much better than it was.
I watched about 3 episodes of that, and I was like, I'm out.
Yeah, you gave
We
up
actually
on
did it
that.
on the rundown for the whole season.
Oh wow.
So yeah, it was a difficult time because
Oh
it was
no.
so stupid. So
Yeah.
I feel so
It
bad.
Now,
was,
now I kind of want to
it was
watch that one.
ridiculous. It
No,
was so
not gonna lie. Now I want to watch
it
that.
was so ridiculous. Oh man, it was funny. It
uh,
was so bad. It was funny.
I will say I like Edwin's ideal about like it got me thinking like wouldn't it be so cool if like My Hero actually did something where it like focused on like the quirks of normal people and how they incorporate them into their jobs and stuff like
That'd be cool.
maybe like the crawler or whatever maybe he does something like DoorDash or some
Yeah.
shit, you know what I mean?
Well, Genus is
Yeah.
technically a fashion honcho, like a head CEO type of dude.
Mm.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
like, why not give? I know it wouldn't sit well with like the My Hero stands or whatever that's only there for like the battle shonen like superhero action or whatever, but I feel like it would be a cool look into like the society of My Hero, like the normal My Hero, kind of like what I thought that this Vigilantes was gonna do because like
Yeah.
it's what it seemed like it might do. Like, look at like normal people, maybe trying to be heroes or whatever, but like I think it would be cool to look into that. So, we ain't never gonna get it though, I guarantee it. But But that's one of the things like I like that Oda does with One Piece is like he really branches out sometimes and does like these like cool things or whatever. So every once in a while. So
Basically, what you're saying is you want him to be like the Mushko Tensei mangaka and just do whatever he wants to do. Doesn't matter if the fans like it or not.
well, sort of, but not.
Yeah, he doesn't want it to go that far.
Because the Mushiko Tensei dude is wrong.
He's totally wrong.
Well, the Mushko Tensei guy, he did what he wanted to do.
Oh yeah, he came out and said, "I'm writing this for me. Yeah. I don't care what the fans
we
think."
know.
We know.
Do you have a thing for your cousin? Do you have a thing for
Yeah, that dude needs to be investigated immediately.
Rudy is literally just an insert character, I guess. Yeah. At this point,
he wants to isekai into his own isekai,
just like Rent a Girlfriend.
Oh boy, there's another one. I need to get caught up on that. So,
that's like, yeah,
that's a pleasure show.
Let's get through the rest of these disappointings.
Oh, okay.
Oh, there's more. You guys got more? Wow.
I always have this. I watched 32 shows. I got disappointments.
Did you finish 32 shows or no?
I finished all 32. Well,
wow.
Damn.
I did not finish Hell Mode.
Okay, well,
because
understandable.
No, High Anime went down, and High Dive is just. You know what? Here's something funny. Here's something funny, Edwin. When we were at the movies, Martin had this conversation. He was like, "So should I subscribe to High Dive or should I subscribe to Crunchyroll?" And I said, "Well, I would suggest High Dive, but they still haven't sent me the password to log back in, so I can't suggest them." And then Alberto said, "That happened to me too." And then I was like, well, Edwin, he subscribes to High Dive, but it's through Amazon because High Dive wouldn't work. And so he was like, I guess I'll go with Crunchyroll.
High Dive is shooting itself in the foot. I'm like, man, it's like people are trying to give you money, and you're just fucking up.
They can't help themselves. They
got a show this season that I think that Jack would really like, but
man.
I can't even recommend it because what's the point? You guys can't even do it. Yeah.
Oh man, that's so funny.
Well, there you go. Like disappointing shows. What about disappointing streamers?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that needy girl, the needy girl overdose or whatever. Is that what you're talking about?
Well, I wasn't watching that.
No, that one's on Crunchyroll.
Okay.
Hold on, let me do something real quick, and I can find it.
Or like the High Dive shows? Because Homo, that's the only one I remember.
It was pretty funny. It's pretty funny.
Oh, the dragon one, the dragon hatchling.
No, that was last season. He said from the spring season.
This spring season, I got you. Okay, the Kira one. I do want to watch that one.
Is that on High Dive?
That one's on High Dive.
Tragic.
Mm-hmm.
I will watch that one. I will watch that one.
You should. That one's funny. I like that. I think that's,
maybe if it comes to Hulu next in the next 6 months.
And I do have to get Prime to watch that new show that's on Prime. I'm like, all right.
I was talking to Edwin about that. So, Nippon Sangoku.
You need Prime. Yeah. I'll send you my password.
Whoa.
I definitely, after episode 1, I definitely recommend Nippon Sangoku.
Yes.
It feels like it's going to be, if it stays the path, it feels like it's going to be a very good show. So yeah,
it's going to be my type of show.
Yeah.
One disappointment for me was Edo Fire Slayer. I wanted it to be so much better than it was. The CGI in it wasn't good to me. After a while it got okay, but I was just never it never came together for me. I was disappointed. The Darwin incident.
How was that? Because I only watched like 2 episodes of that, and then since it's on Prime, like me and Edwin was talking about, like it's one of those things where like I was interested in it, but like not super interested in it, and since it's on Prime, I just never bothered to go watch it again. So yeah.
It wanted to be Orb, but it's not.
Yeah.
Like it I don't think it was focused enough. And I think they went way too far. Like
I heard there was some very
they had a school shooter arc, a
yeah,
very graphic
yeah,
school shooter arc
that's what I
that was
heard.
very uncomfortable.
Mm-hmm.
Then they just had some like really graphic scenes for no reason. I was not a fan of the dub at all. Um, like I told you guys, some of it sounded AI-ish.
Yeah.
And then after, like, I'm like, okay, no, these are humans for the most part, but it still kind of sounds AI-ish. So I'm like, I don't know what's going on with the dub. I'll just listen to the sub,
With
and the sub
anybody we
wasn't
know,
that
with
great.
anybody we know working on the dub?
I don't know. I didn't look. I tried not to look into it because it
Okay.
was not. It was that bad. It was that
Yeah.
bad. I don't want to. I don't want to subject them to that.
If you notice that a lot of if you watch Netflix, a lot of their German shows
Mm-hmm.
have terrible dubs. Like these people, it doesn't even feel like they're hiring like voice actors to do this. It's just like, oh, hey, you want to come and like do voice acting, and it's like, sure, okay. And I think that that's the because I noticed that like those aren't AI, but their delivery is so like deadpan that
Yeah,
like yeah, there's like
yeah,
a lack of emotion. It's like you're
yeah,
supposed to be giving us a performance,
and they're
not
not.
just reading this. Yeah,
They're
and
not
sometimes it
acting at
feels
all.
like no. And I've noticed that with a lot of like the foreign shows
Mm-hmm.
when like and they won't even give you like I can't listen to it in Portuguese because I wouldn't understand or German. But at the same time, it's like, look, man, I would get rid of the dub and just read the subtitles
Yeah,
because like this performance is just like
it's
kicking me out of
it's
the
horrible.
yeah, it kicks you out.
It's
It kicks
so
you out.
bad that it makes
Yeah,
you feel like it's AI. And they
yeah,
do this stuff now to where you have to question it.
yeah.
You have to question it. And it's like, if I'm at the point where I have to question whether this is AI, it's not worth my time.
But I don't think it's AI because this has been going on for a long
Yeah.
time. But
Yeah.
there's stuff on Netflix where I just won't watch because I'm like, oh man, I know this performance is just going to be trash, and I wish that it wasn't because I'm like, look, man, I can't really enjoy these shows, and especially like I'm glad they don't. I'm glad there's such a robust voice actor community here in the U.S. because man, whoever's doing those for the foreign shows, it's like, man, you guys need better people.
Mhm.
You need to come to us and we'll give you like, hey man, we'll give you some people who can do this 100 times better. Let me tell you. Yeah.
Yeah. Um, what else? Um, this the daily life part time torture that was just garbage. I can't even call that disappointing. It was just trash.
I didn't even finish the first episode.
You didn't need to.
Yeah.
Um, can we just tackle the elephant in the room here? Wash it all
Okay.
away.
Oh yeah,
Uh,
yeah.
Wash it all
I was
away.
I was wondering. I didn't want to bring that up because I didn't
I know
want
you did.
to. I got to do it.
Can we just tackle the elephant in the room? Tyler, what
Sure.
did you think about it?
I
Because I remember when we did the preview of this, and you looked at some stuff, you're like, this might go in the direction we don't like.
yeah. Well, I mean, like this. I had a lot of fun with it the first like couple episodes or whatever. Like I really enjoyed it, but I ended up dropping it. I think like halfway through or whatever.
Mm,
Like the fan service scenes was like it was unwanted for me, but it's not what
yeah,
made me drop it. Like I feel like I can ignore that. It is what it is. But like my whole thing is like the people that are actually watching this show, like they don't care about fan service. Like they don't care about that. They want to.
right.
They want the like the deeper like meanings like maybe get into like the memory aspect, the amnesia
Mm,
aspect, or like just the daily life, the slice of life stuff. We don't
yeah,
need like the shots of her her
in
bending
the
over and
bathtub,
shit.
in the bending over, and
Like the bathtub and stuff. Like like I can understand that because like it's her life and that's one of the things she really enjoys or whatever, like being in the hot tub. And I know that they wanted to focus on that, but
A
you know,
lot.
it's the other moments that kind of like got me a lot. Because like it was just out of nowhere and like like you're just like why what did that add to the moment, you know?
Did you get to the episode? You know her blonde haired friend
uh
that she met in the first couple episodes that used to always bring her husband's business suits in to get clean.
The instigator.
Yeah.
I,
Yeah.
what episode you talking about?
I'm just talking about. Do you remember that character?
Sort of like I
Okay.
remember around the time that I dropped it. I'm pretty sure it was her that was talking to the middle school or high school kid or whatever. It's like oh you got a thing for you got a crush
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
or
yeah,
whatever,
yeah,
right? And
yeah.
like it just
It
felt
was
like they
her.
was trying to push them together or
Yeah.
like get us ready for them being together or
Mhm.
whatever. And I'm like, that's weird. Like this is a fully grown adult, and this is like a middle. Was he even a high schooler? I think
I
it
don't
might have
think
been
he
a
was high
middle
school. I
schooler.
think he was. I think I don't know what. I don't know how they do school over there. I think he was about 14.
Yeah, so like I think high school is
Yeah.
like 10, 11 and 12 or 11 and 12.
Mhm.
It's like 10, 11, 12 or 11 and 12 or something like that,
Yeah.
and anything below is like, whatever.
Mhm.
But still, regardless high school or not, he was like early high school, late
Yeah.
middle school ish, like Jamal said, like 14 ish. But like what's her name? Kinmei, like she's like over 20,
Yes.
guaranteed.
Yeah. Clearly over 20.
And
Like.
they
Yeah.
was clearly pushing their relationship in a uh,
Yeah.
bad way, not like
Mhm.
a friendly way, like they was actually pushing in like a lover's way or
Yeah.
whatever it felt like to me anyways. And that's why I ended up having to drop it, is because like we kept on getting the moments, one after another, like leading
Yeah.
up to like building up to this. And then I think that episode or like the episode after, where like the blonde, the friend or whatever, is like trying to get him to admit his feelings for her or
Mhm.
whatever. And I think something happened with Kinmei where like somebody was trying to get her to admit that she liked him too or something like that. And I was like, I didn't even finish the episode. I was like, yeah, okay, this was the
See.
route that I was worried it was gonna go,
Yep.
and we're going there.
Yeah.
And I'm not letting this bring me down anymore. So
Oh, see, you miss some classic stuff. I'd
did
have
you
to go
actually
back.
finish it?
Yeah, I'd have to go back through my text messages because Edwin got fed up with the show when like the townspeople were pushing the kid to break into her window.
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah.
And Edwin was
Yep.
like, "I'm done."
And
Yeah. I was like, what are they doing? What
Climb
are
the
they doing?
climb the tree, get up there, and she's
Yeah, yeah,
what was
Yeah.
she like, half naked or some shit?
She was
He was
passed
half
out,
naked.
Yeah.
pills
Yep.
all over the place. Okay, so
Man,
you missed out on some good stuff, man. You
Well,
missed out
and
on
I
some
would
good
have
then didn't she say
look,
something like you can come in the window anytime or some shit too?
Yeah,
some shit
something
like
like
that. Yeah.
like
Yeah.
like like uh
Well, when
like
she
uh the
started
kid
saying stuff,
from yeah.
yeah, when she started saying stuff and look at him differently, I'm like, I'm out. I'm
Yeah.
like, this went like like Jamal so bad. He wanted it to be a slice of life
It should
so
have
bad.
been.
He
Why?
really did. He
Yeah.
really wanted it to be just about the laundry business and her life. He really did. And I think there were fans out there that really wanted it to be deeper about her memories and what happened to her and
Mhm.
everything. That just wasn't this show.
No.
It
Yeah.
was it was a really boring show that dressed up all of these little cringy, creepy ideas, about,
Yeah.
and that was the whole point of the show. The whole point of the show was to get her hooked up with this kid and the entire town was like in on it.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm like, we were the ones who were like, no, don't do it. And the townspeople are like, we're fucking doing this. We're doing this. We're gonna push that man into the window. We're gonna like get her drunk. Like we're gonna like drop her off with stuff. It's like this every like conceivable innuendo, every conceivable setup that we can think
It
of.
was bad.
We're
It
doing
was
it.
bad. It was bad.
Yeah.
I gotta give Edwin credit because he got through the scene where it kind of looked like she was giving him a blowjob, and Edwin was already halfway tapped out at that point.
Yeah.
And and then when they had pushed him through the window to break into her apartment, he was like, "Okay, I can't take it anymore. I
I
can't
know.
take it
I
anymore."
was like,
He
man,
immediately was like, this is what this show is. This is what they want to do.
yeah. I get
I'm
it.
not dealing with it."
Because if I would have walked in to a white woman's apartment, if I would have gone through a window in a white woman's apartment, saw her lying on the floor with all those pills, I'm like, this bitch is dead. They're gonna call the cops on me. I'm gonna go to jail. The first thing I would have done was jumped out that window, called 911, and been like, this lady's dead. You know,
Mm-mm,
you gotta come get her. This
mm-mm.
lady's dead.
The first thing I would have done is I would have found something, cleaned off the window so there's no fingerprints because they will lift my fingerprints. They will lift my fingerprints. I gotta disturb my footprints, my tracks. So I gotta find a way to get rid of that. I gotta get rid of all evidence first
Well, you got to
before I
kill all
call
the
the police.
witnesses too. There was
Yeah,
like
I
at
had to
least
kill
three
all
or
the
four.
witnesses.
Yep,
See,
yep.
this is the same thing I thought about campfire the solo
So
camping
camping.
too. I'm like, this would be I would be going to prison for this. So I
Yeah,
cannot do this, despite all the
no,
townspeople pushing me to do it. I
yep,
cannot do this. But
yep.
I mean, Tyler, you missed out on some good stuff. Um,
I'm
so
sure I did.
like the friend, she got like a stain on her shirt, and she ended up stripping in the middle of the street in front of some construction guys.
Interesting.
Um,
Of course she did. Of
there
course she did.
was a scene where they did like they had some sort of festival or something, and for whatever reason, King May decided she wanted to climb up on this thing, and she just
I seen
fell,
that one.
and the
Yeah.
kid just happened to catch her.
Yeah.
They had a scene where they accidentally kissed.
I
Um,
seen that too. I seen that too.
Did you see the
Yeah.
sleepover episode?
I don't think I seen that one. I
What?
seen
Okay,
the.
There was
okay.
a sleepover
So there was
episode.
an episode where like a storm happened, and like a tree went through her like laundry business or whatever, and he just happened to be over there or near there, and so she was like, "All right, you can come on in." And so she's like, "Okay, you can spend the night with me." And then he's like, "Well,
What?
I'll sleep on the bed and you sleep on the floor." And then something happened. So they ended up sleeping side by side on the floor. And then she ended up sleeping next to him, and he's like staring down at her boobs as he's sleeping. And like it was in like everything that could possibly, it was like the whole world in Storm combined to make sure that these two slept together. So they ended up sleeping together. Um
Yeah, I'm so
there was
glad I
it was
stopped watching it.
Okay.
So
Wait,
it,
wait. So for my own morbid curiosity, because I just want to know, did they ever do anything with her like missing memories?
no,
probably
Did they
not.
even bother
no,
with that?
no.
Are you kidding me?
They kind of like touched on it a couple times because she met the friend that took her. Did you get far enough to see where the where the girl was like, "Hey, will you do this modeling gig with me?"
No.
Mm-mm.
Okay, so this so this
What?
one girl was like, "Hey," she's like into tourism or whatever, and she's like,
Okay.
"Hey, we got to do this like tour photos for these tourism things, and I'm kind of scared to do it by myself. Will you model with me?" She's like, "Okay, yeah, why not?" And so they go and do modeling things, and it's for this, now all of a sudden Kime's like scared to like be in a bathing suit. So like but they off doing this modeling thing, and they become friends, and she invites her to Yokohama or someplace, and Kime is like, "Oh, this kind of seems familiar." And there's a scene of her like sitting on the roof of a building, and she's kind of looking and thinking. Never did anything with it. And then they had another scene like in the last episode where she's just kind of looking off and thinking. Never did anything with it.
I vaguely remember like the rooftop scene or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah,
but
they did nothing with it.
it's
Yeah,
because they
modeling
didn't know
episode
what
was
they
another
wanted
good
to do with it. Like they just wrote it just to make I don't know. Like,
Well, what
who
pulled me
knows?
in, Tyler, and Confessions, like one of those scenes where it's like, if you know, you know, it's like how they go through these motions with certain type of films. Yeah, it definitely felt like a rejected porn line. It really did.
Yeah, you
Well,
did say that.
Yeah.
You did say that.
I
But
seen
how?
people on social media saying that like the creator's past works was in like range of like what was going on here. Like that they expected these kind of moments to be in this show because of what their past works were or something like that.
Yeah,
So
I had looked to it, and one of the series he did was like about a mermaid or some type of water divinity, and that one made that joke like, oh, she's a shrine maiden. Like the town just just took her in, gave her life as a dry cleaning beautiful woman. So it's like she's praised as a goddess. So, but there's these motions where the reason I did double takes, so like there was a certain scene where the friends hung out at a dojo or whatever, and they randomly showed a photograph of their parents wearing that that's what the Yakuza gangs celebrate with the tape wrapped around a tattoo festival, that look. And I have to dive more in Japanese culture. For all I know, it's just what they do. But it's like kind of like one of those red light district things, if I'm not mistaken. You know?
Well, this show, and I think what I said was, I think that this show was for, like lonely 40-year-old men who are daydreaming about this girl because the way it's designed is it's
Hey,
like,
man. Hey, man.
hey, look,
I'm a 40-year-old guy now.
yeah, but you're not single. You're also not a single salary man.
This is true.
So, who's lonely in a hotel room. And I felt like this was what that show was for. When you don't want to watch when you're in love with the 2D girls and you're in your 40s and you're looking for some story to go with your gooning. I felt that that's what this show was. And if you look at like shows from like they would do this in the 80s and the 90s where it would just be like they would have some hot actress and they're like, we're going to do a show about her and she's going to have a job and a cast of friends. Well, they got rid of the cast of friends and then just made it, like, okay, this is just, like this is a porn story without the porn, essentially.
Mm.
Yeah. It's a
Yeah,
hentai without any of the hentai,
Yeah,
It's like,
early
yeah.
on, Jack was like, "This seems like a rejected AVN storyline." Like
yeah.
he said that a
Yeah.
few times, despite
Yeah.
liking the show. He was just like, "Yeah, this."
Well, it's my part of my morbid curiosity. Part of my okay, let's see if they actually do the porn. Like they didn't even do that. It's like just
Yeah, they never did
misunderstandings.
it.
Yeah,
They never
because
did it, and that was a frustration for me too. I'm like, just go ahead and do it.
yeah,
Show the girl fully new. You're showing everything anyway.
yeah.
Just go do it.
And for me, it's like, can he do like a Leisure Suit Larry kind of thing? Like at least that take. Like, all
Yeah.
right, whatever.
Now, you can't be in a rom-com with your childhood friends. I think that was exactly what, as annoying and frustrating as I found that show, it delivered on what it was promising. And it didn't apologize for it, and it didn't try to hide it in any way, shape, or form. The fan serve, like they tripled, quadrupled, like they went 10 times harder on their fan service than most shows I ever seen. But there was also like, but you knew that's what it was going to be. It didn't try to walk this line between like, oh, we're going to justify this, we're not going to justify this, or this is what we're going to be, this is not what we're going to be. It was what it was, and it was like, all right, cool.
I heard that was like a peak trash sort of show. Like it was very funny, very
Yes.
over the top, very like very tropey or whatever.
Oh,
So
absolutely, Trophy Tyler.
yeah,
Like,
I thought about
yeah,
actually like picking it up and like going back and watching it just because like I guess it doesn't take itself serious or something, or whatever. Like it actually leans into it like more and more, which is, if that's the case, then I kind of enjoy shows like that where like they know they're not like they know what they are. They know they're like not gonna be serious or whatever. So there's like let's run with it. Let's make everyone laugh. So
they
yeah,
managed to have fun. I mean, it's not in my top 10. I mean, I wouldn't put it in my top 10. But it was a lot of fun. They didn't try to hide what they were, and they did play it for laughs, but at the same time, they had some genuine moments that were like, okay, this is like they're actually trying to be a show.
yeah.
It's not just the fan service. They actually had moments where you're like, oh, I could actually take this seriously for 5 seconds. And then they do something stupid, and I'm like, all right, that's fucking annoying. They do something really annoying or something really stupid. And I'm like, okay, yeah, I got to take back all the credit I just gave you. You
Yeah,
know?
it
But
became a weekly thing where Edwin would troll me with what's happening in that show,
yeah, I
and then I
was.
would troll him with what's happening and wash it all
Wash it
away.
out of the way. You know? But see, wash it all the way. I never gave it any credit.
Yeah.
Never. Not for a moment. Like, nope. Not for a moment did I take that show seriously for what it said it was gonna be. It wasn't because I'm like, you're bullshitting me. You're not being honest. Come on. Just like, we get it. We're adults here. It's like we're all adults in the room, like trying to hide this stuff. I'm like, who are you trying to hide this stuff for? And I think to me that was the biggest disappointment. Like, because I could see what you guys were saying about it and about what it could have been. I'm like, it's not. It's
It
just not.
it reminded me of one of my all-time favorite films, Milena. Milena has a very similar setup. An older woman that's kind of like lost past her husband's in the war. Is set in World War II Italy, and yeah, she's just on her own doing her thing. Everyone gawks at her. She's just a beautiful woman, played by Monica Bellucci, and this
Yeah.
boy just has a crush on her, and he's obsessed with her. But there's a space, there's respect. And
Mhm.
this one, it was a reverse of that. It looked like it was going to be Harold and Maude, like a cute little twist on that idea, but it's like it just didn't pan out for those influences, as it were.
I get it. Like I would get it if like the kid had a crush on the adult, but like you hate to see like the adult like returning those feelings or whatever because like they're supposed to be the adult in that situation or whatever, right? Like it could have worked. It could have worked with one sided like crush type of thing. But like it just didn't because like everybody was pushing for it, like both sides, both parties was all in for it. Like it just doesn't work. I mean, I guess it does for some people, but like those people aren't me. So oh
Yeah. Well, I felt like the whole town was like pushing for like, oh, well, she's lonely, and
yeah.
he's a hot-blooded young man. It's like, what are you talking about?
There's a
You don't need
town
to.
full of
It's like,
guys
yeah, this is not like he didn't. And the thing was, he never seemed to have a moment of interest in her at all whatsoever. Like,
until they kept pushing her, until they kept
yeah,
pushing him. And then
yeah, like,
finally, it's like, all right, after I spend the night with you, I guess I kind of have to be
well,
attracted
yeah.
to you. And now I'm embarrassed to be around you because I was sleeping under your breast.
Well, now
Like
he's
what?
contractually, he's now contractually obligated to
Yeah,
be her boyfriend now, like
yeah.
out of like respect and like
He didn't
out of a sense of duty,
because
he
that's
now
the
has to
second
be
time
like,
he slept with her because he broke into the house and spent the night the first time. So this it's like it's like come on at some point it was just like come on now like I can't it was so uncomfortable. It was just like stop. And you know what the worst part was? The last episode, it was really good.
uh,
They didn't have none
oh
of that
boy,
stuff
boy.
in it. And it was exactly what you wanted it to be. It was like um her landlord was starting to go through like some medical issues and she was like forgetting stuff. And so like she cleaned something for her and they had this discussion about like, oh man, you saved me, and the importance of this thing that you cleaned and everything. And it's like, that's what I wanted this show to be. You wait till the last episode to give me what I want.
Tragic, yeah.
It's like Batista said to Triple H, give me what I want. Give me what I want.
Well, me and Tyler were talking about this. Me and Tyler were talking about this before you guys jumped on, and we talked about, because I brought up the thing that me and Jack always talk about. It's this bait and switch that a lot of anime have, where like they'll promise you one thing, like, and sometimes, usually it's like they'll promise you something spicy. They'll say, "Oh, this is gonna be spicy," and then it's not. It just happens to be a drama or a comedy or whatever, or it's like like a battle of the wits or whatever. Like that. Remember that, Jack? That one where it's like he's dating his stepsister or something.
Yeah.
And then he wasn't dating. Yeah.
She's my stepsister.
Stays with my stepsister.
Stays with my stepsister.
Yeah.
No, I actually like that show.
One.
Yeah.
That's the other one.
Oh,
that's the second one in that. Yeah, that's the second one in that, like, kind of like name. No, there was like my stepsister is my ex-girlfriend or something like that.
Yeah.
That's a recent one.
Yeah, that one's good.
Two separate ones, but they were good, and it was like, but the title gives you the idea, the impression that it's going to be like there's going to be innuendo, it's going to be naughty or whatever. Then you walk into it, and it was more like a battle of wills between the two of them, like Love is War kind of light, kind of deal. And so that happens, and like with Wash It All the Way, it's like they promised you one thing, didn't deliver on any of that until the last episode, and it's like, why are you going to whitewash this now? Why are you going to like pretend like you were a different show entirely for your final episode? And like, it ultimately you're left wondering and feeling like, who was this show for?
Yeah.
Who was the audience for this show? Because if you're like like I said, if you're a 40-year-old salary man traveling and you're by yourself in a hotel, the last thing that you want to see when you're watching the last episode of this show is her talking to the old lady. That's not feeding your fantasies or your spank bank at all. And it's like, but then the people who like the people like me who are looking for the slice of life show and the importance of her lost memories, like, we've given up. But it sounds like that last episode would have been for us.
Yeah.
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 Yeah, that's what Tyler said in the beginning of the discussion. He's like, who the people who you kind of set this show up for aren't going to watch this. Like, all the fan service and whatnot, like, they're not going to watch a show about a girl cleaning clothes.
They watch the trailer, they look at the name, they read the summary, they're like, I'm not watching this shit.
I'm not watching that.
And then they see clips on TikTok, and they're like, oh, shit, maybe I should check this out now.
Yeah. But to be fair, they did give good tips on dry cleaning.
They did. And that's the stuff that I like. I'm like, it was so, that show was frustrating. That show was frustrating.
I'm going to go back and watch some of my, like, I'm going to go back and be like, all right, this shirt has a stain. So I'm going to get my little steamer and I'm going to try to get that out of there.
Like the coffee stain, when she was talking about how to remove the coffee stain and stuff, I was like, this is brilliant. I don't drink coffee, but I would love to know that.
Yeah. And it's a craft, ironing still a craft, everything. Yeah. Take gentle care. You'd be amazed. Like if you think it's rotten, destroyed, it can be easily fixed sometimes.
Yeah, that was the best part of the stuff, and they didn't.
Her showing her love for her, or passion for her, like, I won't say her job, because like I felt like more than a job or whatever. Her life work, I guess, or whatever. I don't know.
She had a passion for cleaning and preserving people's precious memories.
It reminds me a lot of Marie Kondo.
Yeah, that was the thing. It was about the precious memories. It was about the fact that these things mean things to people.
Yeah, and she don't have hers, so she's trying to help others preserve theirs. Like,
because it was beyond clothes.
Yeah,
it was beyond clothes. It was clothes, and then she had the episode with like the doll, the bear or something, and then one was like a painting.
The
Like it was,
tapestry, or
yeah, it was beyond the clothes. So that's what we want.
yeah. Oh well.
But they didn't.
And
They
that's
didn't
not
do
what
it.
we got.
That's not what we got. Whatever.
No.
Okay, I have one more controversial disappointment.
All right. What was it?
In the clear moonlit dusk.
Okay, yeah, fair.
In the
I
clear
didn't I
moonlit
didn't gel
dusk.
with it
Oh,
either.
okay.
Yeah.
The
I didn't. I
the one with
watched
the
3 episodes.
princess.
Yeah, I watched 3 episodes of that and gave up.
I actually enjoyed it, but like I didn't. I thought it was gonna be much better. I guess.
Yeah, me
Like
too.
I enjoyed the. So I enjoyed like the relationship, looking at the relationship between like the prince and the
Mm,
prince or whatever, but then they added an OG, which is
yeah.
the word another word for like the word for prince, which is kind of funny. Like you got the prince, and the prince, but they tried to like push him into there or whatever to create, I guess, tension and like move like
Mm,
the main couple along or whatever. Like I don't know, I just didn't like that part.
me neither. I thought it did worse for the show in their development because then it made the guy Prince seem like, oh, I don't really care about this girl. I just don't want her to get you because I it was more of like of a possession thing. Like I don't want you to have her. So I'm going to take this step forward. And it just created a very weird it didn't
Dynamic.
work. Yeah, it didn't work. Like the guy Prince, he felt very he had game, right? From like dating a lot of women, but it felt like he was manipulating this girl a bit.
Are you talking about
Um
the white haired dude?
yeah, the white hair guy.
Why
Yeah.
is it always white hair, guys?
Because the white hair, blue eyes, that's just kind of the trope, you know.
So
Yeah.
I liked the what they was trying to do with him, sorta, because he was like, I've been in all these relationships but I've never actually been in love. Like, so
Mm-hmm.
even though he has experience dating, he doesn't act like he doesn't necessarily have experience being in love. And like, where on the other hand, Yoi, like
Right.
she never had a date, and she was very innocent as far as love too. So it was like it's like one of those things I really really like. I really like when you're figuring things out because this is your first time doing it or whatever, and like you're going through like the development and like the stages on how to actually be in a relationship and all that stuff. But like I liked what they was trying to do. It's just like they added in the OG character, and then they like I feel like they like there was something else that I can't quite put my finger on, that like I didn't really like the vibes or something that was happening. But like overall, like I enjoyed it. Like I think I ended up giving it
Yeah.
like a 7. But like when I came into the season, I'm pretty sure like I was
You had it
thinking that it was
higher,
going
I
to be like
think.
one of the top shows
Yeah.
of the season or whatever. So
And then a
um,
Yeah.
season that was
It
pretty
started
good for
out.
romance. It kind of
It started out pretty strong, and
yes,
like,
I agree.
and I got his like, I understood him a little bit because, in my opinion, the way I was thinking is that like he had all that dating experience because he was attractive, and so all these girls would like fawn all over him.
Hmm.
So of course he had people who wanted to be his girlfriend, but she was different in that like I think he was one of the ones that I think she was one where like Tyler said that he wanted to experience love, and I think this was the first time he's like, wow, I'm really attracted to this lady. Like I can't look away, and I want to spend time with her, and I want to see her face, and I want to see all her expressions and stuff. And I thought that was really cool. But for me, it never gelled. Um, I thought there was a lot of well, because she was like, "Well, you can't just like, are you in love with my face?" It's like, like I'm a
Yeah,
person.
that was weird because like
Yeah.
for like the first half of the show, it was just like, oh, I just like your face.
Well, yeah,
Like that,
I think the dialogue was bad,
yeah,
poorly written. I think
very poorly written because it's
because like
like,
she would ask like what do you love about me or what do you like
yeah,
about me, and like he would just always say the face. But like if you're actually in love with her, then like that's the whole reason why that you hate dating or like you don't last as
right,
long in the dating, because like the girls look at you just for your appearance, but now you're doing
right,
it to her, and she hates when people like
right.
assume, and you know, like I don't know, like it was just a weird like written like I guess
Like they
dialogue.
kind
I
of
don't know.
like dumbed him down in those moments, like way too far. So
Yeah.
then later on in the season, like again, when OG comes in, it's like, okay, I
Well,
haven't seen the development in your character enough past I like your face for me to believe that this is more than I like you and not I don't want him to have you. And
it felt like
he
he was.
continually
Yeah.
manipulates that girl because she's like anytime she wavers, he'll do something that he knows is going to bring her back. Like, I'm just not going to talk to you no more, or just going to walk away or whatever. And she's like freaking out because she's never had this sort of attention before. But he knows like if I do this, yeah, she'll come back. She'll be thinking of me, and
Well,
it's
it was
just
like we've had this conversation about attractive people before, where they don't have to develop certain life skills because a lot of things get handed to them on a silver platter. And I think that like because he got so much attention, he was kind of a cripple when it came to actually being like an actual like partner in a relationship. You know what I'm saying?
mm, I think it was a reverse of what normally happens. So what normally happens is like you got the attractive girl, right? And there's this guy, and he's just not giving her any attention. And it's like, why is this guy not paying attention to me? Let me investigate this. So then she starts to
Yeah.
talk to him a little more. And she starts to talk to him a little more. And it's like, oh, okay. Now I got my journeys to get this guy to be interested in me because that's what I know. And then the guy gets
Yeah.
interested in her, and it's like, well,
He's
maybe
like,
I
this is what
like
I
you,
know.
maybe I don't know, whatever. And that's how it felt that he was with Yoe. It's just like, oh, usually everybody fawns over me, but you're the prince too. And she's just kind of like, yeah, whatever. So it's kind of like a I want what I can't have type thing. And for
I
me,
could see that. Yeah.
he never really evolved past that because he seemed like he wanted to be the guy that, like you said, like I want someone to see me other than the rich pretty guy. And she saw him as that, but he never really like evolved past who he already was. I didn't see a lot of development in his character.
Throughout the whole season.
I didn't
Wow.
like the whole season. I'm seeing the manipulative guy. I'm seeing a
Yeah.
guy that has experience that's manipulating this girl based on his past experience.
Okay.
And then and that's fine until he realizes that another guy likes her, and he's like, "Oh snap! No, I want you here. Here's a but I'm going to reduce myself down to the guy that I say I don't want to be, which is the guy that like has money and is pretty and is here. Here's $500 worth of sweets." Eh,
Yeah.
and I'm just like, it just didn't. In their dialogue, the dialogue again, like Tyler pointed out, I think that was really a good point. It was just kind of like not
Not there. Yeah.
when you have a season packed with like really good romance shows, the bad aspects really stand out. And
Yeah.
each week that went by like in the clear moon that dust just went like this for me. And it's not, and it wasn't a bad show. Like Tyler said, I give it like it was like a 6.5, 7 for me.
Yeah.
It wasn't bad. It was above average, but
it was so pretty too, but it was like lower budget as well, like the animation and stuff. But it was so pretty, which
it was a
crazy.
pretty show.
Yeah.
So I just wanted more for it, and I didn't quite get it. And it's another show where like I don't think the friend groups were as strong as the other shows either, and I think that hurt it.
Yeah.
Too. Yeah,
I mean, there really wasn't any like friends, was there? Besides like OG, like there was like friends. 3 characters, right? Yeah. It was like the main 2 and OG. So
no, because he had his 2 little goofball friends.
Yeah, but like they didn't they didn't matter. You know what I mean?
But they didn't matter. Like
nobody mattered. Except like you look at polar opposites and like the friend. That's what I love about like some romances. Like that's when the romances set themselves apart, is when they actually have like a cast and they actually like a background cast or whatever, friend group cast, and they actually like dive into them and like or whatever, like maybe even dive into like relationships like that they're working on, or whatever. Like that's when I feel like that's when like romances set themselves apart, unless it's like a one-on-one like romance kind of thing. I'm trying to think of like an example. Maybe like shit.
My Dress Up Darling.
Yeah, sort of like that, because like dads don't really have like many recurring back like friend group characters that are important. I mean, it does have like a lot of different side characters, but it's not like polar opposites and like stuff like that, whereas like they're like a central point, like a side, like a B side or whatever, right? That like they're there, but they're there and they're acknowledged, but they're not dove into or whatever. But that's because like the main characters are so strong and like they know what they're doing with them.
Invisible Man.
Yeah.
Like they had the side characters, but they weren't like.
You didn't get to look into them very much, but it was just good enough. But like the main characters was good enough to survive on their own for now. So,
well, I thought Invisible Man had. I thought that their side characters were a lot more well developed than other shows.
Well, they're adults, right?
Yeah.
And
but I get what Tyler's talking about.
Yeah. They weren't as central to the story. Because, they weren't essential to the love story.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
But I get what Tyler's talking about, because Horimiya is like a perfect example of that, where you have not only the 2 main characters, but you have an entire cast, and they all get their moments to shine. And that, I think, makes the show a lot stronger. Like, I wish they hadn't done like the way because they kind of did Horimiya dirty, in that they didn't include some of the funniest parts. They try to include it later on in that little side thing that they did.
Pieces or whatever.
Missing pieces.
Yeah. But like there were some really funny moments that involved the side characters, and I think that they just made it stronger. Like with Polar Opposites, I mean, the side characters just made that show so much stronger, because because they were so well written. The dialogue was great.
Yes.
They were so well written. Yeah.
But the thing is with Polar Opposites too, while we're on the topic, if it didn't have those background characters, I don't think that Tani and what's her name, pink haired girl, Suzuki.
We know what you're talking about.
Suzuki and Tani. I don't think that they could have carried the show by themselves. Like if the side characters or whatever wasn't such a strong, like if they didn't like make such a strong like development and place in the show, I don't know if you like their relationship solely could have carried the show through. You know what I mean? Like if it
would have been
like it would have been good, but would it have been like a top show for me? You know what I mean?
But we'd be excited that it's coming back in July.
I think it would have been an entirely different show.
Yeah, it would have been.
Been like, we would have been watching an entirely different show, and I don't think that show would have been as much fun as this show.
Yeah,
But like, yeah,
it could have worked. It could have worked. Like if you had, it depends on like the type of romance it is. If it can work like
Hmm.
that, and
Yeah.
like the type of romance Polar Opposites was, I don't think it could have worked very well with them just being like this, the lead, and like them being the main focus with nobody else helping. You
Yeah.
know, it's whatever.
Yeah.
So
Especially considering how quickly like they got together
yeah,
and how quickly they did things like meeting the family and all that. Yeah, they did a lot of that early. So I don't
yeah.
know if they would have been able to carry the whole thing
Well, they weren't wasting any
themselves.
time on it. You know, they weren't gonna like,
Yeah.
this isn't gonna be. We're not gonna have our indirect kiss 5 episodes into the show. You know, that's just not the type of show that this was.
yeah, it was actually a really good, romance. So
Yeah,
like the creator really knows how to write a romance, and you could tell.
Yeah.
So big fan of that. And like that's my point too. Is like I feel like if creators really know how to write a good romance, they will actually write in a supporting cast that matters and
yeah,
actually get them involved into the storyline too, and make them just as much of an integral part of the story as like the main characters. Just not maybe as important, but uh but I feel like that's what sets apart like shows like Moonlit Dusk and Polar Opposites. Though I know they're two different things. One of them's more of like a romance, and one of them's more like a rom com or whatever. And I think I'm pretty sure that Moonlit Dusk is like a shojo, right? Pretty sure.
I
And
can see that. Yeah,
Polar
I
Opposites is a
think it's built
shonen.
like that.
So,
Yeah.
but like
They're
there's
they're I
different
think
different
they're still high
types.
school, but I think they're still classified as a sojo
Yeah.
because they're a little older,
Well,
I guess.
shojo is is the like the josei is like the
Mm,
signing. You know what I mean?
mm,
So shojo is like shonen. It's just like different, targeted towards different like demographics. And instead of targeting it towards like younger
younger
males,
kids.
like
Yeah.
the polar opposites, they was targeting this. It has like the tropes targeting the
Yeah.
younger girls or whatever.
Yeah.
So, I don't know, but it just like like I said, I liked Moonlit Dusk. It's just
I
was it
liked
as
it.
good as I thought it was gonna be? No, I thought it was gonna be like
Yes,
much better,
I
but like
agree.
it had flaws. But
Yeah. Yeah.
overall, I enjoyed it. So
one of the interesting things for me with that, do you remember, was it ING who put it on their like worst of the season list? And I was like, not even close.
Was that
You remember that?
was
Like I
that
sent you
anime
that.
news? Was it IGN or was it the Anime News Network that I sent you?
It could have been the Anime News Network because
Yeah,
like it
news
was like,
network.
yeah, because I'm like, this isn't even close to the worst
Yeah, it
show.
was Anime
Let's
News
see if
Network because they had that one on there. They had Hell Mode on there. They had
Yeah,
which I didn't agree with
something else.
either.
Yeah, I know you didn't. That's why I sent it.
it was it. My first word was lazy, just lazy. Like, what the hell are
Yeah,
you doing?
That was the
yeah,
laziest list like I've ever seen. I know there was a show on there that was definitely bad,
yeah. There was
but I
some bad.
couldn't
Yeah,
I couldn't remember which ones. But some of the ones they picked, I'm like, are you kidding me? Did you guys even watch these shows?
yeah.
Like Hatchling was way worse. Like I like Dragon Hatchling, but it was worse than Hell Mode. If they had put Dragon Hatchling on that list, I could have been like okay, okay, I get it. I don't agree with it, but I get it. But to choose Hell Mode over Dragon Hatchling, I'm like, you guys don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
The
It's
list was
just
trash.
it's an anti isekai thing.
Yeah, I mean, and I get it. People hate on Isekai, but like, it's well deserved
No, I'm gonna
because
have to take it.
there's some really bad Isekai out there.
Yeah,
And
they're doing too much.
well, it's not like it's breaking any new. It's not like it's fresh and new and well written. I mean, Hell Mode is kind of a Saturday morning cartoon, which is fine. I mean, it reminded me of Pokemon.
Hmm. Yeah, I thought Homo was. I like from. I saw most of it, but I thought it was good. I enjoyed it. Wait, did I watch the whole thing?
You must have, because you said you finished all your 32 shows.
I said I think I finished all 32 except for that one, and
Oh yeah, you did. You did say that. Yeah.
yeah, I think. But I'm After I think about it, I think I may have finished it. I think I finished it before. I may have finished it. I don't know. What happened at the end?
They revealed the big secret.
What big secret?
He rescued the girl, got her home, and then they revealed the big secret.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I saw it. I saw it. I saw
Yeah,
it.
the
Yeah, I
no,
saw it.
what they revealed what the noble's duty was.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
which I
I
thought was
saw that.
pretty cool. Yeah, I thought
Yeah.
that was pretty cool.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw the whole thing. Then I thought I missed an episode or two, but I finished it. Um, I'm trying to see if I find a video that you're talking about,
Yeah,
but I
Oh,
think
the
it was.
real.
I think it was. And oh yeah, here it is.
yeah,
Yeah, that was. Yeah.
and there you can tell there's obviously reviewing the ones that are like lesser
Yeah,
quality.
it was Anime News Network. The
Yeah.
first
Okay.
one was In a Clear Moonlit Dusk. Helma
Yeah.
was in there. Your favorite show, Dead Account, was in there. The rom com show was in there.
Yeah.
Tune into the Midnight Heart, Darwin Incident, Hanakimi.
I
I'm
agree.
looking at you, Tyler. Yeah.
What was their definition for bad for some of those shows? Because I mean, I can get like rom com.
That was the whole list.
Yeah, like rom com wasn't bad. I mean, it was just
In the Adventurer's Daily Grind at 29 years old. That was their list.
Zach thought that one was fine. I couldn't get behind it. Yeah. So I didn't have an argument either way of whether it should have been on that list or not.
Mhm.
I was like, I don't
So
know.
yeah, there's some of the list is like, all right, and then some of the list is like, all right, come on now, what are you guys?
Yeah,
What are you
who's
guys
making
doing?
these lists? Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
but
to be fair, I'd be crucified for free. I get it, but part of
Yeah, these
there's a
kids will
difference
come after you.
between disappointing and bad and
Yeah.
worst.
Yeah.
That like if you say it was disappointing, fair.
yeah,
If you say
Yeah.
it's worst,
no, no.
I've seen far worse.
See, now Wash It All the Way should have been on that list.
The
probably
part-time
didn't watch
torturer
it.
should be on there.
They
But
didn't
it is
watch
like you
it.
said, they didn't watch
Yeah.
it.
They
It's the
didn't watch
worst,
it.
it's the worst of the stuff that they watched. Which
Yeah.
we're noticing is a smaller and smaller pool each time something comes out.
Yeah,
So,
and it just shows they're lesser quality, or at least shows that
mhm.
this is just not compared to like the heavy hitters. I get it.
Well,
but,
most of the shows on that list I felt were like they might have had aspects that like turned people off or disappointed people, but they were pretty well done. I mean, everything about Darwin Incident looks like it was well produced, at
It was
least.
intended.
Yeah, huh?
It was popular in Japan. Like people were hyped by that show.
It was popular
I
in
mean,
Japan.
the
It was
animation-
popular in Japan.
Yeah, the animation, the art design, it looks amazing. Same thing for Romcom. Romcom had some really good artwork, some decent, like not great writing, but decent writing. I never felt like, like they had some good moments. So I don't know. I'd like to know how they were judging this list. And I think you're right. This is just like probably the worst of what they watched.
The worst of
Yeah.
the popular stuff that they watched.
It's
Mhm.
probably just like
Mhm.
poorly worded or something like that, and
It's clickbait.
yeah,
Yeah.
probably so too.
It's
But yeah,
yeah.
Hanakimi, like it wasn't like terrible. It just wasn't as good as I hoped it
Yeah.
would be, as far as like a very popular, source or whatever.
Mhm.
Like it was just like very lackluster in a bunch of different ways. So
Yeah. I think I saw Mel say she was disappointed in it too.
yeah, I think it was actually my, out of the shows I finished, it was the last ranked show. So, but, yeah.
Which is sad because you were kind of hyped for it.
I
coming
was,
into the
I was,
season,
yeah.
So
But I think I give it like a 6. So, which
that's
usually, if I give something a 6, usually I finish it and like
I'll never go back to it.
I probably won't watch. I probably won't recommend it to anyone. I probably won't watch the second season, and they better be glad I finished it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
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 Or I was being forced to watch it, or something like that. You know what I mean? Which is the case.
Yeah.
Because I don't really rate the things that I drop. Like I just like
Right.
drop them, because like then if you start rating the things that you drop, then you open up another can of worms. Is like, which one's worse? Which one's worse? Like, so
What's the worst of the bunch? Yeah.
It's hard enough as it is to rank, like to rate things that you finish, but like then you start rating things that you watch. Like, well, what if you dropped something and you thought it was like okay, and you gave it like a 5 or whatever, but you finished something that you gave like a 4? Like it just doesn't make sense to me.
It's difficult, but the part of me, like the completionist in me, is like I if I start something, I got to finish it.
Yeah,
but then the other part of it is like, if I finish it, it helps me in the future, because it's like, okay, I finished this show. This show sucked. It's a 1. It's a 2. So like in the future, I could be like, okay, I know this show is a 1. Was this better than this? Yeah, okay. It's at least a 2.
Yeah.
Well, this show's a 2. Is it better than this? Like, so it helps me.
But see, that's too much. That's too much. Like, that's too much time to be given to the things that you hate. You know what I mean?
But see, I'm an avid hate watcher. So like, okay. If I do like
he really is, Tyler.
I do like a good hate watch. The only thing, but it's kind of like Edwin's golden rule. It's what makes me drop you is like, you're not entertaining me at all. Like, you're not. I don't like this. I don't dislike it. It's just a nothing burger. Like, I just feel like I'm just wasting my time. Like, I hate it. I hate Handmaid's Tale, but I enjoyed hate watching it so much until they made her Harriet Tubman, and I said, I can't deal with this anymore. I cannot deal with this anymore. Despite Ernie trying to get me to watch the last 2 seasons, I would not do it. I could not do it. And so it's like, if you get me to that point, I'm just like, no, I can't. But if I could like find some, like that part-time torture show stinks.
The one shining thing that we thought that was going to be good was like not good. We thought that the cat, we thought it was a girl actually. It turned out to be a boy, but that doesn't matter. It's still like we thought that character was going to be really fun.
Not at
all. And they're just like so boring. So.
It was a boring show. I'm like.
The whole point of that show was like to be funny, and like it had zero pieces of funny.
Zero funny. Not
well. It was
funny.
that really deadpan kind of like, oh, look at this. It's like really zany. No,
edgy. It's trying to be like touch on like that. Touch on like torture or whatever, like make torture funny, but like it wasn't even funny. It was just like, whatever.
They could like you could have made torture funny. This is in the same season as 'Tis Time for Torture Princess, where they made torture funny. So I'm like, it's right here. The blueprint's right here. It was such a nothing burger. So it's like, thank you. I finished that show. Thank you. You have given me what it takes to be a 1. So now I know.
You actually finished
what
it?
A 1 is. I finished it. I finished it.
Wow, you're dedicated, dude.
Like I said, I didn't even finish the first episode. I dropped it like 6 minutes in. So
I can tell you what it became. It became I'm at work 45 minutes early. I'm going to watch this, and half the time I'm probably going to be snoring in the break room. And that's what the show became for me. So, it was a 1.
Oh, I slept through 10 minutes of this episode. Oh, well, I'm not going back, though.
I'm not going back. I didn't miss a darn thing. I'm not going back. It was a 1. Sucked.
I love that.
It was a 1.
But yeah.
Okay. Can we get more? Let's get more positive. Any honorable mentions? Any honorables?
I would like to mention 2 things, okay? I like to mention 2 things. I want to mention Fate Strange Fake because I feel like I didn't actually get to finish it. I'm like episode. I think I got to episode 10 before today. I was aiming to finish it. I really wanted to finish it, It's like I really loved that. I really like that show. But like the world had other things for me to do. It seems like in the week before this episode. So, but I only got the episode. I finished episode 9. I started on episode 10, and I fell asleep last night. I was aiming to watch it last night, all the last couple episodes. But I feel like it was such a good show. Like it was such a good action show. And I feel like it probably would have made my top 10 if I had actually finished it, because it was very well animated. The dubbed was pretty good. The sub was good too, but the dubbed was really good. And like I basically watched this show to gauge my interest in like the Fate series. Because I'd never seen any of the Fate series, but I heard that like they're very popular and like people always say that like you should watch them and stuff. So I watched this, and like I was pretty confused at the whole the whole setup in the beginning, and I actually had to go watch a YouTube video just to explain the Holy Grail Wars or whatever. And then after I figured out what that kind of was, like the setup or like the whole aspect of the Holy Grail War or whatever, like then it kind of started making a little bit more sense. Now did it like make 100% sense through even after I watched that? No, but it was fun to watch. It was really fun to watch. It had some really fun characters in it too, and they all looked really good. So
same. Like
it was the solo leveling of Fate Strange or Fate Stay Night. Yeah.
I mean, it was just like very. It was like I said, there was a bunch of characters in it, and all the characters like felt alive, and like the story itself felt chaotic, and like it just felt fun, and like you got the action scenes, but like it was so well animated, and like the characters was like bursting with energy. And like it made the fights even more fun because like it was so chaotic and fun, and like these characters was different, but they're supposed to be, you know, people from, you know, the past or whatever, and like it's things that, you know, like it's such a fun little show. So
it's
I think this is their. I've watched my godson loves this series. And I've watched a bunch of it with him, and let me tell you, man, this thing gets convoluted as hell.
Yeah.
And I think that this was their way of like, hey, look, we just want to tell a story in this universe without getting like too involved in the lore. And so I think that that's what this was. And it sounds like it was a lot of fun. Because like let me tell you, when one of your main characters, you know, like some of the main characters are Merlin and Gilgamesh, and like they're using like full on biblical stories that cover like entire seasons of the show. I mean, it gets hella convoluted, and like you have to know, like you have to watch different movies and play games and like all kinds of shit to know the whole story. So I think this was their way of like, hey, look, we want to do something where you don't have to know all that stuff. You know, you got your people who want the Holy Grail. They get their avatars so they can do their battles. You know, you have a lot of people who are angling for this Holy Grail because of the power it gives you, and then that's it.
Yeah.
And then you get awesome fights with awesome looking characters, and that's kind of that's what the whole point of the show started out as. But then let me tell you, man, it got so crazy convoluted, it was insane.
Yeah, you can't say it's about how it looks in the fights, because the fans get mad.
Oh, they will.
They
but
get
that
mad.
was like, yeah. But sometimes that's, you know, like, I mean, and like I said, I brought up solo leveling because sometimes that's what you're there for.
Yeah.
I mean, you're not really, you know, like sometimes it's like it's great that it has a story and it's a lot of fun, but then sometimes like you just want to see these badass fights, and like it delivers on it.
And that's what this kind of reminded me of. This was like my 2B Hero X of this season, you know, like the solo leveling of this season. Like it was fun to watch, and we knew what we wanted it to be, and that was just badass fights. I mean, we even got some cool moments, like with what's his name, like the blonde with the red streaks or whatever, the knight. I forget who he's supposed to be.
The one modeled. That like he loves King Arthur.
Yeah, but he's modeled after somebody. I forget who. but like he's playing in the damn band, you know, like that's fun, you know. Like we got like a historical figure, whatever, that's being reincarnated or however it works, and like he comes and like he just plays in a band and get like streams it or whatever, and like that's really fun, you know what I mean? That's something you don't see a lot of the other times, but that's what happens when you have like this kind of like aspect and like in like modern day United States or whatever, right? Like but it's fun to see like them blending it together like that, so their ideals into like a modern day, you know, world or whatever. So it's fun. So
yeah, I there's a few things about number one, very passionate fan base. Very passionate fan base.
A lot of people didn't want me to watch this without watch this as my first like foray into like the series. They was like, oh, you got to start here. You got to watch this and this to understand. I'm just like, I don't think I'm going to do that, but this looks fun. I want to watch this. You know,
I had to fight off a few of the fans because they're like, why is it rated so low? It should be number one. It should be number one. And I'm like, yo, this is my first time watching Fate. And then like most of the time they were like, oh, okay. Because I'm like, yeah, I see why people like Fate. You know, it looks good. The fights are cool. Characters cool. And they're like, no, it's the lore. And I'm like,
that's what we're here for.
I have not seen anything from this series. This is my first foray. And then they're like, oh, okay. Well, if you like this, you got to watch this. And if you want the backstory of Gilgamesh and this person, then you got to watch this. And it's like, all right, thank you for showing me all the stuff that I need to watch. I'm not watching 20 years worth of lore. I'm not doing it.
This started out as a vampires from the moon show. That's how this show started. Yep. You got to go all the way back to a show about vampires from the moon. And like, you got to go that far back. Because let me tell you, man, there is a lot of lore for this thing. Like it's insane.
And that was my biggest takeaway from it. It's like they told you enough to where I could enjoy it, but from watching the first few minutes, I'm like, there's a lot of the stuff in here that I'm just not going to get just because I haven't followed this. Like the power system, like you're not really getting any information on how this works. People are just pulling stuff out from nowhere, and you're like, how does this happen? I don't know. They're just doing stuff. Okay. And
they start ignoring the rules really fast because it's like there's like a holy grail war every 10 minutes. It starts to feel like, you know, like, there's okay, this is season like 5. Oh, there's another one? Oh no, wait. Let's travel back in time so we can actually meet Gilgamesh. It's like, okay. It's insane.
Yeah, so it's like, all right, so Gilgamesh is the guy. Like, why is everybody mad at this guy? It's like there's just so much that I'm like, I'm just not going to understand. So I'm going to enjoy what I can from it. And then it's like Tyler said, like, you know, if you want to go out and watch a YouTube video and find out what the Holy Grail is or what this is, there's that content out there because, again, this is a very passionate fan base.
Yeah.
So you can go find the content, and it's just like, do I want to go find 20 years worth of lore? No, I'll find the little things that'll connect some of the aspects of this story for me and continue on from there. But moving forward, when Fate comes out, would I watch it? Yeah, probably.
Cool.
I mean, I think it succeeded in like what I was watching it for, and like, you know, it made me interested in like the past Fate series or whatever, because I didn't know if I would, you know, enjoy them or not. So I think that maybe sometime or another, if I don't get too lost in the sauce of like how to watch or the watch order and all that stuff, because it's one of those series that you know can kind of get tricky like that. So. But you know, maybe I'll give it a shot one of these days. You know, watch a few series here and there or whatever. So, but I just like how it felt like a more a little bit more difficult entry than like say Cinderella Grey for Uma Musume. You know, like it's just a little bit more difficult entry because like you do have to understand a few things, or you can choose to ignore it and just go with the flow or whatever. So. Whereas Uma Musume is just like horse girls go fast, or whatever. It's just so, but yeah. I thought it was fun. I just had to mention that one because it probably would have been in my top 10 probably. As I heard like the last couple episodes, even the finale went super hard. I can't imagine. So, surely hella action packed. So. But yeah.
Did you have another one? I feel like you said two.
Yeah, one that probably made. I'm really certain that it made at least one of y'all's list. But it just barely got knocked out of mine. Was Sentenced to Be a Hero. I really like that show. It's just
did
like
not make my top 10.
Okay, I figured it would. So
it did not. That's another show that people get mad about you if it's not in your 10. They get mad even if it's in your 10 and it's not high enough. They get mad.
Well, it's my number 10. So if you guys want to talk about it, we can talk about it because it's my number 10.
What about you, Jack? Or is it in your top 10 or did it not make the cut?
No.
Okay. So I was almost wrong then.
Well, quickly, I'll do my most honorable. Tune Into Midnight Heart. I actually like that one. Because that one for a harem, it's not really a harem. It's more like a guy in a curious quest to find himself more than the girls, and it's the perfect cheerleader one. It's the same archetype as the main character in 100 Girlfriends Who Really Really Love You, where he's just cheering these girls on, like that type of like a simp harem. So yeah, it's a novel concept. The acting is really good. Miku's in it. That's why I watched. I'm like, I haven't listened to Miku in a while. She's awesome. And she's my favorite character in the show too. And yeah, it's a good passerby one. It's like Angel Spoils Me Rotten for the season, kind of like passerby. You get the gist. You get your anime shit.
You got another one?
I was pretty interested in that one. I just didn't get to watch it though because
yeah, the comedy's.
I already had 20, so
couldn't find a time.
If I had to pick like an early favorite for comedy, at least for this season, that one, top 3, easy.
Okay.
Yeah.
The only thing is, in the first 2 episodes, I didn't feel that the girls were very well developed.
Well, yeah, that's the
point. How did you feel about that, Zach?
It's quote unquote mystery. You had to figure out like their niche. They're not exactly.
No, I know he was trying to solve the mystery of who the girl was that he had committed. Like he had talked to about that. That he was trying to get her to change. To like take that back. But I felt like the girls weren't as developed as they could. They weren't very original as characters, and I felt that they weren't really developed within that first. Like he came across as a fully developed character, but they didn't. Is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, that's a good observation. I agree. It's not. It doesn't like break the grounds with like most in-depth characters like Orb or anything, but it's nice little like, okay, this is what this girl's aiming for. Let's find out her story, kind of ordeal, and then in each episode, kind of bounces off of that, and it all of them fleshed out. I wouldn't say it's like the stereotype is the stereotype. To be honest, I will admit that, but I'm a sucker for that because it's almost like partially why I love Vivi and Sense of Bookworm, the singular obsession. These girls have a singular obsession dream. I want to be a news reporter. I want to be, this and that, in the new media age. And, I kind of, I'm a sucker. One of my favorite shows the last 10 years, Q, the voice actors just trying to be voice actors. The simplicity of it all.
Yeah. That's nice. I like that. Okay, honorables. All right, I'll rifle through mine real quick. Shiba Yugi was one of my honorables.
What was that one?
That was the Death Games show. That was the Death Game show.
Oh, okay.
That was the Death Game show. Roll Over and Die. It did not make my 10, but that was one I really, really enjoyed too.
Yeah,
Um,
that didn't make my top 10 either, for reasons. But yeah, it was pretty good. It didn't deliver. I think is what happened with me. That's why I didn't make it into my top 10.
mhm.
I don't felt it delivered on any of the promises that it made. I don't think it delivered on being a because we never got to see her confront the guy who kicked her out of the party, which is something that I really wanted
Yeah,
to see.
I think they're set. If they get a second season, I think they're kind of setting that up for him later because you
Okay.
see that um more people from the party that was with her are leaving that guy and joining up with her.
Oh yeah, yeah,
So it's like I see they're building him to be a big bad for later. So like I understand that, and it was bothersome to me too.
yeah,
But then I'm like, okay, I see that they're building this guy up to be a bigger boss to tackle, so I'm
yeah,
fine with it. So, but
yeah,
no, I mean, I had some issues with it too, but that's why it's an honorable and not my 10.
yeah. I also didn't like that that wolf fight was so awesome, and I don't feel like yeah. I
Yeah,
felt like
yeah.
it was kind of downhill from there. It tried to be a slice of life. I was like, um, what are you guys doing? Like, try to be a cozy slice of life. And I get it, they're trying to, she's trying to make a life for herself. But I thought they were trying to go a little too hard in that direction, given for like what the show was about.
Mhm.
Tonally, it was a little bit weird. And to see that girl like in the bedroom with the eyes just dropping out of her face, I was like, because I kind of suspected that
Oh
you were
yeah,
supposed to think that something was up,
yeah,
but just to see it like that, that was a really weird juxtaposition. And I was like, it was moments like that with those weird little juxtaposition. Just like there were things that the show did that I don't think it did well. There were some things that I thought that were really cool. I thought it had a lot of cool ideas.
yeah,
I don't know that they were always executed well, though.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
I agree with that. I agree with that. I think it just didn't, and I don't know if I can necessarily call it pacing. It was like the connectivity from episode to episode wasn't really there.
No, it
It
wasn't.
didn't, and it wasn't episodic, but it wasn't really connective or like mini arcish either.
Yeah.
It's kind of like we got this, and then this thing randomly happens and just hits you, and it's like, all right, there's turmoil. She's got to go out and do this, and it's like there was no, you didn't really build to anything. You just kept like hitting. And if you're going to be like that show, then just be the slice of life show, because then during the day, during life happening, this stuff happens. It's cool, but it kind of paints itself as like a woman's clevetess, and it it kind of gives you that a little bit, and then it kind of becomes like a girl love harem a little bit, and then it kind of becomes like this like dark fantasy. It just it was entertaining,
Yeah.
and when it was
We'll,
good, it was
we'll give it
good.
that. Yeah. We'll
But
give it that. Yeah.
it was some of those aspects where when there wasn't a big moment, there wasn't anything.
No.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I
So
can agree. I can agree with that. Yeah.
yeah, yeah. So um yeah, that was I wish it was better. I will watch a second season. I will watch a second season, but it was just didn't
I'd be
I
interested to
enjoyed it.
see. Yeah, I'd be interested to see where they go with the story.
Yeah,
I'm just not going to give them a lot of room to do that.
understandable.
It's like you got to. It's like you got to deliver. Like these first three episodes. If they do
You
a second
gotta.
season,
Mm,
these first three episodes got to deliver out of the gate, and you got to stay consistent. Because otherwise, it's like I'm out.
yeah,
Yeah.
you can't just kidnap milk it every 3 episodes as your as your thing.
Yeah.
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 um, that was those are my two because I think the other ones I think are going to be in everybody else's top 10. So or
Okay.
in somebody's top 10. Those are my two. So let's go back to your 10, Edwin. Sentence to be a
Sure.
hero.
We'll start with that. So
Mm-hmm.
Sense to be a hero. I mean, um, I wanted to. There were things that I didn't like. I mean, I think if it had done things a little bit strong, if it was a little bit stronger, I think it would have been higher on the list. Um, but I think that there's a lot of good stuff here,
Mm-hmm.
but it's not the main characters.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, and that's what
I
kills me.
agree.
It's like you start to like everybody else, and you like I like that I like those. I really liked those interviews that they did. Like that shady guy who like pulls them in and like so you get to see who they are before they were sentenced to be heroes.
Mm-hmm.
And like it was a lot of fun, like watching the con man, when he's like, oh, well, you said that there's a secret conspiracy that the government's controlled by these demons and stuff. And he's like, yeah, and you start to realize, dude, you hit your little scam here hit a little
Mm-hmm.
too close to what was really going on. You know? And so that's why you're going to be sentenced to be a hero. They need to shut you up. They need to make you go away and shut you up. And it
Immediately.
was yeah, and it was moments like that that really made the show shine. And like the battles, the animation, the lore of the world. I love the guy who I love the insane guy with the little miner's
Yeah.
helmet.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I loved him. And the king, I loved him too.
The king was
It's
the
The
king
just
king
was
was
great.
hilarious. Yeah.
yeah, he was fun. And it was just the goddess, the
Mm-hmm.
main hero, and the knight, the female knight. They
Kivia.
just yeah, they just didn't deliver.
Yeah.
Their dialogue was so stilted and unnatural that you were just like, man, this show would be so much better if you guys would just shut up, you know. But
Yeah.
that being said, I thought that the animation was wonderful. I
Yep.
thought that, and I can see why people wanted this to be higher on people's lists. It just couldn't. It got in its own way.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
Kivia is usually the type of character that I would love, and it just didn't. I don't like you said, the main characters in this show, I just didn't connect with them. The little
No.
angel girl, she was just too tropish for me.
I loved her.
Um, I know you did. I know you did. But she
Yeah.
was she was just too tropey for me.
A very very similar Filio from a Rising and Shield Hero.
Yeah.
Absolutely. They're cut from the same cloth, literally. Like they were almost like, and that you see that character trope you see that archetype so many times in so many anime that you're just like, oh my God, again.
Hmm.
Not again. Not again. You know? And because this show feels like it could almost be more than, but including her and giving her that dialogue and giving her that voice. It's like, no, man, you guys missed the opportunity here to do something different.
Hmm.
Yeah. And I think that was the thing where I think it failed because Zeno and the lady knight, like they don't know what they're doing. Like at first in the first arc, in the first like hour long episode, he really seemed to know what he was doing. But after that it
Yeah.
just kind of like, it's like he seems like he can't do anything without the help of the others. And well, while they are escalating the stakes with every passing episode and it gets bigger and bigger, so he needs them. it was still like, man, you guys can't go undercover. You can't pull this off. You can't be in public without sounding like, like you've been in the military for like 20 years. It's just like none of this is working. And yet
Nothing's
it's still in
working.
my top 10 because I liked all the other characters. I
Mm,
liked the animation. I liked the battles. I liked the story. I just wanted more of that stuff.
yeah.
Like, yeah, more like the side stories, more about the other characters. Like, why is this dude flying around dragons? You have dragons. You're making this poor guy fight with little swords, exploding little swords, and you have fucking dragons? Why aren't you fucking killing these things with, why aren't you like nuking everything with dragons? Like, what is going on? Yeah, so it's stuff like that where I'm just like, this show makes no sense, but it's fun.
Or his little side partner constantly stealing everything.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that was fun too.
That was fun.
Well,
Yeah, like,
the whole premise of the show is that he steals the goddess. That's what
Yeah.
set the show up.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, we wouldn't
He
have had a
steals
show
the
without
goddess.
that.
He
Yeah,
steals the goddess. It's like, what did you do now?
yeah.
Every time they're in a major fight, he's stealing something and an army's after him, or it's like, what did you do now? Like that now is not the time, dude. Now is not
He's
the
like,
time.
he's like, you were supposed to give them the money, not steal the money from them, not steal their own money and then try to give it to them. Yeah, yeah,
I also found it really fun that, especially after we met like another goddess or whatever later on, is that like apparently I thought maybe it was only like Terita, but apparently like the main token of like
Mm-hmm.
currency,
Yeah,
the currency of goddesses is head pats.
yeah,
Yeah, I thought that was really funny. So,
yeah.
yeah.
but
Well,
one thing that kind of I think the reason why I didn't make my top 10 was because I felt like I liked the look into what they was doing about like the heroes actually being like a criminal, like a punishment or whatever. I like that aspect. I also like the fact that like they're kind of looking into it like as like a investigation, like there's corruption or whatever in the government or whatever. I like that aspect too. But even though like the fights was like very good, very well animated, and like it looked good, it kept me entertained, but it was very much the same. Like there wasn't anything different in each of the fights. Like it was
Yeah,
always the same
yeah,
thing. It was always like go
yeah,
into it, throw swords, get overwhelmed. Terita calls down the God Hammer or whatever, God Sword, and like
yeah,
he just kills them. Like, and that was like it was rinse and repeat for every like major
yeah,
battle. And I think I had issues with that a lot because I feel like when you have a big team or whatever, kind of like Edwin was saying about like how he liked all the other characters and stuff, and like they played a part and stuff. Like I feel like that you could have like come up with different ways to incorporate a win,
yeah,
instead of doing the same shit over and over again throughout the whole season. So it didn't
well,
change. It only changed a little bit, but that's the
well,
biggest problem I had with it. So
same.
that's one of the problems that I think that like this show it's because structurally this show had a problem
Yeah.
because this show wasn't really about those battles. It was because
No.
the demons are kind of like besides the point,
yeah,
and I think that
it's more
that's
about
why
like the corruption in
Yeah.
the political scene or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah,
exactly, yeah, and that's why those fights never really like, yeah, like the odds get crazier and the stakes get bigger, but it's all about forming that team because that team is
Hmm.
essentially gonna eventually they're gonna go up against the establishment. So
Yeah.
you got to get your team in place. You got to see where your heroes, who you can rely on, who you can't rely on, because then you put the pressure on it. And at the end, that's the whole point because it's like, are they going to succeed or who's going to die, who's not going to die, who's going to make it, who's not going to make it? as they go after the real big bad, and the real big bad is always people.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's the structure of this. It's old school anime. I mean, that's you haven't seen that. Like that's like that's the plot of every you can go back to Bubblegum Crisis, and that's the like the machines losing it and mutating. Those weren't the bad guys. It was like whoever was behind that was the bad guys. And the big bad always ends out to be the government, or like people who are like, oh, we're gonna be run by the demons or whatever.
Yeah,
But yeah,
the code. What they call them? Co-inhabitors or
The coexister, the
yeah,
coexisters.
the
Yeah.
coexisters, yeah. And
Yeah.
that
I
was
mean,
that, yeah.
I like I said, I liked a lot of aspects of it. It's just like a couple fell flat for me, even though it looked good and stuff. It just kind of got repetitive, boring. I guess you could say like the fights didn't mean as much as the season went on because like I knew what was gonna happen.
Yeah.
I knew it was gonna be the same thing. Now some of the other fights, like the more scaled, like the scaled battles or whatever, like when we had like the king and some other like pieces like play a big part in it, like towards the end we had like that big scale invasion or whatever. That was actually fun because like
Yeah.
it involved everyone. Like we got to see like everyone play a big part in it, and not just like what's his I only know his name, the Xylo Four Barts or whatever. He don't just go in, with Terita riding on his shoulder, slinging swords and doing his shit, like. Yeah, I mean, of course, it happened a little bit, but like that was like it was a much more grander scheme of like battle tactics. I enjoyed that. So, but
And
yeah, I think I still give it an 8 though. But like it was pretty good. Like I think it held. It was much higher in my ratings throughout the first half of the season, and then it just started going down a little bit as more shows kind of elevated. It kind of like stayed the same, which obviously it's going to go down in the rankings. So, but
I did love how all the side characters were essentially batshit fucking crazy. Like I love the War Machine guy who's just like taking like, dude, you just took out 4 buildings. It's like, what are you doing? Stop destroying the city.
You cannot do this. There's people there. He's like,
well,
he's like,
and then the finale, it comes up and he's like, yeah, my crime was the least among all of them. I was like, bro, I don't think you get it. I don't think you understand.
Yeah.
But yeah, I like him too. So
it was funny. Like you said, it's a side character show for sure.
Yeah.
It's a side character show. Hopefully once they get more into like the corruption, it'll get better.
I think season 2 will be fun. Like they set it up. Like the finale was like really good in my opinion. I just watched it like 4 hours ago or something like that. So I was waiting for it to be dubbed.
Yeah, you was waiting for the dub.
Yeah, and which of course they had like a 2-week delay or some shit.
I'm
even
so
though it was
sick of these 2-week delays.
Yeah,
don't tell me it's simul dub when you delay the release of dub. It's not simul.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, I like the subbed version of it. Like I did watch a couple episodes of that. Then I switched to the dubbed, and like Terita in the dubbed was like fantastic. And I felt like even the king, like all the characters, they just felt more alive. And like in a show like this, like I feel like the subbed would have been better for me personally if it was like a different type of show. But since it was this type of show, and the dubbed was actually really done really well, like it just made the show feel better and more alive than the sub actually did, because I didn't have to focus on reading the subtitles. I could just like focus on like the fun characters and shit, so
I wonder if Xylo wouldn't be as stilted in Japanese.
Did you watch it dubbed as well?
I watched it dubbed,
Yeah.
So I'm wondering about that, because sometimes
I don't know.
because sometimes when you do for characters like that, sometimes the translation isn't always. Sometimes, I'm wondering about that.
Yeah. I mean, maybe you go back and watch some of it.
Yeah, I might,
Like I
might
said,
do
it was
that.
good. It's just like I enjoyed some of the characters better dubbed, especially like Terita. Like Terita dubbed was like great. Like I loved
Harrieta
her.
dubbed was better. She
Yeah.
was better dubbed than subbed.
Like
She was
she
better
Yeah.
than
really
subbed.
like got into that role. Like
Yeah.
like please me human. Like very
Yeah.
like
You
tropey,
will
like
take me
old school
shopping today.
tropey. Yeah.
Yeah,
Like
you will
very
take me
very
shopping.
formal old school language use or whatever. So it was
Yeah.
fun. So
You will play this game with me now. Yeah.
I demand head pats.
Yeah. Oh man.
Whoever done that, I don't know who it was, but whoever played that role, they done a wonderful job.
I'm trying to look it up.
Maybe I don't know who it is, but like maybe one day y'all can get them on to interview because I feel like they'd be a fun interview. Whoever when you get someone that plays like that type of character, they have to be a fun person. So they have
That
to
voice
be.
sounded really familiar. So if we haven't interviewed them, it might be somebody Jack knows because she sounded way too familiar to not be like. That voice sounded way too familiar.
Amy Lowe.
Is it
Oh,
actually
there
Amy
you go.
Lowe?
Yeah,
Mhm.
there you go.
Oh, okay. No wonder they're so
Good
good.
old Mama.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Oh.
Yeah, well,
That no wonder there's a reason why I like the dub Terry
exactly.
even more. I didn't even know.
He didn't even know. I didn't even know, but I knew. I didn't even
Well,
know.
there you go. Yep.
Interesting. Okay. Love that.
That is,
All right.
that is.
Who's got another top 10?
I got a 10.
Yeah. Who's got a 10?
Oh, my 10 is Jujutsu Kaisen.
All right,
okay.
cool.
Jujutsu Kaisen. Setup season. It was a setup season.
Okay.
It was a setup season.
It definitely felt like a mixture of that because it like the first half of it definitely felt setup-y. And even the second half, if you look in the grand scheme of things, it was definitely setup-y too. But like the second half was very much about that action as well.
Yeah.
Even though we know that like it's obviously going to be more killing and more action coming up. It was like you give someone like a little piece of like a cake or something, and you're just like, oh, here you go, but you can't have the rest of it till after dinner, or whatever. So it's something like that. So
it was like that. It's just like the culling game. I'm not even trying to understand the culling games.
Yeah, it's a battle
I'm
royale.
not trying.
It's not even a battle royale. It's just,
I don't care about the rules
At
all.
Yeah.
It's the mangaka going crazy, honestly.
Yeah, I don't care about the rules. It's Jujutsu Kaisen. I do not care about the story. I just want to see
fights.
the fights. That's it. So when you deliver the fights, that's fine. And they deliver some fights and some good moments. So that, it was good, but it was just like, it was, the stakes were pretty limited to me this season. Even like when you got like Yuji going up against the judge guy or whatever, it's like you're dragging this out, but I know he's going to get his points at the end. Like this whole season is about gathering points for your plan. I know everybody's going to get the points.
Yeah.
So, it's just like, all right, I gotta get through this. But the next season is going to come pretty quickly, so it doesn't make a difference.
Yeah, the first half, was, I ain't gonna say horrible bad because it wasn't. It was like, it was pretty good still. It's just like not what we would expect from not what we're wanting from not 100% what we want from JJK. Because I'm in the same boat as you. I want JJK to be, action. I want people dying. I want unpredictability and chaos. And I think that's what JJK, I really like about JJK.
Yeah.
And like the first half, we got the whole like the Fight Club and even the Maki thing. Like the Maki thing was great. Like that was a great like that was the first like oh shit episode of the season. I think that was like almost halfway through the season or
Literally
whatever. So,
literally copied Kill Bill.
Yeah, yeah, it was literally, yeah, it was great. Like it was so
It went
good.
by quickly, and it was
Yeah,
just like, okay, we're going to randomly focus on the Zen clan now, and she just it was just so quick, and it was just like, this was interesting. Like you could have invested a little more time in that for me, but I guess people hated that dude so much. They're like, just get this guy out the way.
yeah. I don't know. Like I really enjoyed that episode. It was like my favorite episode, like of this season, and JJK season,
Hmm.
and maybe one of the top, like probably one of the top episodes of JJK. I think for
Yeah,
me until the finale hit, and like the finale, man, like it gave me a new favorite character, like Yuta. Like I didn't know Yuta
yeah.
was about that business like that. You know what I mean? So, but
I mean, I think the story was originally supposed to be based around Yuta, right?
I don't know.
I
Yeah,
I think I read that the mangaka wanted to base it around Yuta, and it like transitioned to Yuji or something.
maybe. I mean, that would make sense, I guess. But especially with like the prequel, you know, JJK Zero or whatever, you know.
Hmm.
But like JJK Zero, I wasn't like a huge fan of it, and like you know, I wasn't a huge fan of Yuta either. But like, so like going into this last half, especially with like Yuta showing up and showing out, like I didn't know he was like that good of a character or in the JJK sense. You know what I mean? So, and
Hmm.
I honestly like the lawyer dude. He's one of my favorite characters now too. I
Yeah,
really
he
like
was
him.
cool. He was
Like
cool.
his shit was like really cool. But like I just enjoyed the second half a lot more than the first half, and that's not saying that I didn't like the first half. I loved it too, but obviously JJK is much higher on the list than it is for you, but definitely a big fan of it.
Mm.
It gave me plenty of what I wanted,
Yeah,
uh, in the end. So,
yeah. 10 is the spot for me. And but to be fair, Yuta was kind of like the MVP of the season for me too.
bro,
He was great this season.
I'm telling you, Mappa cooked that shit. Like the finale,
Hmm.
like what was that free for all, 4-way free for all or whatever,
Hmm.
and like they pulled no punches or whatever, and then they throw in that cockroach or whatever, and like that's got to be hard to like make in there. And then they had that girl that she literally had like Gear 5 One Piece shit. You know what I mean? Like
Hmm.
that had to be hard to animate, like all that into one episode. Like I wish
That
we
took a
would have
lot.
got like a movie, like a 1 hour like
Yeah,
sequel, like finale, because just to give us a little bit more of that, you know, instead of, even though it didn't feel rushed, it would have been fun to, you know, get a little bit more of that at the end.
yeah.
So
They blew the budget on that last episode.
yeah,
Yeah,
at least it was finished. At least it was
yeah.
finished.
At least it was finished. At least it
Yeah.
was finished.
And we'll probably get to see it in theaters when the next season comes out, because they'll probably do the, you
Hmm.
know, thing that
The last
Demon
two
Slayer did.
episodes, and
Yeah,
then yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
last one, first two or whatever.
Yeah, I think it would be fun to watch that in theaters. So,
Yeah, I would like to see
well,
that. I don't know if I would spend money, but I think it would be cool.
I might just to see that again, because like I said, that was, you
It
know, the
was
finale
it was
was
a
like
cool finale.
my favorite. Probably it's got to be my favorite episode of JJK. So, but yeah,
It was a cool finale. Who else has a 10?
Cool.
Jack, you got a 10?
Quickly, Timon's B side is a 10. It's all
Okay.
10. You guys will review it later
That's
on.
your 10. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'm
yeah.
sure we'll get to it later. You know what? We're gonna get to it very, very soon because that's my number 9.
I was going to say, you know, Timon's B side, you know, it kind of missed, it kind of fell off the 10 list for me. So, it was there, but it wasn't quite
It
there.
started
So,
off high. It started off higher for me, and
yeah.
it kind of worked
Uh,
its way to the back. But
I think my 10 is going to be Shiba Yugi playing deaf games to put food on the table.
I dig that.
Yeah. I know that Jamaal had it in his honorable mentions. This barely snuck in. I think that, I kind of got lost on some of the, I want to call it lore, I guess.
Yeah.
Or like maybe the plot details or like the story, following the story sometimes. I kind of got lost in like that. But
it was
I
a
just,
little tough to follow at
times.
times.
I just felt like though that this would like I'm not a fan of like deaf games in general, but like I feel like this is one of the ones that I actually was a fan of because of the way they presented it and stuff. And from what I've heard around in some of the other like discords and stuff I'm in, apparently like I want to give like the props to like the creative team and like the directors and stuff like that, because apparently like this was like a lower budget film, and like they just like they made it they made it go into direct, like they made it look and feel the way it did because of that. And I think that's brilliant, because like it didn't really feel like a lower budget film because of the way they like the creative the creative liberties that they took in order to tell the story was such a vibe, I guess you can say, in the story overall. So but I thought that was interesting. Yeah,
because it did feel like at times it did feel like a film to me, but it didn't feel like a low budget film. You know what I mean? It felt
but
like
I think that's credit to like the creative team, because like
absolutely,
like they made it work by like doing all these creative camera shots or like angles and like things that like where you don't have to like animate a whole lot, because you show it in this aspect or show it in this like way that it doesn't need to be animated or whatever. Right. And that way they save money, and it's a different perspective, a different twist on how to view this or whatever. So but I noticed like after I like seen people talking about that, I noticed like actually I started noticing actually what they was doing. It's like, oh, this is actually neat. Like, they looked at it from this point of view or whatever. That way they didn't have to animate all the details like you see all the time, like in this show. Like they didn't have faces and stuff. Yeah. And like it was very minimalistic, and it worked because of the way they chose to go with the creative designs and stuff. So the direction of the show. But yeah, it was I think like the deaf games was like pretty fun to watch. I feel like it was trying to tell another story along the way too, but it kind of got lost on me. I guess something about like the developing the character or something. Yeah, and like the relationship between her sensei, I guess you can call her or whatever. Like, I guarantee some of that got lost on me, but like overall, it was a really fun show. I think I gave it a 9, which is pretty high for a show like this. But I applaud them for what they did, and they made it really interesting. Like I ain't gonna say it was like a Squid Games type show, but it kind of felt similar to that, because like you get bits and pieces of like maybe there is an audience, like there's a lot of different aspects that was very interesting that we didn't really dive into. We just basically got like the psychological aspect of like I think her name is Yuki or whatever. Yes. So, and like some of the other girls, like it was fun to look at it and watch how they respond in all these situations and games and stuff. So, but yeah,
good show to me too. I enjoyed it a lot. Just outside my 10, but I'm glad. I'm glad it made it into somebody's 10. I'm glad it made it to somebody's 10.
And I seen there was gonna be like a sequel movie or something.
Oh,
So
that'll be cool. I'll watch
yeah,
that.
I
Oh
think
yeah, I'm down for that.
based on what I was I think I missed the news of it, but on Mal it's
Mhm.
showing that I'm assuming it's gonna be like game number 44
Okay.
because it says it says a movie sequel movie and it's got the like the name or whatever and then it's got 44 Cloudy Beach. So I'm assuming we're gonna be watching like game number 44.
Mhm.
So
Okay,
but
that'd be
yeah,
cool. I dig that.
yeah.
Um, okay, well, quick. Timone's, like I said, Timone's B side was my number 9. It's cool. I liked it. Towards the middle there, it kind of fell off a bit for me, and then towards the end, it kind of rose back up because it did fall out of my 10 for a second. Um, I liked the character. I liked the Timone's character, or yeah, Timone's character. Um, I thought um what was her name?
It was
You
Sayori.
say Sayori something, yeah.
No, I mean that the two
Yeah,
played her.
I know it was
Yeah,
Sayori. It was you something, whatever her name was.
yeah.
Um
I forget
no
her name.
no disrespect. No
Yeah,
disrespect. Um her character was cool. I like that she kind of became like that central figure for the entire group. Um I think they played the thing of her like being an idol lover and not wanting to engage in his feelings or accept that he has feelings for her. I think they dragged that out for way too long.
Yeah,
They
yeah, they
dragged that
did.
out for way too long, and that kind of like took it down a notch for me because it's like this dude is obviously like he really really likes you and he really depends on you. And in the beginning, she kind of sold it like, "Hey, you're an idol." Like, but if she would have sold it like, "Hey, you're an idol," you can't just be seen hanging around a girl like that. It'll ruin your idol status of the idol that you're portraying to be. But it was more like, "Hey, you're an idol. Like, you can't. I don't deserve to be with you." And it just kind of the way they played that off
Well, they
didn't
talked about.
really.
She did have a discussion with him about that. Like,
He
hey, you
did.
can't be seen in public with me because
Yeah.
that'll mess up. Like,
Yeah.
like, well, you'll be in the tabloids and stuff, and it'll mess up. Like,
Yeah.
yeah. But he
But
had bigger issues going on. But that's one of the
yeah.
things I liked about the show is that, like, as she got more involved with them, it started to bring out she was seeing the different sides of them as,
Hmm.
like, oh, okay, like this is what they are behind the scenes. I thought that was really cool because it's like the interactions, like she was like, I think the first half up to the leadership, when the leadership arc ends, like that, I thought that
Hmm.
was perfect. I thought
Yeah.
that first that arc, that all that stuff was good. Afterwards, yeah, like afterwards, I felt like it drops down a little bit, because I think that it starts to go into this weird place of like these guys are all becoming rivals for her attention in different ways.
I was gonna say it started feeling
Uh,
more
Hmm.
like harem-y.
yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah,
yeah, like a reverse harem.
yeah.
Yeah.
It doesn't get like as bad as other shows do. It still manages. I felt that it still managed to keep itself from devolving into that.
It
Um,
did,
yeah,
especially towards the end. Like the
yeah,
oldest guy that's like the leader, like he doesn't really seem to have any sort of romantic feelings towards her at all. But
no,
he
yeah,
does seem to be like, "Hey, we need you to keep this guy straight." So he's kind of like I'm relying on you have built up the respect in me to where now I trust that I can rely on you.
Yeah, to
That was
manage him.
yeah.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
the other one, the one that liked her teacher, it seemed like it was going in the direction with him too. But then once you found out like the teacher was the ex, which I pretty much knew from the beginning. But once it was revealed that that situation kind of it leveled out too, but you still got the other guy that's just like pining for her.
Yeah.
I honestly
Yeah.
don't think it was like, and I truly don't think that like it was like love though. I think it was like jealousy for attention. And
It
I don't even
was
think
yeah.
Timon was in love with her. I think it was just like she was the one that actually treated him halfway decent or with respect or whatever. And he, he has like complicated feelings, and not really like love. I don't think they like fleshed it out enough for it to be love.
I think
Well, he was manipulating her.
Yeah, that too.
Like
Yeah, he just wanted to
he
be in her presence or whatever, because she for whatever reason, for different reasons. So, whereas the other guys,
yeah.
they was kind of jealous of the relationship that that Timon could have a normal relationship with someone because they was famous, and I don't think that they could have a normal relationship, and they wanted that too. And so they try to take it away from him by trying to have a normal relationship with her as well. So
Yeah.
is what I think
yeah.
was kind of sort of happening. So
Yeah. I think the one main like romantic rival, he reminded me a lot of the guy from In the Clear Moonlit Dusk. But just like further extreme, like I'm a rich guy and I should be the one that you love. Why don't you? And so he's like, it was more of a possession type thing for him because he always gets what he wants.
Yeah.
Um,
Well, even
and
with Timon, even with him, I felt that he was manipulating her because he knew that he could turn on like his
yeah,
idol power and she would like lose it, and like he knew that he could throw her totally off her guard, with his smile or his charisma, or the act, like that,
mhm.
the idol act. Um, and that kind of bothered me a little bit, but I thought it was an interesting facet of the show.
It's what an idol would do. So it worked for me. But to Tyler's point, for Timon, I think Timon thinks it's love
they just don't know.
because that's he's just not used to it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
But it's more of like
respect maybe. I don't know.
no, I think it's more
Adoration.
like I'm searching for. It's kind of like I had someone tell me before, like they were dating a lady, and they were like, I love her because she takes care of me when I'm sick, and she cares about me and makes sure I'm okay, and I'm like, that's not love. Like you're looking for a mother.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
That's not love. You know what I mean?
People get that mistaken. They get that
Yeah,
confused sometimes,
yeah. And
especially when they
that's
ain't never had like the other experience. You
exactly,
know what I mean?
exactly. And so that's what I got from Timon. Like you're looking for like this mother or this person to take care of you.
To tell you
You're
what to
looking for a
do.
mother, you're looking for a therapist, you're looking for this person that's going to take care of you, and you're thinking that's love, but that's not love.
It is, but it's a different type of
Yeah,
love.
exactly. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
That's a better way of saying it. It's a different type of love. It's not
Yeah.
like a romantic love. Yeah, it's more like a maternal love. So,
and
but
even on like I forget her name, Sayori. Even on her side, like it's not truly love. It's just like it's a different kind of
yeah,
like
it's a fanatic
thing.
fandom type thing.
Her name's
Yeah,
Yeah,
Utagi. Utagi.
yeah. Which
Utagi.
I think
Yes,
it
yes, yes,
develops
yes.
into a little bit more, but I just don't think it gets to that point. Like it's stuck somewhere in between. Like you know what I mean? So
They don't do enough to develop it
Yeah.
Well,
beyond that.
she spends a lot of the time putting up walls too. So it
Hmm.
doesn't like she
Yeah,
doesn't let it like
yeah.
yeah. Like whether it be like she wants to maintain her professionalism or she has this idea of how an idol fan should be, or like what his place is, what her place is. That was fun to see too. I mean, I know that it doesn't always it kind of made things drag out a little bit, but that was a fun thing to see. Like she's like, like I can't be the only one who has, like she was saying that she couldn't be the only one that has this guy because he belongs to everybody. Like that ideology in her, and like, man, she was a fan.
Yeah, that's
Like,
like a true
She
true
was a stan.
fan, you
She was a
know.
yeah,
stan. She was a
Yeah.
stan.
oh
Yeah.
yeah, absolutely. Like I love how she cut out all those pictures of him and just plastered her ceiling. Like that's man, that is like, yeah, that's Jesus Christ, yeah. Like she's rooting for this guy hard. Yeah. Yeah. That was a fun show. I liked it a lot.
Yeah, I think Sayori done a wonderful job once again. Like
Mhm.
I think if it wasn't for her, just making her character like really fun and funny as well. Like it really
Very
reminded me
funny.
of
Yeah.
like that personality from April Showers. Like it was just
Mhm.
kind of the same personality, except like way more aggressive. And like I really enjoyed like that side of her, and I felt like it was just a fun time. But I mean, if it wasn't for her, like I don't know if I would have finished this, Like I really don't, because like I don't think what they was trying to do was strong enough to keep me around for the 12 episodes. And sure, it was funny, but why was it funny? It was because of Sayori Hayami, just being insanely great. So,
Yeah.
making her character funny, it was, and obviously some of the like Timon stuff, with like the mushrooms and his, but like
Mhm.
the character dynamic, the relationship dynamic between them two, worked because of Sayori Hayami and like his voice actor, like really like meshing together really well and turning into like something that was really good. So I don't know if it could have worked with somebody else besides Sayori. I don't know.
I think it would have worked better if it were more about a look into idol culture instead of like billing it as a romance. I think it works
It
better.
tried, but then it
It
got more
does.
haremy, and I
Yeah,
think that's where it kind
exactly.
of fell off. It's like,
Exactly.
because we did get to see the B sides of all these other
Right.
idols. It's just like the
Hmm.
B sides involved like trying to get Sayori's attention too. So,
Hmm.
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
that was its fault, kind of.
Yeah.
It was its breadwinner and its fault. It was
Hmm.
Sayori's character. So, but
Simone's B-side 9.
Yeah. This was
Um,
it's my number five.
mm,
oh, okay.
Yeah.
So, Jack, I think we're on your number 9 now.
Yeah.
Which one? Jack of all trades.
okay,
Okay. Okay.
Jack,
Yeah.
I love it.
Yeah.
My stupid comfort show of the season. I'll leave it at that. We've done the review on our mid-season review.
It was a fine show.
Uh,
It
at
was a
the end of the
fine
day,
show.
it's whatever. The ending, the
Fine.
last 3 episodes were weak sauce compared to the crap. But I'll leave it at
That's
that.
that's another one of those shows where it's like roll over and die. It was kind of like, where are you going? It's like,
Yeah.
where are you like I kind for me after like the dragon arc, it was kind of done.
Yeah. You
I was
kind of
like,
killed the
okay,
whole thing with the dragon.
yeah, I'm like, okay, he beat the dragon. He had his confrontation with the
He
hero.
solos the
He
dragon.
does- he fucking solos that
He
dragon
solos the
hard.
dragon that the hero party couldn't the barely defeated.
Yeah. Well, they needed because they needed him because apparently
Yeah.
he was, like an OP god. And it was like, and that was like, it was like, and it was not the show that we were promised like at all. Like I thought we were gonna get a show where this dude's just like, like in the dungeons, working his butt off with his
Mm,
sword, not trying to use any of his like whatever skills he was using to like he's gonna be a solo guy and he's gonna fight with his sword. And that was just a load of bullshit because it was like and he was just pulling magic systems out of his ass.
yeah.
Like every time you turned around, this dude had a new magic system.
Yeah.
And I was just like, this guy, like just fucking, what is this show?
That's
Like,
not an A rank mage. That's
no,
that's
he,
super S tier.
he's fucking Jesus Christ, man. He's Jesus Christ superstar. Like just cut the bullshit. Like this dude has like every time he turns, every other episode, he had a new magic system
Yeah.
with new limits, and he's just like the fact. Like I agree with Jack. The fact that he couldn't take out that party that came to kill him, I was so upset with that because
Yeah.
I'm like, that's just the plot. That is
Yeah.
absolutely plot because this man has soloed everything up until this point without any single problems. And you're gonna tell me that these people are gonna come and get out of here? I don't buy. I didn't buy that shit at all.
No, not at all. That
No.
was the frustrating. Like I'm frustrated. It's called Jack of all trades, party of none.
Yeah.
He's
Which
not
is
a jack of all trades. He's
nah,
a
dude. That is
master of multiple things. And
no.
he's not a party of none. He left
That was
one party and immediately joined another.
that was just
Immediately joined another. And, and it's like you said, it's like this dude is just, he creates his own magic
yep.
and the magic has no limit. And then they
Nope.
just, the whole storyline of like him and like being dead and stuff, it's just like,
Yeah.
you guys just never really touch on that until like kind of at the end.
At the very
At
end.
the
At
very
the
tail
very
end, you
end.
kind of touch on it. And
Yep.
it's like, I went like, where is this going?
They faked his death, stole his memories, and now this like criminal organization that's out to destroy the dungeons pops
Mhm.
up out of nowhere, and you're just like, you know what? If they had just ended it after he defeated the dragon, I would have been fine.
That's led by the friend, one of his
His
friends,
childhood
long
friend,
lost
because
friends, that's been looking for him. And
yeah,
she's like, and then she sees him, and it's just like, where there's no acknowledgement here.
I know. Where's the love? Like, what's the love? Like, where's the love? No, she was too busy being pissed off at people that you didn't even know. You're like, wait, so she's pissed off at two people who essentially gaslit her into believing that this dude was dead.
Mhm.
And so she meets up with him, and it's like, she doesn't run into his arms. She doesn't try to hug him. She's not happy. Or like, oh my God, he's still alive.
There's no conversation. There's no
Nothing.
acknowledgement of, hey, look,
Yeah.
I'm so and so. I'm just like, why? What is this?
Yeah.
But it was entertaining enough. It was still an entertaining show
Oh,
for
it was a
what
good
it
show. I liked
was.
it. I
For
mean, I
what it
liked it.
was, it just like it just leaves you asking questions like,
Well,
what are you trying to?
like the show, the only problem with the show is it never delivered on its promises, and it just didn't. It refused to be what it said it was going to be.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Yeah.
every step of the way.
Jack's like that Joker meme, right? He's like, y'all just don't get it. You just
Yeah.
wouldn't
Yeah.
get it.
Yeah,
it was fine.
Yeah.
It was fine.
I
It
get
What was
that.
Jack's comfort show? So
Yeah.
it didn't.
It was a comfort show. Yeah,
Your comfort shows never have to make sense.
they
I
don't
mean,
have to make
they just
sense.
don't.
And I
No.
really
They don't
like
have to
it
make
over
sense.
solo leveling, and that's what I was parroting or meditating out of. So
Yeah,
yeah.
it does. It does feel like that. It does feel like that at times because this dude was just whatever he wanted to do.
Magic systems out of his ass. Yeah. It's like, oh, let me make up another magic system. Like, here we go.
It's
Now I
so
have,
funny.
Well,
So
one of my
they
favorite
encountered
parts.
the dragon 3 times. Three
One-
times.
one
The
of my
first time, the hero party barely beats him. The second time, he solos them, and then the third time, they're like, "Hey, we're a team. Like, you can rely on us a little bit. And he's like, all right, I guess. So you should have the energy to defeat this other team because you so, but he doesn't.
He cut that fucking dragon in half. He cut that dragon in half. He cut
Oh,
it in half. He cut it in
oh
half.
man.
Like this dragon was essentially the big bad of the entire show,
It got
and
beat 3 times.
he cuts it in half.
Oh
Go
man.
ahead, Jack.
Go ahead.
Go
Yeah, I
on.
cut you off.
Well, one of my favorite part was where he just designs these traps. He sets it up. He actually
Yeah,
explains it.
yeah, yeah.
And then there's this key scene where Dad comes in perfect hand. Like, oh, see? I knew that would be useful. So
Yeah.
there's a lot of moments like that. And that's
There
why I
were
love
some
it.
good. There were some good like teachable moments that he had with the kids, but they like leveled up so quickly that it didn't really matter.
Yeah.
It didn't
Well,
really matter.
why do they need anybody else? They don't need anybody else. They,
No.
just like if they come up with if a problem comes up, just send him, and by the grace of the gods, he will come up with yet another magic system to deal with it. Trust me. The only reason he didn't kill those guys at the end was because of the plot. The plot said, "Oh, you can't kill them yet."
The plot said we got another season.
Yep.
So we cannot have you dying.
Nope.
Wait,
Yep.
are we getting a Jack of all trades season 2?
I have no idea.
Yeah.
I-
I'm good. Whatever.
Like, I'm okay.
If they give it to me, I'm like, yeah, thank you.
I mean, there's a good chance, you'll probably get it.
yeah,
so.
we're getting the second season.
Okay.
It's apparently it's been confirmed by Crunchyroll.
Okay.
Yeah, we're getting the second season.
Yeah, it seems like modern shows tend to get a second season a lot faster than some of the older stuff.
Yeah, unless you're vending machine, in which you get a third.
I still don't understand how you made it past the condom episode. I really
it's
don't.
funny.
I really don't.
It's ridiculous, but it's funny. 8.
Oh, I got. Did we all do 9s? I got to do my 9.
Oh yeah, you got to do your 9.
Okay. So my 9 is gonna be, Demon King's daughter is too kind.
I didn't mention that because I figured it would be in somebody's top 10. So I'm just like, I don't need to mention this now.
Yeah. So, definitely, probably not like a typical, like, you could probably look on a lot of other people's like ratings or whatever, and like, you probably ain't gonna find it this rated higher than an 8, probably, on a lot of other people's stuff. But I gave it a 9. Like, I really, really enjoyed it. Like it was such a fun like piece, like anime, just like Doe, and like her, just her shenanigans, man. Like she literally, she's supposed to be a demon, and like she literally is in the process of like changing the like everyone around her, and like into nicer people, even though they're demons. So I just really like that aspect. It was like super funny. I think it was like probably the funniest show of the season, I think, for me. Just because like it wasn't even like it was like funny, haha. It was just so like I was just laughing because it was just so cute, funny, and happy and good. To watch all the crazy shit that Doe got up to, and what Jahi had to go through, and how like how like the actual Demon King, he's just like, I want you to make sure she becomes a demon or whatever, and like he's like one of the main issues, so
He was like the most. Yeah, he was the biggest doting father, like ever. And poor Jahi, that she didn't have a mental breakdown is like a testament to her strength as a person. Because oh my god, She failed so hard. Like,
And she was
yeah,
so hard on herself for failing.
I
yep,
mean,
Yeah.
it's hard
yeah,
to win in that situation when you're fighting against all odds.
Yeah.
Like you
yeah.
literally don't have any like chance succeeding. You know.
And then at
No,
the end, you find out that she was never going to change.
No, we all
She
knew
was
that. You know,
like you find out why Do is the way she is, and you're just like,
it
poor
makes
Jahi. Like, why would
well,
you
because
even try
like,
to make your like?
yeah,
Why
it's
would
like,
you even
dude.
put this on Jahi?
Well, yeah, because you find out the demon lord like split her in half, and that she's
Yeah,
all the good parts of that. She's the good
of his
side of that
wife.
dragon. Yeah,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
like, wait, how do you make the good part bad? You just couldn't.
You can't. It's
Yeah, you
impossible.
can't. And it was like, but like she was like a force of nature.
Mm.
Like if she could charm Santa Claus and the angels, you got no fucking chance of turning this girl into like how are you gonna corrupt this girl when she has sweet talked her way into like heaven? You know, it's just like
as a
and
demon.
Yeah.
yeah, as a demon. I'm like, give it up, Jahi. It's not gonna work. Yeah.
It was not, it was such a, and you got like great little songs in every episode.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Like, and it's like, even like with the episode goes by, and you're just like, dang, we did get a song. They'll give you one at the end. Like,
Yeah.
Every
if you
episode has a
watch past the
song. Yeah,
credits, you'll get a song.
Yeah, it's like
So
it's like a PBS show and it brings you back. It's
Yeah.
definitely not pure.
it's yeah, it's like a kid show. Like they gotta have a song in every kid show. And it's like, this is such a, it's a nice, heartwarming show. You can let kids can watch it perfectly
Like
fine.
she was the good version of what was it, Arthur's sister? Remember
Oh,
Arthur's sister?
DW,
Yeah.
DW. Yeah.
DW,
DW,
yeah,
she was
yeah.
like evil.
yeah,
Doe was like the Doe was like the
the
good
good
version of
version of
DW.
DW.
Yeah, and it
I
was
could buy
like
that.
yeah,
I could
and
buy
it was
that.
like yeah, this was my like Jack said, Jack of all trades was his comfort show. This was my comfort show.
It was
Like when
also
I
my
needed,
cover show.
It
yeah,
was,
when I
and it
needed
was
to
a great
laugh,
show.
yeah, when I needed to laugh and smile, I turned this one on. Yeah, and it's like yeah,
It
The
was a
only
legitimately
time
good show.
The only time I didn't have a big smile on my face or like I even cried like several times during
Aw.
I knew you
yeah,
would.
this season.
This
Just
was a happy tear show.
yeah, yeah. It was
I
because
knew
yeah.
like I was just so happy getting to see like Doe getting to do what she does. You know what I mean? But there
it.
was
Edwin, you
one
cried too,
time.
didn't you?
There was one time where
Oh, yeah.
I actually cried though because when the grandfather came in and was mean to her, I was like, no
Yeah.
man, this shit's too
Like
sad.
yep.
Yeah.
Like she's literally trying to like do things for you,
Mhm.
spend all of her time like creating like that thing for him, and like he just like was very mean to her or whatever, because he seen that everyone else was like catering to her and not letting her change or whatever, and I'm just like I was crying that episode because I was like, this is so sad,
Yeah.
Joe is being mistreated right now.
We didn't come to this show for this.
It's like
We did
no,
not come to this
stop.
show
Yeah,
for this.
But
yeah.
I just now found out. I looked it up because I'm a big fan of like Doe's voice actor in this anime or whatever, and I didn't really I wasn't really for a minute there I thought it was kind of like Anya's voice actor, but I knew it wasn't, but it was sort of similar. I looked it up a long time ago when it first started airing or whatever. And I was like, oh, okay, this they're pretty cool or whatever. They've done quite a bit of different things, but I just looked it up again, and what do you know? She voices Gabby in Damon to the Shadow Realm,
Oh.
Japanese. Which,
Okay.
if you didn't know, that is my favorite character from the one episode I've watched so far, and like she absolutely killed like Gabby's character
Yeah.
compared to the dubbed. Like I was aiming to watch that show dubbed, and then I watched like the dubbed version of like Gabby's intro and like her sequence or whatever. And then I watched it in Japanese, and I was like, man, Japanese is so much better, with her character and like just overall. I'm like, I love this, and I get why now because I really like this voice actor. So shout out to her.
Good show. It has a 7.36 on Mal.
But
Not bad.
when I looked the first time, I actually seen that she was a Zhao Lan, which is Gossip Girl from
Okay.
Apothecary Diaries. So
Yeah. Yeah.
But yeah,
She's a good character in that too.
Oh wait, I didn't give you guys my number 9.
Oh no?
No, I didn't. Yeah,
Oh,
I
what's
gave
your
you
name?
my 10, and I think we talked about Timon's B side for a while.
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
Yeah. So mine is Noble Reincarnation. Born
Okay.
blessed will obtain the ultimate power.
Okay.
Yeah, this one,
Okay.
it's an isekai, of course.
You are the
I,
isekai connoisseur, so
I am. I like
He's
this one a
the
lot.
emissary of Isekai.
exactly.
Yeah, I like this one. It was different. It doesn't do the harem thing. One of my favorite things. It's absolutely ridiculous because he one shot somebody. He uses his sword. He shoots a laser beam from his sword to sniper one shot somebody who's in a different nation. And I'm
So
like, okay,
stupid.
so who's gonna mess with this kid? Like literally nobody should mess with this kid. They don't do it again, which I was glad of because it pretty much it's a showcase of his intelligence and how he kind of like plays politics on a level that nobody else is playing politics. Um, and he pretty much manages to save his dad, like from all the other princes. And that was pretty cool. They don't really. It's I like resource management shows, and he kind of like that's kind of what this was.
Mm-hmm.
Because he kind of like inspires loyalty by figuring out what the person's motivation is and then working from there. Like when his father puts him in charge of the courts, he walks in and he's like, all right, how much bribery is going on? And the dude's like, there's no bribery. He's like, what? He's like, how much? How much are you getting? He's like, just tell me. I'm not going to do anything about it. Even let you keep your job. Just tell me. And so the guy tells him, he's like, all right, I'm going to pay you double. And the guy's like, his jaw just drops. He's like, yeah, I'm going to pay you double. He's like, no more bribery. I will pay you double. And the guy's like, oh, okay, okay. And that's how he works. He finds out like he's like, oh, my mom is dying. He's like, all right, I'll save her. I'll save the village. And they're like, what? It's like, yeah, I'll save the village, the whole village. Here, I'll give you, like here, I'll give your mom the medicine. I'll save your village, and I'll give her a job. So he gets their loyalty. He figures things out. And like he has the magic too, but like he
Mm-hmm.
hardly ever. There's only like twice in the show where he has to use the magic. It's usually like his wits and his understanding of people that get him through the show. And I thought that for me, that was like, all right, this is way better than most isekai I watch in general because it's all about it's him going. It's a battle of the wits between him his brothers in order to save his dad, and his dad essentially giving him recognition for all of his accomplishments, and like his dad wanting him to be essentially his replacement, but not being able to because he has his other sons, but his other sons continue to plot because they want to be emperor, and so they plot against him, and it's to their downfall. So yeah, it was a fun isekai. I thought it was really well done for being like for having such a basic title.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I kind of wish I watched it now.
Same.
yeah, you could. I mean, it's on there. It's
I
on
kind of wish I
Crunchyroll.
watched
It's
it.
yeah,
Yeah,
check it out.
maybe I'll make the time. That might be one of my surprise catch
Catch up.
ups. We'll see.
Cool. Go for it.
We'll see. So that was 9. All right, well, get us started on 8.
Now you want me to go to my 8?
Yeah,
My 8 was
started
the
on that.
Holy Grail of Eris.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
A lot of hype around that one. I seen. I didn't get to partake in it though. Actually, I watched
It's
one
really-
episode, but like I had
finished-
too much on my plate.
Yeah, I finished halfway through. It's decent. It's good.
Yeah.
Wait
Yeah,
a
that first
second now.
episode isn't. Um, that first episode, tonally, that first episode isn't a good indicator of what the show ends up being. And I thought the show was a really good like
Oh no.
what
He forgot he left that one out.
I scratched it. No.
what
Oh
happened?
snaps. I scratched it out because like I was like swapping positions with something else
He didn't
and
put
Oh,
I
it
okay.
back.
forgot to rewrite it.
Oh no.
I
I'm pretty
forgot
sure
to
Jamal was a
rewrite
big
it.
fan of this one, so
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, he liked it.
That
I
makes
think
me
yeah.
mad. That was
Yeah,
gonna be my number 9.
Oh, okay.
you could
For me,
just
for my top 5, pretty much had that dilemma all the way around. Yeah.
you could
Yeah.
just throw it in there and say it tied with something. It's fine.
There you go, yeah.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. I'm dumping Timon's B side and I'm putting Holy Grail of Eris at 9.
Okay.
Okay.
Because that's what
Okay.
I swapped positions with that in another show from 9 to 7. And
Yeah.
I drew the arrows, but I rewrote the wrong show.
Oh, okay.
But I rewrote the wrong
Um,
show.
I really like this one. It wasn't your like usual like oh like let's do the Atome route game.
Mm,
Uh, this was this was a lot of political intrigue, like and I thought it was well done.
me too.
Having the orphan the princess be the orphan girl who's in charge of this like essentially like I don't know, criminal organization
Mm-hmm.
selling selling drugs around the capital. I thought that was really cool. It was
The Jackal's Paradise.
yeah, I thought like this is there was a lot of like really cool ideas that they pulled off really well.
Yes.
Like even when you find out like how how she was set up and how that played out, I thought that was really cool. I liked how her friend stood up for her. Her friend was very Bridgerton
Yeah.
esque, and how she stood up for her. And I thought, oh, this is going to be, I they played it straight with that, and I thought that was really cool because I was like, oh, this is just a really good friend. This isn't
Mm-hmm.
like she's not. It's not like a con job. It's not like leading her somewhere else. She's just a really good friend of hers, and she's concerned for her. And I was like, oh, this is
Mm-hmm.
cool.
And the show set it up to make you think like, all right, how's she going to turn on her? Like
Hmm.
it sets you up because there's so much of that corruption going on, and it turns out that's like, no, she's just got a good friend.
Yeah, and I like how they didn't get too lovey-dovey. It didn't turn into a
No.
romance along the way. I
Mm-mm.
mean, like
Mm-mm.
you could there's a little bit with the guy because after the guy saves her a few times, you can tell that she's like,
Mm-hmm.
oh shit, he keeps saving me because like he's tall, dark, and handsome, and he keeps saving me. So I might be forming feelings for this dude. Is the vibe that I got from her,
And him
but
too. And him too.
yeah,
Yeah.
but they never really
It
they
wasn't a
didn't take
focal
it.
point.
No, it wasn't a focal point, and it didn't distract from the
No.
plot of what was really going on. And I
Agreed.
liked how she developed over the course of the show.
Mm-hmm.
Like she grew her own pair of balls. Like
She
I think,
grew her own courage
yeah, she
to the
did.
point where like Scarlett was like, hold on a
Whoa,
second.
hey, yeah. He was starting to impress her, and she's like, "You
Mm,
might be good at this. Like you
yeah.
might have a future at being a villainess.
She even bucked up at Scarlett a couple times.
Yep.
So
She's like,
yeah.
she's like, I'm not gonna let you push me around either.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
So that was like, yeah, I like this one. It was a standout because you get a lot of these. I mean, I don't think it was as fun as May I Ask You One Final Thing, but I thought that the drama was good enough where it stood on its own.
Yeah, it did it in a much different way.
Yeah.
It did it in a much different way. Yeah.
Yeah. And I think
Mhm.
one that set it apart from a lot of these, there's a lot of shows like these every season now. And I think this
Yeah.
one, yeah, I think this one, I think the intrigue, the political intrigue, the focus on that set it apart and made it
Hmm.
better than most of those. Yeah.
Yeah. It was, and it wasn't an action show.
No,
The
not at
way
all.
that
No, this was all like,
it was all mystery and political intrigue. Like
yeah,
we're trying to unravel this.
Yeah,
and that, yeah, and there's room for a season two. I think
I think
they,
so.
I think at
Yeah,
the end they kind of made room for a season two because Scarlett's like, I still haven't gotten my revenge.
he's like, I need to get these people.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, yeah. So it's like, oh, okay, I'd be welcome to walk into that world again, for sure.
yeah, I agree. Cool. All right, is that who
That
else
was
has
eight.
number 8? Okay. All right.
Um, oh,
What's
what?
your number 8?
I'll do my number. Invisible Man and his soon-to-be wife.
Oh, okay.
Hey, that's my number 8 too.
Yeah, yeah. Invisible Man and his soon-to-be wife. Like you said, this is strong romance season, and like I like that they were adults. I like that
Yeah,
they were adults. And so
yeah,
it handled a different sets of problems and things.
yeah,
And that was cool. Um and like you said, you got a little bit from the side characters too. Not a lot where they were the focal point, but you got enough. You got enough. Like the guy that works in the office with him that's dating the lawyer guy,
hmm
and you kind of get their backstory, and they even go to him for advice at some point, and he's like, you know who you're asking for advice, right?
yeah.
but there's still there. And then what's her name, the cat lady,
uh,
Jack.
Luna,
Luna.
Luna,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Tarashi.
Yes, Jirashi. I didn't want to say Jahi. I knew because I knew it was Jahi, but I knew it was close. Jirashi. Her little storyline with the little frog
Yeah, the
clones
patterns.
garment
Yeah, that's
guy
pretty
with the
cool.
pattern, and later on they circle back to it. It's like, yeah, you had a little bit of a connection with that guy, right? And it was really cool to see. You got a little bit of side character action there, and that small tight knit group it's a pretty small cast, but
It provided a lot of comic relief.
yeah.
One of my favorite characters was the husband of the tea shop lady.
Yeah. The dark elf.
Mhm.
Yeah, yeah, he made me laugh quite a bit. He made
Karma
me
was
laugh.
funny. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, that was that. Some of that stuff was almost mildly offensive,
yeah.
uh, in a funny way. And some of the things you say, well, it's because I'm a dark elf, and I'm like,
Hmm.
oh shit,
Yeah.
no, they
Well,
didn't go there.
that's why the genius of the show really remind me of Brand New Animal. It really remind me of Odd Taxi in that regard.
Yeah,
They do, yeah.
it gave an odd taxi-esque feel. Yeah.
They do have their moments where it's like these are like they're exploring what it is to be different.
Yes.
Different,
And
but yeah.
well, yeah, like what Jamal said with Luna and her patterns, because she is a cat person and she has like these markings on her, so
Hmm.
it's a little bit difficult for her to find to break out and like do these kinds of things. And I thought, and well, I think all the characters are pretty much just examining what it means to be different.
Yeah.
Uh, because I didn't think that that's what this show was going to be about at all. I thought it was like when I heard the Invisible Man and the Soon to Be Bride, I thought it was like, this is gonna be a horror show, and like it's yeah. I'm
Did
like,
you read the summary or watch the trailers?
I didn't watch the trailer at all. I
No,
was just like,
it was
I
a
heard the
show that
title.
Jack has been talking about for a while.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So,
I heard the
yeah.
title and I'm like, oh man, this is gonna be cool, man. Because I'm like, all right, Universal horror. I'm like, all right.
And,
Yeah, a
And
and to
little.
be
You was a little bit off.
and to be fair,
I
the
was,
Invisible
yeah,
Man's my favorite Universal monster because he's a dick, the biggest dick of them all, a jerk. No joke. You
Mm.
watch it. It's one of the few like classics I recommend.
yeah. Um, and it turned out to be something else entirely, and it's a really charming show,
Yes, it
and it
is.
really is
Very
about
much
like
so.
how do we navigate these relationships when we are so different from each other.
Hmm.
Yeah, and each one of the relationships, if you notice, that's what each one of the relationships is about. Unlike
Absolutely.
these are, yeah, in a way, it's kind of like polar opposites for
Yeah.
Monster.
I wanted to like it's very much like polar opposites, but
Yeah,
polar opposites,
the
it's a
adult
little
version.
more leaning towards the personalities. And this
Hmm.
isn't leaning more towards personalities. It's more socially.
About their
It's
Yeah.
like
more,
past experiences, their hardships
yeah,
or whatever.
yeah. It's more
Well,
adult. It's
yeah.
more
Well,
mature.
it's more mature because it's a function. It's a show about the function of who they are.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Like she's a blind girl, he's an invisible man. Like one of the funny moments was he's like, they're like, why don't you take off your shirt? He's like, because then you can see in my boxers.
yeah.
And that was fucking hilarious because it's like, yeah, it's like you can literally, there's nothing to see, but
Right.
he's still embarrassed about the fact that you can see into his boxers.
Mm.
I thought that was really funny. I thought, yeah,
Yeah.
It's funny, and
yeah,
there's a lot of intersectionality there that these it could be metaphors for a number of things. You know, so I really and like again, it tackled so many different things that you just can't tackle in a show like Polar Opposites. You can't tackle, you know, the hardships of dating within the workplace.
Mm-hmm.
You can't. You're not going to tackle like talk. You could do the talk to the family, like, all right, meet the family. It's one thing when you're a kid, when you're 15 and you're meeting mom and dad, and it's another thing when you're a grown
yeah,
adult with like a house and a job, and it's just like, oh, now I'm meeting your family, and how do we tell the family we want to get married? When do we move in? These
yeah,
are things that you just can't tackle in that other in like a polar opposites, and it's
yeah. How
refreshing.
did she tell her husband she's pregnant? Yeah,
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
without upsetting him. Yeah, or him
yeah.
going crazy. Yeah,
Or how does she
or
like tell him like stop accommodating everything to me?
yeah,
How do you navigate something like that where it's like it's not bad that he's accommodating, but you're making it I don't want to rely on you so much.
yeah.
And I feel like I remember us saying that about another show. Um
No, I know what you're talking about.
Honey
Because
Lemon
the
Soda. It was
was
honey
it
lemon soda.
Hemingway Minnesota or was
Yes,
it
because the ex-girlfriend that he had, she broke up with the dude because he was like, I started to rely on you too much to come and
mm,
save me.
Yeah.
And
no, I
you
remember
know,
that. Yeah,
yeah. And so she was kind of like, look, you're accommodating to me way too much. And it was kind of funny because it kind of paralleled like Spy Family when they were talking to Yor, like, do you guys ever fight? And they were trying to make them, but like this was like one of those things. Like, have you guys ever had a fight? And she was like, they never had a fight, but there was this one thing that was nagging at her about him. And it's like, how do you approach that? Because it's not bad, but it's a problem. You're making
yeah,
it too easy for me.
yeah,
You
yeah.
know.
This is one of those shows where you could definitely walk away with questions about your own relationships.
Mhm.
Yeah,
And they solve everything. Like it's a nice fluffy thing because there's minor conflicts, but they resolve them easily.
yeah,
But at least they still touch on them, and it's very touching. I like
And
it. I
I
like
love
it a
the
very
lot.
very adult themed
Yeah.
issues as well, which I
well,
which I enjoy. So as you sometimes like these adult cast shows, they still fall into the same like tropes as like
True.
the high
Yeah.
school romances or whatever, and
yeah,
Hmm.
they can't get away from that. Well, sometimes they actually do it right, like this one, and like the one can you keep a secret? I have a crush at work. Like
Hmm.
these are kind of the same, because like they deal with like they actually treat it like a adult relationship. They actually
Yeah.
make it relatable for like other adults. Like it's realistic in its own way. Obviously not 100%, but like it is pretty real
Yeah.
shit. You know what I mean? So
yeah,
Absolutely. Like, how do you bring, like bringing her to this village of invisible people? it's like, in that world, it's bringing her to a village of invisible people, but you could bring that in anything. If you're a interracial relationship, like how do I bring you into this community, or you're paralyzed or whatever, and I'm bringing you in here. Like you have the same parallels there. So, Invisible Man, good show. I really
Yeah,
enjoyed it.
very very cute. A very cute romance. One that I really really enjoyed. So, um, loved it.
To tie into number 8, my number 8's Polar Opposites. I know you
Okay.
guys like
Okay.
it more,
Mhm.
but to its credit and to its defense, with the argument with maturity and adult for Invisible Man. Spoiler: Invisible Man's my third,
Oh, okay.
and
Makes
uh,
sense.
Yeah.
the two peas in a pod. I like Invisible Man more for the art, and I'll explain later on. But
Mhm.
with Polar Opposites, to its benefit as well, it's also a mature relationship. It's probably the most mature high school romance I can think of in a while. Like
Yeah.
even more so than Horimiya, because Horimiya has some random swerves, and that one's more like you can tell these are high school kids. Whereas Polar Opposites, you can tell that they're learning on the fly how to do this. It's a very realistic approach in the animations and exaggerations highlight that. So it's a profound show.
Well,
And
Polar Opposites is it's way more modern than
yeah,
Horimiya.
yeah,
I
Mhm.
mean, yeah, you can tell like these kids are a little bit more sophisticated. Like they're still going through some of the same problems, but these kids are way more sophisticated and a lot more savvy. Not in a, I think they're more self-aware, but not in a
Yeah.
preachy way.
Yeah. I
Not
think
in, not yeah,
that's the word that you used a lot this season.
yeah,
Self-aware.
yeah. They're not. They're more self-aware, but not in a preachy way. Kind of like in a like, oh, okay, this is what I'm feeling. Like, okay, let's go with this. I'm gonna do something about this. Not like I'm going to fucking spend 8 to 12 episodes trying to figure out what I should do. It's like, all right, I'm gonna do it. Like, it's done.
Mhm.
Yeah. Like, and that's with all of them. And it's like you can see them like, all right, that's cool. Like there's literally like this season, there's literally a whole show about this guy who goes back to do he gets a new game plus and like
Mhm.
yeah. So he's redoing his whole entire teen life. And that the kids in polar opposites aren't gonna need that because, like they're making the
Okay.
choices.
Yeah.
They're pulling the triggers.
They're
Yeah.
Mhm.
living.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they're living. Yeah.
They're living
Like
and they're
what
growing.
was it
They're growing.
when Yamada is that kid's name Yamada, the little blonde kid?
Yeah. Yeah. The
When
one.
he asked the girl like he gets the girl's number. Like he goes over there, he's like, yeah, there might be feelings. They're like, what are feelings being caught? Like when she freaks out, she's like, oh my God. She's like, what is happening? There are feelings. And he's like, maybe. He's like, I don't know, but I'm gonna figure it out. And so he
Yeah.
goes and he tries to figure it out.
And he's
Even
asking about it and stuff. And like
yeah,
usually in shows that character wouldn't do that type of thing. He
no,
would be reduced to being a trope. But this one, he's just like really trying to figure it out. And
yeah,
he's going to the friend group and asking them things, and he's being honest. And it's just like, do you have feelings? He's just like, I don't know, maybe.
yeah.
And he's like literally
And
trying to figure out, how do I know? Like,
and it's a big deal, but it's not a big deal in the way where it's like, all right, let me go be angsty about this big deal.
yeah,
It's more like I need my friend's help with this big deal.
yeah,
Like,
because I
like, hey,
don't
God,
understand it.
right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And,
Like I
they're
don't
in a
understand it.
relationship. They can tell me.
Yep.
Yeah.
He's like, you guys know more than I do. Help.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I know a lot of people probably like are big fans like Suzuki and Tani, which I am too. But I
Mhm.
think that Yamada's character and his
Yeah,
relationship stole the show. I think that's my
I
favorite like
agree.
couple, I guess you could say, my relationship or whatever. Like
Yeah.
I really wish we I'm sure we will, because like that's probably what the second season is going to be about too. But like, I'm really glad that they really focused on like their relationship a lot more or whatever, because they was my favorite part of You and I Are Polar Opposites. I think.
Yeah,
So really
Oh
fun.
yeah,
me
when
too.
she's shy giggling all over the place,
Yeah.
it's
Mhm.
like yeah, it was really good. My favorite guy is the doom and gloom guy. Like,
Tyra.
Tyra.
yeah, like he just cracked me up so bad. Like, man, I was just like, this dude is just cracking me up because he's just like on a different page from everybody. But it's like, people like that, who are overthinking and
Mhm.
like so negative and and then so shocked by like, did he just do that? Like, what? You can just
Mhm.
do that? It's like, yeah, dude, you can just do that.
I think
Yeah,
they're
like,
setting. I think they're setting him up too. Him and what's
Yeah,
the name up? The blonde. So
oh
yeah.
yeah, I totally want to see that.
Some, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, Tyler. Question for you: do you think Tyra and the blonde are polar opposites?
I, I think they are in a way, because like I think the blonde is like more like go with the flow uh type of person or whatever, and Tyra is just like very like anti whatever's happening. You know what I mean?
Mm,
Just because like of his own issues or whatever. So like you constantly see like her like just laughing or like just which I think she's changed. I think in the beginning like she wasn't like that, but
mhm.
I
No.
do
Yeah.
think they're sort of like polar opposites, but not as extreme as like Suzuki, Tani, Yamada, and
Well,
the
he
other
even
chick
comments on how
Nishi.
she's changed.
Yeah,
Yeah.
He
yeah,
noticed
he
it.
did, yeah.
Yeah, he
So
noticed it. He's the one paying attention to her, and he noticed that, like, you know what? Is she laughing? Is she smiling?
Mhm.
He's like, what's going on with her? Like he notices that he's like, how did she change? Like, here, how am I here still Mr. Doom and Gloom, and she's smiling and laughing and
Mhm.
getting along with people. Like, what happened?
yeah, I think
Yeah.
that'll be a fun like dive if they do something like that. Also, was a big fan of Nishi's friend, the one that kept on making the
Yeah,
faces.
yeah,
I
yeah, yeah.
loved her. So
And kind of pushing her along.
yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah.
yeah. But
Yeah.
she was also like a good character, like where she
Yeah.
like she got the hints, and like she like
Yeah.
didn't like intervene. Like she allowed it to flow, and she didn't like try to like
Yeah.
force it, or all that stuff like you
Yeah.
usually see. So
She was
I
very
really liked her.
subtle. She was very
Yeah.
subtle with, like, she was kind of wingmanning in a very subtle way.
Yeah, very
Yeah.
softly, because she
Yeah.
knew. I mean, with
Like,
a
I'm
character
gonna
like
get up and
Nishi,
walk away.
yeah,
Like, that's not her like doing that's not her saying anything, but it's like, I'm gonna get up and walk away so I can help progress this a little bit.
And
Because I see what's going on.
what is with her grandma teeth?
I don't
it's
Like,
just it's just a
Yeah.
funny comedic moment.
Yeah.
It's just
every
I
time they're
loved
like,
it.
I know every time she's trying to smile or she's like looking at them, she gets the like, I have dentures mouth. And
Mm.
that shit cracked me up, man. I'm like,
Yeah,
what
it's
is that?
perfect. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
just I think it's just her like seeing seeing like I think she sees like Nishi and Yamada and their
Yeah.
relationship as part of her like work. Like she
Yeah.
Yeah.
she helped
Yeah.
create this, and
Yeah.
like
It's
it's
like,
just one of those
yeah.
proud face, like, oh yeah, I did
Yeah.
this.
Like, yeah, like grandma, like
Matchmaker.
the 80-year-old matchmaker did her job. Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah. Yeah. This show, one of the things I love about this show is that it doesn't waste its characters like at all.
Right.
Like they're
Yeah.
all like, even the grandma and the mom, I felt were really well done as characters. Even the cat to a certain extent. Yeah, I don't think I don't think anything that's introduced. There's no fat on this show.
Hmm. Yeah.
There's no lazy writing. There's no fat. Anybody and everything that's introduced, um, Even isn't their teacher kind of like like he's comic relief too?
Yeah,
Like
he's
he's
a
like,
bit of comic relief.
yeah, he's like, go do whatever you want. I don't care.
Yeah, he's
You
like,
know,
whatever. Just
just be
go.
on the bus.
Yeah,
Yeah, just make sure you're on the bus. Yeah,
it was good show, good show. And again, like Tyler said, I like the dub a lot more than the sub. The dub was really good.
the dub was
Um,
really good.
really good, really fresh. It
Hmm.
felt it felt hip. It felt current with the
Yeah,
dialogue. So I think the script adaptation was really, really well done.
yeah,
And
and I think anybody could enjoy this show,
yeah,
whether it be like people our age or even like the youngins.
mhm.
The
Like
youngins.
the youngins. Yeah, I'm like I think anybody like any age range could enjoy this one because it's like like they might like even if you recommend it to somebody who doesn't normally watch anime, they'd be like, "What are you recommending to me?" But I think a few episodes in, they wouldn't even think about it. They'd just be enjoying the ride.
It's a fun show, it's
Yeah,
not just a rom com. It's just a fun show, fun, cute
yeah,
show of like growing up, like figuring things out for the first time, exploring things, like living, making your
yeah.
choices, stuff like that. So, uh, definitely a really good show for me. I actually had this a little bit higher, but I'm pretty sure I gave it a 10. So
Yeah.
it was great.
I'm not going to tell you guys where it's at on my list.
Yeah.
Yes, yeah, yeah. I'm going to save that as a surprise, but I think you guys already figured it out. All right. So who's up next? Did
We
we do the number
did.
eight or
I did my 8.
yeah, I
Yeah,
did
my 8
mine.
was the same as Jamal's.
Yeah,
So
Okay. And then Jack,
Jack. He did Polar Opposites.
yeah.
okay, so we're moving on to the sevens then.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Where's my seven? Oh, okay. Okay, I'll do my seven. My number seven was Hell Mode.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I like
And I
Hell
think that,
Mode.
yeah, I mean, for me, it was like Pokemon. I mean, he had his summons. And I really don't know how Anime News Network put this on their worst of shows. I mean,
But don't even bother with them.
You
I
know
know.
what? Mother's Basement had it on his trash too,
Well, his trash is
but
well,
his
you
is
guys.
not
Well,
like
he
yeah,
the stuff that he calls trash isn't really like trash.
yeah,
It's like he's like this is going to be one of those shows, and it was.
yeah,
But I think that like it managed to do a little bit more than a lot of other isekai because I think it I love that it introduces the noble system. Like he starts out as a serf,
I
and
enjoyed that.
yeah,
Yeah,
we get to see the entire stratification of society and like what the things are behind that. And we see like his genuine concern. Like at first he's like, "All right, I need a game that's more difficult than these games that I'm playing." And like he manages to figure out like, "Oh, so this is why, the god of this world wanted me to do this because of X, Y, and Z." But no, it's not your basic isekai. There's no harem. There's no like, and I love that. I love his costume changes. I love when he's running around like Conan Jr. for a bit uh, with that with those furs and stuff, and how the progression of it was believable. Like, he ends up
hmm
in a noble's household, but it made everything that happened made sense. And then the plots later on. And I thought for it being, like a Pokemon show where it's all about his summons, I thought that it had a lot more going on than it deserved and had any right to. Um, I would say it had a better story than Jack of all trades, for me.
I think that's fair.
Hmm.
I think
Yeah.
that's fair. It did have a better story, and they stuck to it. He didn't really break a lot of the rules. You know,
No.
they kind of like, hey, this is like a game on Inferno,
Yeah.
and then they made him work.
Yeah.
They
He worked
made
for it.
him work. Yeah.
I mean, he became OP by the end of it, but he worked for that OP. He worked for that.
He
That
he
wasn't
worked for
something that
that
like
OP.
yeah, that wasn't something.
And he was still limited
Yeah,
because of his position in this world.
yeah,
But he actually had a care for the world as well. Like that dude really
yeah,
truly cared about the family that he grew up with in that world. So
yeah.
it,
It's a shame that that's going to be lost on anybody who doesn't watch the show. Because I felt that that was one of the stronger points of the show. Like, yeah, watching him beat the creature, the 3D art was a little jank at moments.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
it was, but I mean, for something that breaks down to like a Saturday morning cartoon, I don't think it was bad at all. And I think that it manages to rise slightly above that in the care and concern that they took with like his family, and then like later on when like you see the like the noble's son, like terrified of what he has to go
Mm-hmm.
do. Yeah, so there were moments where it really shines through. I wish that it had. I wish it was a better quality show, with a better name. But it is what it is. But I liked it a lot. That's why I put it such. That's why it's seventh on my list.
That's not a bad spot for it. Not a
I don't
bad
think so.
spot for it. I think it's yes. I would embrace a season two.
So would I. I actually want it. I want it more. I think some of the other shows this season. I think I
Mm,
want a second season of that,
yeah,
just as like just to see what happens, and
because they got a
because
lot more story to tell.
yeah, they do. They introduced a lot at the end.
Yeah.
They're like, whoa, this becomes a different show at the end.
Mm,
You're like, oh, okay. So that's what's really going on. They're
yeah.
hiding this whole thing from everybody. And I thought that was really cool too, because it doesn't introduce those things to the point where it's like we're not going to introduce that because we want to deal with what we're
Mm,
dealing with.
mm,
So they save it for like, okay. And that's kind of like his like that kind of that's how it works with him, in that like we're discovering things along with him. And so his perspective is limited to our perspective, and his perspective is limited to the amount of information that he's given.
yeah.
And as he grows and learns about the world, so do we. And so like, and then yeah,
Yeah. And I like that he's OP with his summons, but without them, he's not. Because you see the sun come back and they're sword fighting, and like he's good, but the sun is
yeah,
clearly way better than him.
better.
Way
Yeah,
better. So it's like, he's even thinking like even with these summons, like he's just on a different level. And
yeah,
so, even in the way that he uses his summons, it's kind of like what Tyler's complaint about Sentence to Be a Hero was, is like he's strategizing using these summons because all they provide buffs. So it's like, well,
yeah,
if I buff this and I have this to go out and do that, it all works together as a team instead of just, hey, I got OP powers, I got you. Yeah.
yeah.
So I do like that.
Ooh. All right, who's
Um,
next? Number 7.
Well, to be
Jack,
honest, I'm running on fumes right
yeah.
now.
So
uh
Jack's going to do his 7, and then I got the rest of his list, so I'll cover it for
yeah,
him.
Okay,
but I have to mention this one show because I think you guys can catch up relatively fast. It's Release the Witch,
okay.
or Release That Witch. It's a weird Chinese title.
Oh,
Mhm.
is it a Chinese anime?
Chinese anime.
Oh,
Yeah,
It,
I hadn't heard of it, so I was curious because it must have been on the like the ONA or like the weird Mao section or whatever, since it is
yeah,
Chinese. So
yeah,
yeah, and it started like at the end of the season.
Yeah,
roughly.
really, okay.
yeah,
Yeah, it was like everything was in like episode 7, 8, I think, when this thing started. It
yeah,
Roughly.
was really weird.
Roughly.
Yeah.
And reason I think you guys can catch up relatively fast. like the first episode's trash. It's a really janky episode,
Way
animation
to sell
wise.
it, Jack. Way
No,
to sell it.
well, hear me
This
out.
is the same way he sold Oshinoko to us.
Yeah, because
He wasn't wrong.
Yeah,
He
no,
wasn't wrong.
he was not wrong.
yeah,
He was
but
not
So,
wrong.
the thing about this one is it's such a weird first episode, mainly with like what's going on, but then it angles back towards this weird, nobleman who kind of oversees his town, and yeah, he turns out to be royalty, and it's a quiet town, nothing's really going on. It's almost like something is about to happen. So they capture this witch, they're about to execute her, but he changes their ways. Like, nope, don't do it. Reason being, she's part of his chessboard. She's going to be one of his queen pieces, and he's plotting to overtake the kingdom.
oh, okay.
Yeah, but how they do it is not exactly like, not like this show eerily kind of reminds me of Berserk, but it's not violent, not sexual as Berserk. But it has this main character actually looks like Griffith, so it's more like, okay, let me just take my time, let me bid my time, let's get these things going. And this quiet little guy for a long time was pretty much like having this game plan over and over. They've yet to reveal like his family dynamics. They have to reveal like why he wants to be, having more power. But it's set up like an actual Chinese drama, like any of those court shows to the old school movies, like kind of like their politics. So I'm like, okay, so even though it's set in a medieval type of fantasy land, it's technically Chinese politics. It kind of has like that flair to it, and yeah, the witch stuff is like its own sphere. They don't really tackle that ironically, but they do introduce the world when it comes, and with the character debuts later on. Uh but this main character, he turned out to be like Mao Mao.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I won't spoil his
as soon as you say Mau Mau, you kind of Tyler goes,
Yeah.
when you were saying like Chinese like court dramas and stuff like that, like I mean it's kind of what like Apothecary Diaries is.
That's
to some
right.
extent,
That's exactly what it is.
It
That's
is.
exactly what it is.
But more in the sense of like the one thing we don't talk about with Mao Mao a lot, she's an inventor.
Yeah.
And this guy is an inventor. So you'll find out what he invents. And it's kind of funny. It's kind of like a weird staple of the show.
Is this on Crunchy?
Crunchyroll.
Yeah.
It's on
Okay.
Crunchy.
Yeah.
It just started like at the end of the season.
Yeah.
Oh,
And
so
the
it's
re-
still going.
it's about,
Okay.
I would say 6 more episodes to go. And one more thing is like, even though like that first episode's janky, it's set up very bureaucratically, so you won't get a lot of action. But there's heavy scheming on plotting, heavy scheming on like these motions, and it goes by fast. It really does. And
Okay.
I'm super impressed by it. More and more I watch it.
Okay, Jack, I have a question for you real quick. So we got this, and we got like, in the group we talked about it. Like you like the Champagne Witch. We had
Yes.
Secrets of the Silent Witch last season.
Yeah.
Like, are you starting to like lighten your stance on the witch shows a bit?
Because oh my god, last year was just like a joke. Like Witch Watch
That's
is
why I
kind of,
asked.
Witch Watch is a play on the words. Journal of the Witch, like, is it really a witch in that? No. Like
Edwin's trying to sell me on the sister being the witch. I'm not buying it.
Wait, what? What sister's the witch?
From Journal with Witch.
Journal of the Witch.
Yeah.
I
no.
think
I mean,
it's actually
no.
supposed to be like Asa's journal, with the supposed witch, which is Makio. So
Yeah.
I think they're using witch in like a misanthrope kind of like she's a shut-in. She's difficult. Like if she dressed up as a witch for Halloween, everybody would buy it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
They wouldn't second guess it. They'd be like, oh yeah, that works. No, this season's the witch hat Altir. Is that the way you say it?
Yeah.
Everybody says it's
I'm not
different.
French, so
Altier.
I think it's
Altir.
I think it's technically Atelier.
Yeah,
But I'm
stuff
not
like
a-
that.
Very
Yeah.
infuriating. Yeah.
But I'm not a.
Now
Because
that's a witch show.
yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now that's actually that's not just the title. That's actually a show about witches.
Yeah.
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 Yeah, and Jackie, I think you'll be pleasantly surprised that it's not about an academy of witches.
Yeah.
Nah,
So yeah,
Mini Academy.
I,
yeah.
and I know.
I think that's what made Jack absolutely crazy, batshit crazy, was that
No,
Halloween.
it does have it, but it did come with a ton of hype.
Which
It
one?
comes with the Witch Hat show.
Oh well,
It's coming with a ton of hype.
and that first episode I think delivered like that, and I think that knocked it out of the park. I thought it was like it had a lot of whimsy. It was like which shows some shows tend to like forget about that part, the whimsical nature of magic. And
Mhm.
I thought that this show had a good balance between like the horror of magic, like the usefulness, the horror. So I thought it was a good. I think it's a good blend. I think it's a
Yeah,
good balance. Yeah.
I read the first volume, and what I didn't like about it, if we're talking about that quickly, is
Yeah. Real quick, because I know you want to
because
go.
yeah, they kind of like over like didn't double check with the mom when she got frozen. It's like, come on, like she's gonna just stay there and be frozen this whole time.
Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah, that's the
Yeah.
magic.
I didn't want to spoil it for you guys because I did read it. I'm like,
No, I watched the first. Yeah, we watched the first episode, or I did. So, it was fine. It was fine. I'm not a huge magic guy, so you're gonna have to sell me on it. But it's fine so far. But I just really wanted to like get your opinion on like shows with witch because I know that was a
You
big
wanted
thing.
him to rant.
No, 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 no. I
He's
didn't. No,
he's
I
baiting
didn't want to.
him.
No, I'm
Yeah.
not. I'm not. I'm not.
Yeah.
I'm genuinely not trying to bait him this time.
well,
Because I mean, Edwin, that was a big thing for him last year.
It really
We
was.
heard a lot about it, so I just like we got a recent run of like shows that he's enjoyed with Witch. So I was
Yeah.
I just wanted to see if his stance is
well,
like softened on it a bit.
partially with it, it's also I have a backlog with witch shows. Like I still have yet to watch Little Witch Academia, and I really want to talk about Maria the Virgin Witch. I really want to talk about Lana the Wandering Witch, and those are shows that, like, if they debut now, they'd be like godsends for this witch craze because that was taboo for a while
Mm,
until this last 3 years or so.
yeah,
We
yeah.
could do a whole. I think we could just do a whole podcast of Alina the Wandering Witch, and it would just be like therapy because that show is like
Oh yeah,
that
it's in the
show.
genesis of witch shows. I'm not exaggerating. I am
That
not
show
exaggerating.
that show lost itself so fucking bad. It's just like it was a it was like watching a train wreck, like a train wreck watching its own train wreck. Because it was
Yeah.
like, oh my god, man, that show just imploded on itself, and you're just like, what the fuck am I watching? When
Whereas,
she has when she
whereas,
has dinner with all the different versions of herself, I'm just like, what is even happening here?
oh yeah,
I don't even know what to say.
we'll save that for later. I got
We'll
cool.
Yeah.
see. We'll have to do a deep dive.
All
Oh yeah, it's worth it.
right,
Okay.
good night, guys.
All right, Jack.
Yeah.
Bye,
Good night,
Jack.
I got the rest of your list. I got you covered,
All
brother.
right, thanks, Jamal. Bye bye.
Uh-huh.
Bye.
Yeah. Poor Jack.
Yeah.
I'm
How
glad
did
he
you
got
guys-
to,
he
I'm glad
wasn't-
he got to come hang out for a little while.
Yeah, he wasn't planning on He wasn't planning on doing it anyway. But
Yeah, he
you know
it
what?
was a surprise
Here's the
appearance.
thing. Christina was actually going to steal him to go to a concert tonight
Oh wow.
for some guy that she like found on TikTok like a few days ago. But then because they're like concert buddies.
Yeah.
So
Oh,
like
okay.
they go to like concerts together because they like similar music. And so like he was going to go. It was funny because we went to see the Mario Galaxy this afternoon. And so like when like we were arranging that, she was texting him arranging
Oh,
his
man.
concert thing. And so he's like, I can't do the concert because we're going to the movies. And so like I was like, all right, I can make it. We could do the movie early enough to where you could do the concert. So the concert was supposed to start at like 7, which would have given him time to see the movie and then do the concert. But then I guess like they changed it to like 9:30 p.m. And like while we're in the movie, Christina texts me like, "I know you're in the movie, but I'm not going to this concert because it's too late."
Yeah.
And so he was telling me about like that venue, and apparently they do that. Like he doesn't like going to that venue because they do it all the time. So he was kind of shocked that it was at 7. But once that got canceled, he was like, "All right, I'll jump on because I kind of do want to talk about a couple shows." So like the many lives of Jack has blessed
He
us.
does have many.
He has a very. I keep telling he lives a very interesting life. He's so cool.
He's a multifaceted dude.
Yeah, he really is. So that was his 7.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll give my 7 real quick. My 7 is free.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
my 7 is free.
That's a
It's
lot higher than
understandable.
Jack. Yeah.
No, it got me heat on threads, but
people come at you.
Yeah, they get.
I mean,
because
there's very opinionated people out there. So
Friend sentenced to be a hero and Fate. The fact that those weren't 1, 2, and 3, people were mad at me. That's why I got called Blackie.
I remember you talking about that in your last episode. I think it was. So it's crazy, man. Like
I'm not gonna call Blackie. So
I don't know. I just ignore people like that. I know you can't, but like I just ignore people.
you know what? Like
I don't have enough energy.
I've gotten a lot better. I've gotten a lot better because I would argue all day long.
I used to, but
I used to be the guy.
I've turned into a good little boy on social media.
Me too.
So
I've got I just don't have the energy to do it anymore because I have too many responsibilities now.
The way I see it, like I would rather spend my time, rather than arguing with somebody who just wants to shit on you, and you're not gonna do anything that's gonna say or do anything that's gonna change the way that they act on social media or towards other people. So I'd rather spend my time, watching anime because I watch too much anime. So and I don't have enough time as it is. So why would I waste time?
On that person
fooling with dummies. So
nonsense.
to put it lightly,
nonsense. Yeah, or I would rather interact with people that's like positive, and even if you don't like it or disagree, like we can still have a conversation.
I mean, I've been having a hard time, like just being on social media in general, like the last several months. So why would I spend the little time I have, talking, giving my attention to people like that, so
me 10, 15 years ago, we would still be arguing today.
unless they block you or something.
We would still be arguing today because that's what I do. I will argue.
People would have regretted saying anything.
They would have regretted it.
They would have been running from you, Jamaal. This guy won't stop.
They would have. It's so funny because like Josh, the guy that Jack and I do our wrestling content with, like he would always tag me and stuff. And so we would be like going through these like days long threads about stuff. And then after a while, like he started just not commenting on the stuff. He would tag me in it and just leave me to fend for myself on his post. So now I'm arguing with these people on his post, and he's just sitting back laughing because he knows he can bait me into an argument. So then I'll text him later. I'm like, dude, you just gonna leave me hanging? He's like, I knew you was gonna do it, but I don't need to do it too. And I'm like, oh, okay. I see what you're doing. But like I've grown past that. I've grown past that. I still have my moments. I had I had a rant, I think a few days ago, but this wasn't on social media. It was with Christina, because I was like, man, people need to start loving themselves more. And then I got mad because like there was something, some like thing, some like cosmetic thing. And I was like, man, back in the day, we had to learn to work with what we had. We ain't have Botox, we ain't have BBLs, we ain't have you. The best thing you could do is like you could kind of get your teeth, get braces for your teeth, and we had like the little tummy tuck. That was about all we had. Other than that, you had to work on yourself. You had to love yourself and work with what you had. And now you can just snip this or pull that, or I get a hair transplant here and do the. I could inject muscles in my. What is it that they said Drake gets, like he has fake abs or whatever? Like it's like it's cheating. You don't have to love yourself. So you end up like getting addicted to finding the flaws in yourself and getting it fixed, instead of like, all right, I may be deficient here, but what can I do to? And I got so mad and frustrated over this one thing that I heard about, and I ranted for like 20 minutes, and then I was like, you know what? Why am I even saying this? You don't care. I quit. um, but I digress. Number 7 for me is Freeing.
Okay. I think I'm the last one probably. My 7 is gonna be Love Through a Prism, which got released all at once on Netflix.
Yeah.
I think that it was what made it a really good show is it was advertised as like a romance, but it was more than that. It was like a romantic drama, but it was also like a fun little story about about art, like art school and art pieces. Like it was really beautiful. And like even if like it didn't have any romance at all in it, I feel like this show would still be at my 7, just because of the way it handled the other aspects of the show, like the drama and the art and just the the characters and like what they was going through. Basically, you get to see them like living life, going through and facing their struggles head on and stuff. And like this is a I forget when it was. It was like an older time period, I think it was, or something like that. And like war happened in the middle of the anime, or like war was brewing, and I think World War happened during the anime. And so it was like an interesting look at like how that affected everything, and how that affected like lives and relationships and like all that stuff. But then you throw in like the romance aspect to it. And it made it actually like it done it so well. I thought that it made it an even better show. Like the art stuff kind of reminded me of like what is that one show? It's called Blue something.
There's a lot of Blue shows. There's Blue.
Is it Blue Piece? Blue Period. Blue Period.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, okay, it reminded me somewhat like Blue Period in a way, because like they're going to like the art school or whatever. That's how like the characters and the relationships grow, is through art school. They each got their own reasons why they're at the art school, trying to get better at like art, whatever their art is. It doesn't necessarily have to be like the same one. It could be like something else, but it's actually a really good show. Like, I don't know if y'all have seen it or even had any intentions of watching it, but if you are any kind of fan of art or romance, or even like, older like time themed shows or dramas, I think it's a really good show to watch, so definitely check it out.
Okay.
Yeah, this is a candidate for like a catch up for me. It's just because with Netflix, you just never know how they're going to release stuff.
Yeah.
And then they released the 20 at one time, And it's like
Well,
I already have like a long list of shows I'm watching. I just couldn't find the time to fit in like a binge. But
what's like me and Tyler were talking, like with this show, they released all the episodes all at once, but there's one that we're liking called
Yeah.
Ramparts,
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
and they're
the
releasing it
Ramparts of
one at a
Ice.
time.
It makes no.
It
There's
makes
no
no
rhyme
sense.
or reason
Yeah,
to what
it's
they
like
do.
yeah, it's like
As
what do you, why
as
am
our
I
friend
waiting for
Jack
this
would
to?
say,
Yeah,
Netflix cocaine.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure like how they decide things, but
I don't know.
I'm kind of glad that like I didn't like it at the time because like it's y'all know as well as I do. Like winter season was like really really busy or whatever,
Yeah,
and like
yeah,
when you look at something like I really wanted to watch this, but when you look at it like it's 20 episodes like added to like an already stacked season, like it's kind of daunting, but
yeah, very
I
much
yeah.
so.
actually started watching it like 3 or 4 weeks into the season, and I literally finished it in like 3 days. That's how good it
Oh
was
wow.
to me. So,
Yeah,
like even though it released all at once, I feel like it still got a lot of hype,
Yeah,
which like is also an indicator of that it was actually a good show as well. It's still like an 8.5 on Mouse, so that's like pretty high for a show like this too.
mm,
So I think it's a good watch. And I'm pretty sure, uh, yeah, like it's just it's beautiful. It does pretty good in like all the themes and genres that it tries to do. It does pretty good job. So I'd definitely check it out. If make sure y'all add this to your list. I know that it's a busy time right now, but like it's worth it. So definitely worth it.
Give me just a second, guys. I gotta go make a pit stop.
All
it's on my
right.
list. It's on my list. It is officially on my list.
All
Uh,
righty.
he's giving us a pit stop. He didn't even give us his number 7.
Did it? He did.
Did
It
he
was
give?
polar opposites, I think.
No, I thought that was Jack. Oh no, wait.
No, Jack was the Chinese court drama.
Yeah, did he give us polar opposites
I'm
as
pretty
his
sure his
7?
was You and I are polar opposites. Pretty
Mm,
sure.
maybe we'll circle back to it if it's not. Um. Well, okay. I'll give you Jack's number 6. Jack's 6 is Medalist.
Okay. I mean I'm always happy to see
I'm not gonna
medalists on
hate on
any
that.
list, even though it's a little bit higher for me. But
So, his note on that was stupid Hulu delay. So I have yet to fully judge every episode, but it's a fun season so far.
yeah, I actually watched it on I actually caught up with it because of the Hulu delay. It
Yeah.
you have to do some things to in order to watch it or
Mhm.
whatever. And like I finally got caught up on it the other day, like just last week. And Hulu still doesn't have the final episode
No,
out.
it's still only up
Um,
to episode 8, I think.
yeah, it was something like that. So
Yeah.
like what I was doing, I was actually watching. I was doing my VPN and watching on Disney
Mhm.
Plus in Canada. So which had all the episodes. So and I didn't have to
Which,
sell. I could watch it on the TV. So
mm,
but but yeah, it was a really good season. I thought
yeah.
that me personally, I like season one better. But season
Yeah.
two was pretty good too. Uh, it's season one was a lot more. It had me a lot more invested emotionally. I think it was in the
Yeah.
competitions and stuff. Season
Mm,
two is more about her development and like her uh, confronting her issues with like controlling herself on after she wins, you know what I mean,
yeah.
like not letting her head get too big, putting her head down and keep on grinding because there's a bigger picture and like
Mm.
all that stuff. Like I really enjoyed it, so this is another 10 for me. So
I really enjoyed the season 2. Yeah, I mean but we all went into it knowing that knowing how what the season was.
Yeah, it
Like
was
knowing that it
short,
was
you
going to
know.
be a short
Yeah,
season and is leading into the movie with the All Japan. So we knew what it was going in. And I think that helps a little bit because it like tempers your like, okay, I know what this season's about. She's got to get ready to get to the All Japans.
yeah.
So
I mean, it was still a good season
yeah,
because you know you
very
had your
good.
ups and downs. You know, you had one good competition run or whatever. You know, that was really fun to watch. But
Mhm.
you just had a lot of like uh learning experiences for
Yeah.
both Sukasa and Inori. So it was
Yeah.
fun.
I was going to say this season was more focused on Sukasa and his growth as a coach
Mm-hmm.
than it was on hers. So, um, and in that regard, because we it's kind of build the way it was kind of build like it's her show, but at least that's the way we got the feeling for it in the first season. But they're really starting to balance out that it's really like both of their stories. And it seems like it could lean more towards Tsukasa later on, but it's really both of their stories.
Yeah.
And I appreciate that because you again it's an adult element that isn't often explored.
Yeah,
Like what do
it's
you
just
do?
Sukasa and Inori is the same person, same competitor, except for the
Yeah,
fact that somebody actually believes in Inori when nobody believed in Sukasa.
yeah,
So
exactly.
that's the difference.
Hmm.
And I think they're doing a really good job of showcasing that difference with Sukasa because he knows that it can be done, and he believes in her. So, but really great season, definitely a 10, easy 10. So,
Great season.
wish more people would actually watch this because like
I do too.
nobody watches everybody's scared to watch it because it's ice skating or whatever, but like they just don't understand, they don't get it that ice skating is like just it's like it's great drama. It's not like
It is.
action packed blue lock, or
It's not
try,
as shonen wrapped
yeah.
up as a. It's not a shonen wrapped up as a sports show.
It's a
This
drama.
is
It's a
this is a
drama
drama.
competitive.
Yeah.
What is it like?
It's
Reaching like trying to obtain your goals, like chasing your
Yeah.
dreams.
Yeah.
yeah.
What
It's
is?
Rocky. It's Eye of the Tiger, man.
Yeah. So
You know?
it's
I
very
wouldn't
Yeah,
say
inspirational.
I wouldn't
Inspirational
say
either.
it's
yeah.
Rocky.
I know. I'm kidding.
I,
I'm kidding.
It's
But
I
I'm
know.
saying that
inspirational.
though. Yeah, like what Tyler's saying. It's not like this is. This is a show about people following their dreams. It's not.
Mhm.
It's ice skating, but it's really about this girl. You know, following her dreams in spite of all the things that are against her. She's older. Her mom doesn't want her to do it. Her
Mhm.
sister crashed out on it. There's all these things that should be saying, "Hey, don't do this," but it makes her smile. It makes her happy. It gives her something to aim
Mhm.
for and something to achieve. And like, I can do. She's like, I can do this. If I put in the work,
Mhm.
I can, accomplish something.
And it's something she's good at.
Yeah,
And
and that's a
she
story.
felt
Yeah.
like she was never good at anything else. So it's
Hmm.
like, oh, I have
All the
this
things
one
that she
thing that I'm
tried.
good at. Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's yeah.
It's
Medalist
fun. Yeah.
is fun. Edwin,
Was
did
this
you
your
give
number
us
six, Jamal?
that was Jack 6? Did you give
Okay.
us your number 7?
I think that I did. I think my number seven was Hell Mode. Yeah.
Oh,
Okay.
okay.
Okay, it was
So
Helmo.
that was the first
Okay.
one.
Yeah,
So like,
yeah, yeah.
yeah.
I was kind of
Okay.
right then. I was
Yeah,
just wrong about the show.
he was wrong the show. He was like,
And then,
it was polar opposite. No, okay. So yeah, that was Jack 6.
okay.
I guess I'll go ahead and do my 6 because it is you and I are polar opposites.
Okay.
Big fan of this. Like I said, I've mentioned like earlier in the episode, like I feel like romances are done the best when they're actually the writers actually able to create a background like a supporting cast and actually develop them along with the main cast, and like it even is better if you like are even more of a fan of like the supporting, like some of the supporting characters or whatever over the main characters. Not saying the main characters are bad, it's just, sometimes you connect more and like fall in love with those characters in their relationships more than you do like the main character. And like that's a special thing to see, when that actually happens, because that means it's actually pretty well written, got pretty good written characters too. So big fan of Polar Opposites. So
Funnily enough, is my number 6 as well.
okay, there you go.
Really? Okay.
We're kind of on the same page.
So we're right. We're right here. That's the second time we had the same one. So
it's funny though. Like you and I are polar opposites, and Invisible Man. They was both like going like up and down. Like like one of them would overtake the other, and then the other one would overtake the other one, and like it just kept on going like that the whole season. And then like I think when Yamada and them, like it just kind of like kind of just kept up there, because I really enjoyed that aspect.
Same.
One thing I didn't mention about Invisible Man that like I want to mention real quick is like they went insanely hard on that one episode for no reason. Like they got all the like the Vincent Chansard and like all the animators that usually do like the battle shonens or whatever, and they come in and like they just, I think it was like episode 11. They just went hard, like for no reason.
But it was great.
Let's just John Wick this shit,
Like it was so cool. But yeah, I just wanted to mention that real quick. So I forgot about it. So
there were moments where like, is this the same show?
Yeah. It's like it was. We definitely didn't need that, but I enjoyed it. So
I mean, I appreciated it because he's still running a private investigation firm.
Yeah.
So this stuff is going to happen. It's like, so like I'm glad that they put that in there. Like, hey, there's still some sort of stakes going on here outside of the love story that we got.
Yeah,
like there's some actual danger because he does investigate criminal elements. Yeah,
yeah.
Like this is his job. Yeah.
So like Tyler said, like this, Timon and Invisible Man, they were all like all throughout the season for me, and so one started here, one started there, and so for Polar Opposites, what set it back for me a bit was I felt like they kind of nerfed Tani a little bit, because in the beginning he was silent, but he wasn't a lame. He was still confident. Like, when they're walking through on the first episode, and she's like kind of got her hand dangling. He takes the hand and is grabbing it. It's like, oh, this is a confident guy. Like he may be silent, but he's not. He still has that confidence and that initiative. And towards the middle there, they kind of like brought that back and had him be that typical like self-doubting, self-loathing kind of guy. And
I don't agree. I think it was the kiss. The kiss threw him off. The kiss threw him way off. And we're seeing like
I think he started to pull back a bit before the kiss.
You think so?
The thing is though, is like they're both like trying to figure it out, trying to figure out like the relationship for the first time. They've never been in one. So it kind of feels natural.
No. She was in a relationship.
Well, yeah, but like
she was in a relationship.
But it's I think it's a little bit different. You know what I mean? Like they're older. Like it's more like of a serious relationship. You know what I mean? Sorta in a way. But I feel like that. Like when you get to a certain point and you're like in that age or whatever, I feel like it's normal to start digressing a little bit, so to some extent, because it could happen for whatever reason. But so I just kind of found it like normal, I guess, to see them take a step back, because that's what happens in anime all the time. Like it can't go, usually it doesn't go smooth sailing, you know, and just keep on going up. It always
Right,
comes
right,
back just a little bit
right.
before they go even stronger or whatever. So, but
Yeah. I just it was just so refreshing to me to see him just, be silently confident in the
yeah,
beginning,
yeah,
and then to like kind of like, oh, okay, yeah, she's the popular girl, you're the quiet guy,
yeah.
so
Start
like
doubting, yeah,
yeah, it started, it kind of like, I just wanted him to continue to be that silently confident guy that he showed, and he worked his way back up to that, but he started off as that for me too.
yeah.
But I can get where it's like, hey, I'm going for broke, man. I'm probably never going to get this opportunity again. Let me just grab her hand and see what happens. And I can see where he just kind of does that, and it works. And he's like, oh, okay, that worked. And then he starts to doubt. Like, I get the progression of the character. I
Yeah,
just
I think it helped.
prefer.
I think it helped overall, like develop him. I guess you know, because it showed a weak side to him. You know what I mean? Um, like before that, like you were saying, he was like pretty, pretty total package kind of guy, sorta. You know, like he's confident, smart, whatever. And like this showed a little bit of his weakness, I guess, even though it came later on. I like that it showed it somewhat. So,
Okay, and he
um,
showed it
yeah,
showed so it showed some it definitely showed some weakness,
yeah,
Well, I think
and
he was experiencing things for the first time because now he's got a girlfriend. He's
mm,
like, does she have more experience than me? 'Cause did she
mm,
have somebody else? Is it going to make him jealous? And then after the kiss, he's like, well, how do I express myself going forward? And she even said, like, you, dude, you're different. And he's like, well, I'm thinking about this. I'm honestly thinking about like, hey, I want you close. I want you to stick by me. He's like, I'm enjoying this. I need this. I'm enjoying this. And like, like when uh when dude brings him the soda, he's like, he don't need no soda. He's faking the funk now. He's like, he's not car sick anymore. He just wants his girlfriend. He wants to spend more time with his girlfriend. And I thought that, yeah, I thought all those things were really cute and adorable.
that,
I didn't see it, yeah, as weakness. I saw like this dude wants her around. Like, he's like, no, don't go. He's like, stay. Like when he grabs her and she's like, oh, okay. I thought it was adorable. I didn't think it was a weakness on his part. I didn't think he was digressing. I thought it was like he's trying to figure out how to express his affection for her. And part of it is like he just wants her around. It's like just be here.
I would be more. I would have been more receptive to that if the first couple of episodes he wasn't so. He's like, all right, I grabbed your hand, and then the next time it's like, yeah, you come to my parents' house, and even like with his mom or grandmother being there, he's still like playing it cool, and
try
he
to
has
while he's
he's
dying on the inside,
well,
probably.
probably,
Yeah.
but we don't see that.
Yeah, yeah,
We don't see that. So you're giving me these
I
expectations of
think
this character that's like cool and composed, and then he starts to digress a bit, and then he brings it back.
well, who
But
wouldn't digress when you have a bombastic girlfriend that like, it's like, whoa. And I think it wasn't as much as cool and composed as neutral. I think he came across as very like, oh, okay, neutral. Not like one way or another. She liked that he wouldn't change. And he's like, no, he's not going to change for
yeah,
anybody. He
right.
just is who he is. But I think part of that too was like, he's just not that kind of person. This is a different, like, these people are all very different from him. And so now he's got to adjust to that. And I like the way it played out. I mean, like, yeah,
yeah.
I love it. I love this show.
Yeah, I loved it too. I
I
thought it
like
was
it.
like I thought it was really cute. I thought it was really cute, which
Yeah,
is
yeah.
one of
Yeah.
my favorite things. And plus the obviously the cast, like I said, so
Mm,
really cute. Yeah,
like I said, that was a minor. That was
yeah,
a
yeah,
minor thing that I had. about
Jamal
the
still
show.
give it a 10. I
But
guarantee
aside
it.
from that, it's not a 10. It's not a 10. It's not. I don't pass out very many 10s. It's
Don't
not a
worry.
10.
Don't worry.
But it
I
is.
got y'all.
It's a. It's a.
I
It's
give it
a.
a 10.
It's a
I
9 for
agree.
me. It's a 9. It's a 9.
Oh yeah, yeah.
I'm
It's a
sorry,
9.
Jamal. Me and Tyler are gonna we're against you on this. We both give it a 10. So
You can give it a 10. You can give it a 10. Like I can I don't you know
I'm very easy on 10.
I don't pass out very many 10s. Like if you're 10, you're in the GOAT tier. You're in competition for being the greatest of all time.
See, this is my number 6. This is my number 6,
Yeah.
and everything above this is 10s too. So, so you know.
So like that's my thing with 10s. It's like my thing is like for the GOAT conversation, if you're part of the conversation, then it's cool.
yeah.
Mhm.
Well, I
Like
mean,
so
I'm
you have to
putting this
be
up
part
there.
of the conversation for me in order to be a 10.
Yeah.
And so
Which,
like
people, you know,
this
there's plenty of
can
people
get to
like
a
that.
10.
Yeah.
This can get to a 10. And we
Yeah.
got another season coming up, man. If the
Gonna be
second
peak.
season is just as strong, it can work its way up to a 10.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
But I'm not giving it a 10 yet. Yet. But everybody does
You
things
will.
differently.
You will.
I hope so.
guarantee you. You
I
will.
hope so. I hope
Yeah.
so.
I'm glad to see you give it a 9 at least, though.
It's a 9.
Yeah.
And a 9 is good. A
Yeah,
9 is
yeah.
great. Because I don't give away a ton of 9s either.
No.
Like most of
No,
a lot of stuff for me is like if it's not terrible, it's probably going to land somewhere between the 6-7 range. Because it's like, all right, it's like Tyler said earlier, like I watched it, I got through it. I probably won't watch another season. I'm never going to go back to it. I'm never going to like recommend this for anybody. That's like a 6 for me. That's like a 5-6 for me. I got through it. If you get to a 7, you're like, you were above average. You kind of did like what that genre normally does, but it entertained me. You'll get to 7. 8, you're doing something a little different. 9, it's like you're one of the better shows in this genre. 10, you're a GOAT. You're a GOAT. You're one of the best in this genre and one of the best that can go against the best.
My levels are way more simpler, for my own sake. So
yeah.
So.
And like everybody's different. Like some people judge based on the season. Like if this
some people break it down. Some people like animation 0, 0 through 10, direction, all that stuff, and then they average it together to create their score. Like I don't know. Shout out to those people, but I can't do that.
That's a lot of breakdown.
Yeah.
That for me is like I just kind of do mine based on
I do it all vibes.
What I like.
Fun.
Yeah, vibes and fun and like.
Yeah.
When I have to do best, that's when I have to take all that extra stuff into account and really, really. So it's like if I do a best, Freeing will probably be higher on my list because as a show, it has more things working for it. But for me and what I like and what I enjoy, it's where it is.
Mm-hmm.
So and that's why I love like hearing how people rank things. Like what's your ranking system? How does it work? And that's what took me a while to like figure Jack's out because Jack is very much vibes. And for Jack, it's like the show has to fall within the right time frame.
Yeah.
Like if it's like this show is not a winter show, he's either not going to watch it or it's going to get a lower ranking. You released it at the wrong time. And that makes it and that makes a difference. Or some people it's like, hey, look, winter was stacked. If this were another season, it would be a 10. But because it was in this season, it's an 8.
Yeah.
And it's for me, it's like I don't care about the season. Like, where does that's why I keep this like list of like, okay, this show's an 8. Okay, this show's a 9. Okay, this show's a 10. Is it better than this show? Okay, I know I can put it here. And that's why I keep these list of like, okay, this is where I rank these shows in my head. So I could be like, okay, that's a 7. Because it's not better than that, but it's better than that. So I could put it here. But that's just ranking. I love hearing people's ranking systems. That's all.
Yeah, mine's super simple. It's like 7 is like I liked it, but like I had some issues with it, or it wasn't like super like great, or what for whatever reason. It was okay. Kind of like Timon's B-side, Clear Moonlit Dust, stuff like that. Like I enjoyed it. I enjoyed it enough. It had like good highs, and it also it was okay. 8 is like where I like to stay at. That's like the shows that I try to find is at least an 8. It's like I like what, like, I really really like it. I want to see more. I wish there was more. I didn't really have any negative things to say about it. 9 just like I really 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 like it. Like I can't. Like it's binge worthy. Like there's not many shows that I can binge, but if I can binge a show, like it just makes me not want to stop watching it. Or if I love a certain character, or if I love a certain like direction, or like storyline or plot line or whatever, it's a 9. The difference between like a 9 and 10 for me is like a 9 is like when I ask myself like is this a 9 or a 10? If I have questions about it being a 10, it's a 9. If I have zero
like
doubts and questions
like
about
that.
it being like a 10, like it's a 10. So that's the difference. So
I agree.
Very
Like,
very simple. All vibes and funness, I guess you can say. It's my
I
two
like that.
things. So
Because my 10 is the same thing. Like if I have to question it, you're not.
yeah.
A 10 to me is like, it's like Get Rich or Die Trying.
Yeah.
It's like a no skip. It's like a no skip album. There may be songs that are like more than others, but I don't have to skip a song on this album at all, ever. I can play this straight through and I'll be happy with it. That's a 10. That's a 10.
Yeah, for example, like Shiba Yugi, the reason why I gave it 9 is because, I sort of got lost on some things, like I said. Demon's King Daughters, like I really loved it, but was it 10 worthy?
Right.
That's why I give it a 9. So, but then you get you and I polar opposites, even Medalist, which is my number 5, which we're fixing to go to. It's without a doubt, 10.
If I told you that Medalist was my number 5,
we're just on the same wavelength.
We're on the same.
You guys are just sharing the same brain at this point.
Yeah,
pretty much.
I'm pretty certain. Like my next 2 is probably gonna, or my next 3 is probably gonna be. It is gonna be way different. Like there's only one show that he hasn't mentioned yet. I guarantee it's not. It's not 5, so
there's one show that I think we're all probably going to be pretty close on.
Yeah,
and then the rest I think is this can go. It's going to go crazy.
Yeah.
Any direction, yeah.
So Medalist season 2 is my 5.
So Edwin, I think we need your 6 and your 5 now.
Oh, okay.
My 6 was The Invisible Man and His Soon to Be Bride.
Okay,
he's higher on it than we was.
Yep,
love that.
I really liked it, man. Again, it's like they were competing so much, like every week it was like it was tough.
Well, that one won me over. Like at first I was like, this is a Jack show. I'm not gonna like this. It's gonna get too sickly sweet. There was a bunch of things that I had in my head where I'm like, I'm not gonna like this. I'm not gonna finish this. I'm not gonna watch this. First, like it wasn't what I expected it was gonna be. Then, there are specific Jack shows that they're for Jack. They're not for everybody, but they're for Jack, which is fine. But sometimes I'll be like, oh man, I know how this is gonna play out. But then, and I'm like, oh, this is gonna get too sickly sweet.
But it stayed funny.
Yeah.
It stayed funny. It had some action. The dude looked really cool in his 1940s wardrobe,
Mm,
and I love their back and forth was really cute.
yeah.
One of my favorites was when the mom was on the porch and she walks in on them, and
Hmm.
he's like, and I'm
Yeah, it
like,
was
oh
funny.
crap, this is embarrassing, but it
But
was
that
funny. I'm like, this is such an adult moment, like this is perfect. And then she's
Hmm.
like, oh, no, I'm gone, I'm out, bye.
Hmm.
And I'm like, it was just it had all these little moments and all these little just the fact that it becomes this discussion about this is who I am. Can we embrace the differences and find our way through these difficulties of who we are, who we think we are, and
Hmm.
what's important to us, what's not important to us. While still being still providing you with a little bit of mystery, a little bit of action, and a whole lot of humor and a whole bunch of heart. So I'm like, I like this show. I have no complaints if they could keep doing they could keep doing seasons, and I'll
I'll
keep
watch it.
watching.
I would love
Yeah,
it. Yeah.
Uh,
I would
yeah,
happily agree because I think there's still more story to tell with them.
no, I
yeah.
agree.
I
I
Yeah,
think
mean,
there's
they
plenty of story to tell.
they haven't even gotten married. They haven't even
Mm.
you know what I mean. Like there's plenty of stuff to tell. One thing I want to mention though, like one of the funniest, one of the more funnier scenes of that anime, and I seen it on social media. It was like during that scene where the mom come in or whatever, and you got Toname uh kind of like crawling over Shizuka on the bed or whatever. You got
yeah,
it
that's
like
what I'm
double
talking about.
cheeked
Hmm.
Yeah,
up or whatever. You know
Yeah,
what I mean?
yeah,
yeah,
And like the amount of like hype that got on social media just like of Toname's ass just being like it was insane, bro. I didn't
yeah.
expect that at all.
That was funny.
It's
And
like
how yeah.
this dude's cheeked
yeah.
up right now.
Double cheeked up on a Thursday.
Like they went insanely hard on the details for that
Yeah,
shot, and they didn't
Oh
even have to. So
God,
they
knew.
knew
yeah,
it was
That
gonna
was
be on
funny.
social media.
That was
So,
funny.
but yeah,
And how much he loved and the importance of the suits to him.
yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
That was a really touching moment.
For someone
yeah,
being invisible all their life and not standing out,
Yeah.
he wanted to stand out.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
I get it. So
Yeah. So a lot of good about that show.
yeah. I agree. My number five was Timon's B side.
okay,
Okay.
Hmm.
pretty
Okay.
high. I like it.
Yeah, it was a lot higher than you
Yeah.
guys. I think I enjoyed it more than everybody else.
I
Yeah.
enjoyed it. It's just
I enjoyed
snack
it.
season.
Yeah,
So
I
Oh
enjoyed
no,
it a
I did.
lot.
I understand that too. Yeah.
Yeah, again, like this, Timon's B-side, Invisible Man, Polar Opposites, all of them were in my top 10 at some point this season, and
it
they've
was.
Yeah.
all flip-flop spots all throughout the season. All
Okay.
throughout the season. So like I'm not mad that it's there. Um okay, I got Jack's five.
What was
Trigun
Jack?
Stargaze.
Oh
Okay.
wow, I'm surprised that wasn't higher for him.
Hold on. It's a million emotions while watching this show. There are disappointing progressions with the story, but the show itself weirdly kept its cool. Overall, Stargaze didn't tarnish the Trigun legacy whatsoever, which says a lot for Jack because he adores Trigun. Like
Oh yeah.
Trigun's got to be in his top 10 all time.
Yeah.
So like him and I think Martin loves it too. So for him to say it didn't tarnish the legacy, I think that says a lot.
Okay.
And I like
That's
try.
good.
I like Stargaze. I did.
Okay.
I
Yeah,
enjoyed Stargaze.
I didn't check this out. The the first season was
Mm,
while it was I just couldn't get into it. It was like I felt like it was watching two really different shows. I did like the fact that they explained a lot more
yes.
in
Yeah.
in this show in this series than they did in the original Trigun. Because the original Trigun just felt like it was like this dude was like running from planet to planet to planet, doing all his crazy shit. And then, here you are, they're explaining like he's not running from planet to planet to planet.
Mm,
It's one planet. He's wanted, and he's wanted this, and these are the reasons why he's wanted,
yeah,
and this is what's really going on. And you're like, oh shit, this is like a serious sci-fi,
yeah.
like a serious sci-fi show. And that just didn't come across in the original.
It did not. They didn't
No.
explain it until like halfway through the show. Like,
Yeah.
okay, that was a Lost Files, like a deep dive. We're gonna compare like the original Trigun to
The new one.
what was it? Stampede,
Yeah.
and Stargaze. So we kind of like watched both of them, and like watching Stampede, I understood the original more. And
Yeah.
so I'm like, I wish I watched Stampede first and then watched Trigun, because
Okay.
I think I would have enjoyed the original a lot better had I seen Stampede first. Because I hated like the first half of the season. It just like it felt like very episodic. It
Yeah.
felt like, okay, this dude has this like huge bounty on him. We don't know why. He seems like a really nice guy. He's going around saving everybody. Why does this dude have a bounty on him? Like, there was just a lot of stuff that just didn't connect until later on when they like explained things a bit. And I was like, you know what? This show would be a lot better on a rewatch when I finally know everything that's happening,
Yeah.
when the story unfolds. Um, but I again, I liked Stargaze. If I knew that it would not be on his top 10, I would have mentioned it as an honorable mention. To be fair, like it's one of the better uses of CGI. Like
I agree.
so
I agree.
I do
Yeah.
want to say that like that's the first thing that stood out to me.
I
It
thought
was one
that
of the better
Million
uses.
Nines, Million was it? Is his name Million
Yeah,
Nine?
million nine.
Yeah.
Yeah, million
I
knives.
thought that was a little bit overwrought, in
Mm,
CGI, or even just as a character. I thought that was a little overwrought. But yeah, I thought that the CGI was really well done in
mm,
Stampede.
yeah,
Yeah.
so, good
All
job.
right. I'm gonna talk about my number four because I'm
Go
pretty
ahead.
sure that neither of you have this
Nope.
as your number four. Hold on. Um, how did how did I make this one? Oh, okay, that's why. I need to stop doodling over my number. Um, yeah, that's what happens. It's like got three circles around it and like a little city. The Easygoing Defense by the Optimistic Lord. This is another one of those resource animes that I like. So this kid gets reincarnated, and he's
Mhm.
born into this world where, everybody has magic, right? And then at your ceremony, you find out what kind of magic you come of age, and they find out what kind of have my magic you have, right? So they got fire, and they got water, and they got ice, and whatever. They got all these different kinds of magic, earth, and then they use it to fight, right? Uh, so this kid has resource magic. He can essentially like make boxes and crates and like wagons and wagon wheels
Mm.
and stuff like that. And his dad's like, all right, I'm gonna kill you because he's like, I got my other kids, like you're just like
You're
this magic is
trash.
you. Yeah, essentially his dad is like, you're trash, I'm gonna kill you. His brother manages to save him and say, why don't you just exile him? So exiles him to the ass end of his territory, to this little town that's about to be destroyed by giant forest lizards. And so he starts like popping out this like these ramparts with like with bows and arrows and shit. And his stuff is like amazing. He's OP at it. And so essentially it's like how the rest of the show is about how he slowly builds up this little town and essentially saves the nation. And his dad has to begrudgingly say, well, yeah, okay, I made a mistake, and like he doesn't really like say, hey, look, come back into the fold because the kids at this point, the kid's been recognized by the king and
Mhm.
given his own. He's been given his own title, So it was really cool. There's a few other things that introduce, like the little girl that is essentially she gets banished too because she has marionette magic. So she can essentially like control like stuffed animal inanimate objects. She can like
Mhm.
make them dance or whatever, but it's seen as creepy, so that the royals don't like it. So she kind of gets banished too, and so he manages to help her out too by making her like mithril marionettes that she can use, and she ends up taking those into battle and like proving herself. And I thought I really liked that this was like these kids kind of like didn't have the magic that, they're kind of outcasts too. So in addition to this being kind of like, um, him proving that that he's capable and can do something, it was both of them. So yeah. So I liked it. It was cute.
What's it
Okay.
called again?
Um, what is it called again? It's one of those titles. Easy go The Easygoing Defense by the Optimistic Lord.
Easygoing defense. That's good enough. I'm going to write
Hmm.
that down. That sounds very interesting.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun. I think you'll like it. It was one of those shows. It made it up this high on my list because it was one of those shows that I watched as soon as it came on,
Mhm.
and like it's not the greatest, but it kept me entertained, and that's always important to me. And yeah,
It was
Hell
like a
yeah.
surprise show.
yeah,
Yeah. Sometimes I like having those on the list. Like, okay, this show surprised me, so I'm going to give you a higher ranking because of that.
yeah.
Yeah. Where are we at? Four?
Hmm.
Um, okay, I'll do Jack's four. Chapinion Witch.
Okay.
A
I think you
guaranteed
like that one.
a guaranteed top 20 of the year for me. Very weird arc to close out the season, but one of the more unique shows with a witch in recent memory.
Okay. I know he was pretty high on it, so
He was high on it.
I unfortunately didn't get to finish it in time.
He
So
was trying to convince you to finish
yeah,
it.
I mean, I probably will. It'll probably take me a while. It'll probably go on the on hold list for a minute because
Mm,
I'm already behind on the spring season,
me
and we're
too.
just like 2 weeks into it already.
I'm
I've only
already
watched
behind.
3 shows, so and I got like at least 15 to check out.
Yeah.
So but yeah, I'll get to it
Yeah.
eventually, and maybe it'll maybe I'll finish it. Maybe I'll drop it. I don't know. It depends on how it goes. So,
Mhm.
but
I mean, I like it. I didn't like it as much as him.
yeah,
It was like a seven for me, but it
yeah,
was
it's
it
around
was
six,
cool.
7 right now for me. So
6, 7.
got him.
Yeah, it was really weird. Like, and I don't say that a lot for shows, but like this one was really like it leaned hard into the weirdness factor, which is not always bad, but I felt like, oh, this has a more artistic vibe to it.
Mhm.
And which is not bad per se, but I'm like, I don't know if I'm gonna like this. I don't know if it's gonna be dry. And I'm like, all right, yeah, I'm like, because I did watch the first two episodes, but then I kind of just left it there because I was
Hmm.
like, I don't know how this is gonna play out.
Well, it gets different. So,
Yeah,
like
Yeah.
what they see, what throws me for a loop is like they market as a romance, but
which
like,
doesn't make sense. Yeah.
well, it does if you only watch the first, what episode, maybe 2 episodes or whatever.
Mhm.
But like, if it's truly gonna be a romance, like after that, then is it a romance between student and pupil? You know, I mean, student and teacher, because like that's the only romantic romance the like potentials that I can see, because there's not many other characters that you could do. You know what I mean? So I don't know.
Yeah,
And I
I
feel like
don't
it's
know.
weird in that aspect because like it's the power dynamics is off, and also like the age difference is a little off too as
It's
well.
really off.
Um,
Um,
especially with him being, you know, turned younger or whatever, right? Like maybe they was close, maybe they was closer to age in the beginning, but like after,
no,
I don't know.
they
So,
weren't.
but
Um,
it just feels weird because like if it's truly a romance anime, then obviously either you're lying or you're gonna try to set this up as that situation up as a romance, which I'm not a fan of. So, but I don't know.
what I can say is I don't know why it was. I could kind of see it, but not really.
Like the Luna with the
Um,
boy in the first couple where
yeah,
she draws and shit. Like I get it, like but then they just go away from that. They don't do that no more. So
it kind of like for her, it's like she's never been able to experience love, and she wants to experience love.
yeah,
And but for her, it's not like a romantic love. It's more of like a motherly love for the kid.
oh okay,
And for him, you kind of get the feeling that it's kind of you're not really sure if it's like a romantic love that he has for her or if it's like again that like maternal love.
well the thing is though, like
But
with Wash It All Away, like it's fine if the younger person
right,
feels
right.
love, you know, towards an older person, as long as
Mm,
the adult actually acts like an adult. You know what I mean?
yeah.
So
Yeah.
but
Yeah. So they kind of do that, but they do explain um at the end like she has that I don't you don't really see a romance from her to him
yeah,
in that
okay.
way. But they do explain at the end how love negatively affects her. And
Okay.
that's why it's not good for her to experience it. So I don't really understand why they bill it as a romance, but
I don't either.
but
Yeah.
like I see how love is like a central theme in the show
Yeah.
because
Okay.
it is
I get what
big
you're
for her to
saying.
experience love, but it doesn't get into that weird wash it all away thing with
Yeah.
him.
That's the reason why I wasn't
Yeah,
really,
it
super happy
I can
about
say it doesn't
finishing
get
it.
there.
So,
It does not get there. It's more for her is more of a protective motherly love.
okay. That makes me feel a little bit better about it,
Yeah,
though.
yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, we
Yeah.
It
were gonna
doesn't.
call it "Witch It All Away."
Push it all away. That's funny. Wait, where are we at? Four? Oh, my four is Hell's Paradise. Sorry, Jack.
Okay.
I really, really like this season of Hell's Paradise.
Cool.
And this is one of those shows where if it was a different season, it could have been one or two.
Oh wow.
Um, but it's unfortunately it's during the stack season.
It
But I
is. Yeah.
think, but like Tyler said, like he's like the rest of my shows from here is tens. Like these are all like nine shows for me.
Yeah.
You could go 9-1 to 9-9 or whatever you want, but these are all like nine shows for me. Or they had nine seasons. So yeah, I really enjoyed how they mixed in a little more of the Japanese Asian philosophy into the island with the Tao and everything. Gabimaru's story is good. You know, the way he was kind of losing himself and Sagiri kind of bringing him back, and how she's kind of gone from like, you know, being the Asuman that's kind of like criminals to like really being like a motherly figure for that entire outfit. Uh, you know, it's just a good story. You have some good characters in there. Um, you know, for what it is, it's going to be a quick shonen because I don't think we have much left in this.
No, probably a
So
couple seasons, if
I
that,
think a
maybe.
season or two, maybe. Um, but I I don't really have anything negative to say about the show. I can see where, you know, some of the some of the dialogue about like the island with how the towel works and everything. I can see how that could kind of get lost on people a little bit, but you know, I thought it was cool.
Yeah. It was okay. I think for me, I really liked season 1 more. Season 2 was
Hmm.
okay. I think season 3 is gonna really pop.
Yeah.
The way they built up to it or whatever. I think I give this like a 7 or so. Thankfully, I didn't have to give it a 6. I said if somebody didn't come back, I was gonna give it a 6.
Yeah,
So I
you
knocked it down a
did.
point. So thankfully, the best character is still
Mhm.
there. So, but yeah, uh, good pick though. I figured somebody would have it up here. So,
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
alrighty,
Where
I
did that?
guess my number. You are you done with the Hell's Paradise?
I'm done.
Alrighty, my number 4 is gonna be Frieren season 2.
Okay.
Which we've already talked about, like some of its flaws, and I've already talked about like what I liked about it. I thought it was a perfectly good like bridge season, I think is what I'm gonna call it, with plenty of Frieren esque moments, which is what I love Frieren for. So I think it done a really good job. So could it could we have gotten a lot more? Could it have been a whole lot better? Maybe, I don't know. But I enjoyed what we got. So, but if it was longer, if it it could have been number 1 or whatever, but it's still a 10. So it just
Mm,
number 4. So, but I felt like there was other shows that was a little bit better than them overall for this season. So
same. I agree. Nothing wrong with that.
Cool.
Three, three, three. Let me give you Jack's three, because we
Sure.
talked about it a few times already. Invisible Man and Soon to Be Wife.
love that.
He said,
Yeah.
"I wish I read past volume one of this show. Both the anime and the manga are great in their different ways. Best OP of the season.
Okay.
Cool.
OP was pretty decent. So
And a good
Yeah.
OP.
no.
Had a good OP.
I dug the ending too. It made me want
Mm.
to watch this show in black and white. It made me want to see
Yeah,
it. Yeah.
yeah.
Which
It kind
it's
of had
like,
that noir feel to it.
yeah. It's
Yeah.
like not many endings make you want to reimagine the entire show in a different
Mm.
way. And yeah, I was like, you know what? I wouldn't mind watching that show because it definitely gave it more of a
Mm.
noir quality. Like with her with black hair and like I'm like, this
Mm.
is kind of cool. Yeah.
Man, she man.
Yeah.
Great number 3, honestly. So
Mm.
Yeah. My number three was actually I had this higher than all of you guys. Demon's Daughter is my number three.
I figured it would be high for you.
Yeah. Yeah, that was my comfort show for the season. I'm
Edmund,
like, yeah.
how many times did you cry during this show?
Uh, a few times, and not for the
I knew
reasons
it.
you think. The world has been such a shitty place lately
Yeah.
that watching this show was just like, uh, it was just like, what was that book series a long time? Chicken Soup for the Soul.
Yeah.
Yeah, this was just
Yeah.
like chicken soup for my soul right now because I'm so disgusted with like certain parts of humanity right now that I can't even. And so watching Doe just like accept everybody and just like not charm them, but just like
her decency and her humanity and just like caring about people and like wanting to include them or wanting to just like make them part of, like her life and just all of it. There were moments where I was just like, I would just break down because I'm like, you know, we need more of that in the world. Like we
Mhm.
like, like come save us. Like they'll come save us. We need you. We need you to come save us. There's people that you need to convert to the, to
To the
the,
Church of Doe.
yeah,
Church of
pretty
No,
much,
yeah.
man. Yeah, like everybody needs to let her into her. You need to let Doe into your heart,
Yeah.
and make the world a better place. Yeah.
I love
So
that.
yeah,
Yeah.
Most
yeah.
protected all cost character of the year.
Oh,
Yeah.
definitely.
Who
Yeah, she.
won't be there
Who
next
won't
year?
win?
Uh,
there is absolutely zero chance she's nominated.
no,
There's
no, she
zero
won't get
chance.
nominated, but
She'll
she,
she'll be nominated for us.
yeah, she
She'll be
definitely will.
nominated for us.
Yep.
Um. Yeah. I mean, it actually has, a decent amount of following, on Mao. So it's got the same as what was it, Invisible Man? I think it was.
Mm,
So
Oh, okay,
that's
that's
pretty
cool.
surprising. Like 40,000 people on Mao. So
it's not
Wow, that's
not
bad.
pretty
bad. That's
good.
that's more than
Yeah.
Endless.
Yeah,
Endless
that's not
has only
bad.
got
Wow.
like 15,000 or something. So,
That's
Oh,
not
wow.
surprising.
but yeah,
Mm.
Okay.
yeah.
Cool. Those are some strong numbers. Yeah.
Yeah,
Mm.
I didn't expect that. So,
Well, neither did I. Yeah, I thought this was going to fly under the radar, and I'm
I
glad it's not.
mean, in all like reality, it is
Yeah,
underneath the radar, but it's less so than I thought it would be. So,
yeah.
but
I agree.
Yeah.
my whoa, yeah, number three.
3.
Mm-hmm.
My number three is gonna be Oshinoko season whatever we're on 3. So
If I told you Oshinoko was my number 3,
really. So you remember when I said that I probably had a show that you didn't have on here? I thought it was gonna be Oshinoko.
no. Wait. Like it's can you see? Like right there, number
Oh yeah,
3.
yeah, yeah.
See, this is not a lie, people. This is handwritten evidence.
Oshinoko, yeah.
Oshinoko was my number 3.
You know, season 1 was, pretty good for me. Season 2, I thought that they handled the thing about the anime is like they take these really good arcs on
Mm,
paper and they make them even better in the show. Like they adapt them
mhm.
even better because how do you make a like with season 2 you had like the play arc, which is like a
Yes.
great
Yeah.
arc in the manga or whatever, but it doesn't stand out so much because it is a play, but
Mhm.
in the anime they like elevated it and made it way better. Well, this season is kind of like a setup to end game kind of season,
Yeah.
um and I feel like they done a really good job at setting up the final season or whatever with this season. I think they done a better job than in the manga, in my opinion. So really, really big fan of this one. I can't wait to watch next season because because we get one of my favorite things, and I want to
Mhm.
see it. Not like favorite things, but like it's like something that I think is gonna shine just as much as the play did because it's on the same level. You like
Mhm.
the movie. You know what I
Yeah.
mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
So like it's hard to make that as good in like like manga. But
Yeah.
I'm excited to see how they play that out on the actual TV, the anime show. Um, so but there's also parts that I know being a manga reader that's coming, and I'm gonna enjoy the ride and watching all the anime onlys just go up and down like I did, up and down. So
I'm an anime only,
and
so
it's gonna be fun because like I know if it stays on the up or if it ends on the down, and it's gonna be so fun to watch
mhm.
all the weekly, like oh shit, so it's gonna be a fun time. So
Yeah, look, man, I've been trying to sell Edwin on Oshinoko, but he can't get over the isekai element.
yeah,
So I'm like,
Which which you would think I wouldn't, but
yeah,
like, yeah,
it's a different
yeah,
approach. You
it's
know
a
what I mean?
different approach, and
yeah.
Which I mean, it
again,
doesn't really play a huge part into it until it does. So
until they decide, oh yeah, we're an isekai, we gotta make this work.
yeah,
And that's like the thing. Again, I call this show is a side mission show for me. I hate the main story. I don't care about the revenge plot for his mom. I don't like that. I don't like the
there's
isekai
so many
element.
fun characters though.
But
That's what I like about the show is that the
there's a lot
characters
of
are
great
great.
characters, and for me, it's the insight
Yeah,
into
yeah.
like the Japanese entertainment industry. Like I love season 2 just because of like you got to see how the mangaka felt. Well, we saw how the mangaka was in season 1 with the show getting her manga getting translated to the show, how popular that was and how trash the show was. And that kind of played into season 2 with the theater because that mangaka for the theater show, the Tokyo Blade or whatever it's called, and her that was her like OG advisor type girl, and she was like, you let them adapt your manga, and it was the TV show was trash. She was being so like overly overbearing about how they were adapting her play, and you had the assistant the director come in there, and he's like telling like advising her on like, hey, we're not going to be able to adapt it. This is a play. Like we're going to have to chop some stuff out. There are going to be things that they can see that would have shown the manga, so we could spice that. Like, so he was like, you get to see how the workings of adapting something into that element was. And not only that, you got to see how the theater in Japan was. Because it's not like they have these places where they have just like the traditional plays. But then when he took her to like the newer plays that they
The
have and
rotating.
how immersive it was and everything, it's like I haven't seen anything like that. I think that's amazing, but it's modern, it's updated. So it's like, you got to see that. And part of the reason why Timon's B-side started to fall further for me was because Oshinoko did it better.
Yeah,
Like
I
you got to
mean, it's
look into the
hard.
idol culture this season, and you really got to see like, hey, look, you're this idol, you're this idol, you can't do this. We have this much control over you. We got control of your social media. We got control over where you go.
Your
Like
name.
your name. We got you're playing this role. You have to be this person. You really got to see um how idol culture was and the change that it put into some of the characters and the things that they went through because they're chasing this idol culture. So like we really got insight into that, and I really love like how Oshinoko peels back the layers of the entertainment industry, and I think that's his strongest point. But they do have some really strong side characters too, um to where it's just that I just wish that first Jack said it when he told us to watch it. He said just disregard the first episode. And I wish I listened. I wish I listened to him. I really do.
Yeah.
But they do come back to that isekai element a few times, and it's like,
Well, my problem was that I read the first volume of the manga.
yeah,
Yeah. After I read the first, I was like, no.
it's got so much. Like I can't.
Yeah.
And that's the thing. It's like it left such a bitter taste in people's mouths that it's hard for me to get you to break to get people to break past that.
Yeah.
And like because like I think you would love the insights into the
Well, you make
entertainment.
it sound like a totally different show from the
It
manga I was
is.
reading.
It's
Yeah.
but the thing is it's like multiple different shows in itself,
Yeah.
you got this show, you got this side of things where like this is where Oshino really excels at. This is why I love it so much, because it's a different take on like the idol, the entertainment industry, like
Yeah,
looking at it or
absolutely.
whatever. But then you got these other aspects. You got like the romance aspect. You got the isekai aspect. You got all these drama aspects, because this is a huge drama show. But
Mhm.
you got all these other aspects too, but they pale in comparison to the actual reason why we're there, which is to actually look like the drama, to look at
Yes.
what's going on, probably through pretty realistic eyes,
Oh yeah.
you know. And like, but the another thing that really sets it apart is the characters, like the characters and the
Yeah.
individual characters, and how they grow up, and like what like what Jamal was saying, you know, they each got their own, like, you know, if you're an idol you got to do this, like if you're an actor, like it takes a look at idols, takes a look at actors, it takes a look at child actors, it takes a look at, you know, streamers, influencers, it takes a look at all these different things.
Directors.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mangakas.
Old age, new age.
Yeah.
Like it just it does a lot with the entertainment industry, and like I think it does a like it that's where it shines at the most, other than the characters, and like just music too. So
Yeah, the music is phenomenal.
Like one of my
Good art.
favorite
Very, very good
thing
art.
is their music video Pop
Yeah.
Into or whatever. Like we didn't get to see that in the manga. Like we
Oh,
only got
really?
to see like bits and pieces of it, but it actually never was like created in the manga. And that's like an anime original creation. And like it was such a good music video that aired
Yeah.
in the actual like show or whatever. So
Wow.
it's crazy. But yeah, definitely I would definitely recommend it for that. Like if you can get away from the fact that like it's isekai based or whatever, I think that the show shines way more in other aspects, that you can like kind of ignore that, or you know, not like that as much, because you like the other things that it does.
Mhm.
Now I mean there's obviously some parts like in last season, like the end of last season, that's probably, you know, people probably didn't like it so well. I know that, like I said, when I read it, I
hated
didn't like it.
I hated it.
It was like like it catches you off guard, because of where they're at, and then all of a sudden it happens or whatever. So, but yeah.
It was very frustrating. It was very frustrating.
I knew it was
But-
coming, so like I just laughed about it. But
I knew
yeah.
it would happen eventually. I didn't have to read it to know that was going to eventually happen.
Sensei.
But that I hate. Oh, but again, it's like
You promised.
it's when they went back to the. I'm not going to get into that. I'm trying to sell Edwin on watching this show.
You don't
and
know
that's
what we're
gonna-
talking
that's
about.
gonna- that's going to kill it. That's going to kill it. Because as soon as we talk about that, he's going to be like,
No,
"Oh,
I'm not
we're
going to
gonna
talk about it
this."
anymore.
Cut.
That's all I'm saying. I'm leaving it at that.
I don't know, you guys. Now I'm even more sus. I'm like, that's sus, man.
It's because they go back into the isekai element.
Yeah.
In that call.
You know what? It wouldn't have been as bad if it wasn't. If there was a little bit more space between the isekai elements, like did it have to happen like right afterwards? Like, I'm like, oh my God. Yeah, like, you know, did he have to be her OBGYN? I'm like, couldn't it have been a different character? Like, couldn't it have been
Well,
anybody else?
for the plot that they're trying for, it kind of had to happen. So,
It had to happen.
Yeah.
It had.
You
he
don't
had to have some
understand,
sort
but
of connection to her.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, yeah. So they had to have a connection between each other in their own way,
Yeah.
and with I as well, and that's the only way they could do it, while bringing in the fact that, you know, twins, you know, or whatever, reincarnating into the twins, which is all a bunch of bullshit, like, but it's anime, you know what I mean? So it is what it is. So, but yeah,
and that's always going to be the most frustrating part of it. But I swear, if you can get past those elements, and again, I say this, it's like as you progress further in the show, it becomes less of a focal point, so it's not as bad.
It's more about like the daily life, like growing up, or like all these other aspects over that. Then it comes back, in the later, like the third season.
It's whatever, like you said, they kind of ignore it all second season and most of the third.
But it's so good, man. Like,
and
it's
then
so
they
good.
They bring it back for the end game.
This is what I'll do. I'll give it a chance. But if it gets questionable,
you have to watch at least the second season, because the second season, like they made it so good. Like the play or whatever, like the Tokyo Blade play. It's one of the best like presentations of like a actual theater play in an anime. So,
and I'm so mad because I want to see Tokyo Blade.
Yeah, it's so good, man.
It looks so good. Honestly, you could probably skip season 1. In all honesty, I don't think you would.
The thing is, with skipping season 1, then you miss out on like Ruby and like
you miss out on some of the characters.
You're missing out on like backstory. I feel like you should watch season 1, because like even though you didn't like episode 1 because of this kind of stuff, well, the rest of the season is just like watching them grow up. Watching them grow up and learning all these other background characters, which is or supporting characters, you may say. Like, even though they're supporting characters, they're actually main characters in their own way. So if you skip season 1, I feel like you're gonna be skipping out on a lot of like the build, like learning about these other characters, that you're gonna be seeing a lot of in season 2. So
a lot of the characters from season 1 coming into season 2 for the play.
Yeah.
But there's one particular character that like is very important in season 1, and he's not really in season 2, but he comes back to be a big focal point in season 3.
Yeah, and plus I feel like getting to see Ruby's like early days and is a very very important part of season 2 when they're comparing her and Akane together, because of their past and stuff. So
like I said, that season 1 is good. Once you get past that first episode, season 1's fine, but it really starts to pick up in season 2, and season 3 it starts cooking with fish grease.
Yeah.
It's worth it. That was
I'm still surprised you got that as your 3, but I get it. So
I really enjoyed Oshinoko.
Yeah.
Like, I'm just like, I know the ending's going to disappoint me, but I'm enjoying the ride while I can.
Yeah.
So,
it's one of those things too, like where I know the ending, and I'm okay with the ending. It could have been better, sure. It could have been worse. Hell yeah. But it was okay. But I'm wondering how they're gonna adapt it into the anime, because like they've like made things better, and they changed things, and they've added things. I wonder how to, like, it really makes me curious, like how the final season's gonna go. So
I'm interested to see that too, because I know they got a lot of backlash for how the ending was. Like Kyle, shout out to our buddy Kyle. He texted me because he just finished reading the ending, and he was fuming mad. And this kid, a lot of people he loves Oshinoko. Like, Jack tried to get Edwin and I to watch it, and like he was just kind of like, skip the first episode, but the rest is cool. But like Kyle, he loves this show, adores the show.
I loved it too. I mean, I can't really talk about like the ending and stuff, because it's hella spoiler. But
he hated the ending. Like, I haven't heard from Kyle in months, but when he read the ending, I immediately got a text message.
Yeah.
So, like, I gotta tell Jamaal.
Yeah.
Actually, I actually did an episode on the manga with the when the
Yeah.
ending got dropped or whatever. We done like an episode. I was a guest with
Mhm.
Pete from What Do You Say Anime.
Yeah.
Me and him went over and talked to Ash from Simping from Senpai, and we
Mhm.
discussed the manga and kind of like the manga and the differences in the anime slash manga, like it, what the anime did, differently, better, or whatever. And we actually talked about the ending of it and like our thoughts on it and stuff. So, but yeah, it's gonna be fun to go back and listen to that and see how I feel about the anime ending compared to how I felt about the manga ending, because my memory's kind of bad. I'm glad I done an episode on it. So, but
Mhm.
Cool.
yeah.
Yeah.
All right. What are we at?
Twos.
Number twos now?
Twos.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll give you Jack's number two. Jack's number two, Hell's Paradise.
Okay.
Okay.
It makes
Okay.
sense. He's a big Hell's
Yeah.
Paradise fan, so I was wondering where it
Oh, yeah.
was.
Here we go. As much as I love this story and show, I never give it its proper due. It has yet to rank number one in any of my seasonal year in
I mean, which is Jack,
it's, it's Jack. But you know what? Before it would not make his 10 or something, at least it's two. At least it's two. We have to give him credit. We have to give him credit. So it is yet to rank.
He's still king of the hype bomb, but at least he gave it its due.
He's given it its due. He's gotten better at it. It has yet to rank number one in any of my seasonal year-end rankings. I think it's because I read it relatively fast when the manga concluded. While the show essentially is slower for me, especially with the season 2 gap, I absorbed so much of it that it feels like the love was always there. Like Kaizen, for example, I had to dig through to find that appreciation. But with Hell's Paradise, I know I love it more than I know, and it's eerie. It's almost like my love of early Digimon. Time will tell where it lands in my top 5 this year. The manga itself is forever a favorite. Best closing of the season, and I've grown to adore the OP with Baby Metal.
Okay. Cool.
That was number 2. Hell's Paradise.
Cool. My number 2 is probably going to be his number 1, which is Journal with Witch.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, this was, man, talk about a show. Jesus. This is a show about grief. It's an examination of how it was a lot more than just grief. It was a show about who you are as an adult. And I think that that theme, like just who you are, period. Not even only as an adult, but like who you are and how the world shapes you and how you let it shape you and what you want from it and what you take from it and how you act and how you move in it. And then you throw in the fact that now you have to deal with something. You want the answers to these questions from the most important person in your life, and they're gone. So like now there's this void there, and you'll never know the truth. And I thought that was really like profound for an anime. And like we've talked about this before, like there are certain shows that you can recommend to people who aren't fans of anime, and I think this is absolutely one of those shows. Because I think this show reaches into, it's about who you are as a person and how you deal with the grief and the loss of someone, and the complicated relationships that we all have with each other. Whether it be, like romantic or familial, or, between parent and adult, between ourselves and our friends. And it's a really deep, complex show without like being too heavy-handed or pushing it in your face. It's just there. And so you're watching the show and you're asking yourself, you're these questions, you're like, like, man, you sit and if you're, it's one of those shows where you can sit after watching it and reflect on your own experiences with grief. And it does that because it's so well written and so well performed that you can actually like sit down and say, man, like I remember like when my brother died, and how did I deal with that? And how do I deal with grief now? As and like I have a different perspective from all the characters in the show because I'm older.
Hmm.
I've experienced more of life. So I have like, because this is like, it's also their perspectives from different points in, like she's a lot older, the aunt's a lot older, and, like you have the teenager who's looking at that from a different, perspective.
Hmm.
And that's really interesting too. So it offers all these different perspectives on, like what it, who we are, what it means to be, in this world, and what it means to lose the people that we love in this world. And not many shows handle that well as is. And, not many live action shows, I think, not many, like any shows handle it as well as Journal with Witch does. Which makes it not only a contender for like best anime of the year, but I think just best show of the year in general.
Hmm.
Like this could be up there with like Andor or other shows because it's just that straightforward. It's about life and what happens to us. Um, and it's one of those shows like with Medalist or Orb where I can say to like anybody, like, hey, watch this. And they're like, oh, it's anime. No, no, watch it.
Hmm.
It's a journey, You're gonna go on a journey with this show and you're gonna be impressed and amazed.
Yeah, very very
Yeah.
relatable,
Yeah.
very
Yeah.
relatable. A lot
Very.
of like difficult situations, a lot of very realistic situations, and like
Hmm.
you can see like the um different phases, I guess you can say, of like character growth, like characters and like stages of like grief and like just different like personalities. And I think it was like it done a really good job at like pretty much everything that they try to do, honestly, like just
I
the
agree. Yeah.
undecidedness of like a teenager, having to figure out like what is life, what is my way forward or whatever. Even like the side character, Asa's friend or whatever, like she's struggling with
Hmm.
her own things over there or whatever, and like
Yeah.
trying to, she's struggling with her own relationship, she's struggling with her relationship with Asa, like like they're just all trying to figure out how to interact with each other after one of the biggest things happened in their lives. Whether Makio, she never did necessarily love, or she didn't love her sister as much, as she probably should have or whatever. But she
Hmm.
wasn't really saddened or anything. But it's still a pretty big event that happened in her life too, regardless, because like it affected everyone around her, and it affected her life in the end, with
Hmm.
Asa, coming to live with her and stuff. So
Even
Steph,
beyond that,
yeah,
like she
yeah,
mentioned, like after she passed, like she had the revelation, like I'm right. I have my career because of her.
yeah, like
And what is it like when you lose that source of inspiration? Because that
mm-hmm.
motivation, and she hits a bad case of writer's block after this happens.
Yeah, and she had to
You
go
know,
get help or whatever. Yeah.
yeah,
And she even like questions like, uh, am I the one that was different or whatever, or was it
yeah.
actually her, or whatever. So, like, it's a lot of like character like looks at different characters, like different. It does a really good job. And like I really don't have anything negative to say about this show. Like it literally it deserves to be like anime of the year talks. Like
Mhm.
Edwin said, more than that, but we all know that it's not going to reach that far.
No.
Yeah.
We'll be lucky if it even gets anime of the year talk nomination for
Hmm.
Crunchyroll. So,
Yeah.
but I did enjoy seeing all the hype that they got on social media, especially from like
I
some of
like that.
the
Yeah.
news outlets, the anime news outlets and stuff. So they was singing its praises. So I love that. That means that people are actually probably watching this. So
Yeah.
and
Well,
actually
this is
enjoying
what,
the themes behind it. So
yeah, this is one of those shows where I think I kind of feel privileged to have been able to watch it. Uh,
Hmm.
I don't know if that sounds weird.
No.
Uh, because I was thinking about it and I'm like, her sister had her worldview and her point of view. And it's like, and I think that toward the end, when she was writing her journal, she started to question that. And I thought that that was
Hmm.
really amazing in that nobody's right. You know what I'm saying? It's like she thought that she was right. And this was the
Hmm.
way, the appropriate way to live. And then she starts to realize, like, what have I done?
Yeah.
She starts to question her own, like, the choices that she made, even though those choices had affected everyone around her.
hmm
And she starts to say, wait, was I right? Was I wrong? And that's something that, like, anybody who watches this show is going to have an opinion on. Oh, yeah, she was right. Or somebody might say, no, she wasn't right. And it's like, and that's one of the things that I think is really cool about this show, in that you're gonna agree on things and you're gonna disagree on things, because it's like it's gonna depend on what you bring to this show. And there's not a
Hmm.
lot of shows that work like that. Where your worldview is how you experience, what you feel about grief, what you think about life, what you think about society, and how you should behave in it, and like what's right, what's wrong. Was like her lack of emotion right? Was it wrong? And I
Hmm.
think I think she tries to make Asa see that, like, hey, you do these things in your own way, in your own time. And I thought that that was really profound. And like I said, it really depends on what you're bringing to the show, and I don't think there are many shows that are like that, uh, in anime, or let alone anywhere else.
hmm
I mean, this show is meant to entertain, but I think it really helps you to ask some really profound questions, and it kind of is a little roadmap through grief.
Yeah, very good
Yeah,
one too. So very good
Hmm.
yeah, I
one,
agree.
exploring different aspects and stuff. So, uh,
Hmm.
um, one thing I noticed is that Asa's voice actor. I don't know if y'all noticed this or not, but like this is literally her first like major
Hmm.
major role. This is like one of her like first voice acting roles other than like an extra style role,
Yeah.
Oh
which is
wow.
insane because like she literally sings in this, several times or whatever. She does a really
Hmm.
good job at playing Asa, and for this being her first like non extra, like she was like I think it says I'm out. It lists her as nothing but this, but on like I found her in like six different things, like a home announcer, a female student, a maid,
Hmm.
a Kikyo student, announcer, announcement voice, and like
Ground stuff.
just extra
Yeah.
like
Hmm.
stuff that like normal people can get or whatever. And then she's awesome from this show, and I'm just like that's crazy.
You never
So
know when
Yeah.
you never know when you're gonna get that break.
yeah,
You
I
know, and
mean,
that's
Yeah.
the
but such a good such a
Yeah.
good performance.
Yeah, he's saying that not only did she get the break, but she knocked it out of the park.
Yeah,
yeah,
so
yeah,
um
Hmm.
yeah. And it's interesting to like see, because I know when we talked to Marissa Duran, like it was kind of like that for her until she got Hori. She was just kind of like, I got, getting background work, and I didn't have any. That was my first named role, and this starring role in this
mhm.
beloved show. It's like,
Yeah.
how does it happen? It just, sometimes it just happens like that for you sometimes. But what do you do when you get it? And they delivered, man. They delivered. I remember, Tyler, you did bring that up, in a discussion we had before. Like that was her first like big role, and that you're asking a lot for a character out of that. That's a lot of emotional depth. Like you
Yeah.
said, you have to sing, and that's not. And she had a great voice.
Yeah,
She had a
she done a really
great
good
voice.
job.
So, you know, she did a really, really good job. So, you know, you gotta commend somebody for that.
Yeah, it's a
I
great
agree.
pick. So, I'm curious to see what
Great
your
pick.
number one is because that's,
That's
you
Yeah.
know,
yeah,
that's not my number two. So,
that's a lot. That's a
Yeah.
lot of high praise for something that's not number
yeah,
one. Mm,
but yeah,
Well, it's like, well, Tyler, it's like you. I went on feelings and vibes for my
yeah,
list.
mm,
Yeah, like this one had to be like it wouldn't. I think when I first started watching it, I was like, this isn't going to make my list at all. I'm like, this is just going to be one of those shows. And then as I watched it, I think what really sealed the deal was that Fury Road comment.
the
I
conversation.
love that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, like that. Just like I'm like, as I started to think about it, I'm like, oh my God, that is like a little throwaway comment that you almost can't
Mm,
hear. And she recommends it to her, and I'm like, Jesus Christ, that's what's been going on in her head.
yeah.
yeah,
Like, she's lost in the wastelands, and like both of those are about women going through really, really powerful like grief. Furiosa is going through like the loss of her home. Like it's all gone. Like that's gone. Like, honey, that is gone. Like you don't have that life to go back to anymore. And it's a powerful and it's just like in Journal with Witch, it's just a toss away moment, but it's like, oh shit, like you just unlocked the show with one throwaway comment. It's like, oh my God,
yeah,
like
Yeah.
other shows don't even work that hard, you
Mm.
know? Yeah.
Well, you think it's a throwaway comment,
Yeah, you
especially
think it is, but
after
it's not. Yeah.
what she suggests to her
To her
to her
friend. Yeah.
friend, to the point where even she's like, "That's it."
Yeah.
But
She's like,
Alistair's
that's
like,
what you're
"That's
gonna,
it." Like that's what
you're
you're
like,
gonna recommend
Fury
me.
Road? Yeah.
Yeah, but they went back to it and they dipped in that well a few times, and it really
It makes sense. Yeah.
full circle. Yeah,
Hmm.
full
Yeah.
circle.
I really wish that we could get another season of this. But it's probably not going to happen. But
It's
I mean,
not gonna
there's so
happen.
many like things that they still could explore. You know, like Makio's relationship with Kasamachi, and
Hmm.
even like what happens like later on with like Emiri, and there's a lot of like situations that they could explore. But this is one that I'm
I
definitely gonna have to check out the manga for because
yeah.
it has to be
Yeah,
finished for me because it's such a
I
good show.
I
So
think
yeah.
from what I've read, I don't think there's that. I think they've adapted pretty much most of it.
yeah,
I don't think that from what I've seen, I don't think there's much left.
yeah. But I mean,
Yeah.
they
But
could literally do like a little OVA or something,
Yeah, yeah,
ONA,
something.
whatever.
Like they gave us the
But
little flash forward sequence, but
yeah,
you
like
want
I just
more.
want to see, a little bit more,
Yeah.
But I'm so glad that I'm pretty sure I said when we did our like preview thing or whatever, I'm pretty sure
Hmm.
that this was like one of my contenders. Like I said, if it done really good, it
Yeah.
would be like
Yeah. You
anime of the
did.
year type shit. So
Yeah.
so I'm glad that I seen this, and I'm glad that it actually followed through with what I thought it was gonna be. So,
Mm.
but yeah, alrighty.
It's it's LeBron James, man. They came in with a lot of hype, and somehow it exceeded the hype that you thought that it would never get to.
Mm-hmm.
So shout out to that.
Setting at 8.8 on Mal, number 38 show ranked.
38.
Yeah.
That's really really
So
high.
yeah,
38 is great.
yeah. For a show like this,
38 is
hell
great.
yeah,
Oh yeah, 38 is
yeah.
great.
I love it.
Okay, my number two, nobody else has this one. My number two is Golden Kamuy.
Okay.
Oh, okay, cool.
We're going into the last, well, that was part of the last season. I don't know if they're going to do like a second part to the season or if they're going to do a movie or what, but we're at the end game of the story here. Um, I just love the show. It has the historical fiction aspect of it. There's a lot of like Japanese culture in it with the Ainu tribe, which is a very like which has a lot of history behind it. Kind of like the indigenous people here. Um, it's got action, it's got humor, it's got culture. It's got a little bit of everything. So it has some engaging characters. You're rooting for them to win. You got some good villains in there that they have their motivations, and to a point where you're just like, you know what, I really hated you, but I kind of understand why you are the way you are now. And I like having. I think in anime they started to lean too heavily on like justifying the villain to where what, the
Yeah.
villain was actually right. To I like just having that pure evil guy.
Yeah.
And you this guy is he's still pretty evil. He's still a pretty bad guy, but
But he just happens to be right.
he has some justifications where you can be like, I still don't agree with you. I still want you to lose, but I kind of understand you.
Yeah.
But again, I just like the show. Jesse was the one that like really pushed me to watch it, so I like it. And the live action was pretty well done, which was surprising.
That is surprising because we know
Very
how
surprising.
live actions can go.
It usually doesn't. It usually, but it's a really, to me, it's pretty well done and pretty respect respect respectful of the source.
Well, that's good.
And been I think the live action, it's on Netflix, and I think it's been adapted up until the beginning of this season that just passed. So again, I have no idea what the future plan is. I know we're going to have to get some soon, and there's not going to be a lot. I don't think there's a full season's worth of material left. But like, again, if it turns out to be a movie, it'll make sense.
Yeah.
Yeah. Golden Kamuy, my number 2.
Alrighty, my number 2 is gonna be JJK season 3, Calling
Okay.
Games Part 1, or whatever you calling it nowadays.
Mm-hmm.
Just JJK doing JJK things
JJK
for the most
doing
part.
JJK things.
I said on that rundown, this was my favorite show from the rundown, just because like I loved watching people get beat up and dying in this show. So it's still doing that shit, even though like the first few episodes was a lot of talking. It made up for it for the rest of the time. It had two like probably top I'm gonna say top three, two episodes that's top three JJK episodes all time. So with the finale probably being my favorite JJK episode all time. Now who knows if that stays that way. Hopefully it doesn't. Hopefully when part 2 comes out, something overtakes it. I would be very happy about that. But I had a lot of fun watching JJK, so that's why it's at my number 2. Surprised that I put it there. Oshinoko could have been there, except for we got the promise promise though. So
the promise that we did not want to be kept.
But yeah,
No.
it had to be knocked down a little bit. But yeah, and for being shorter, like bridgy season and medalist, being not as intense. Like I set up season 2, so there's only one show that really I had more fun with. So had more fun watching. So but yeah.
Ooh.
All right. Edwin, go ahead with your number one because I think everybody else pretty much has the same number one.
I don't think so. I mean, my number one is Polar Opposites.
Yeah,
Okay. Yeah.
I like that.
Peak.
I
I
like
love
Yep.
it.
that. I'm not
Yep.
surprised that you say that because you
Yeah.
were very high on the show all season.
Yeah. It kind of stole everybody's thunder. I mean, it just you know how much I liked Horimiya, and I think
Hmm.
this is like the spiritual successor to that. Um, in that like right off the bat, they're together.
Yeah,
Um,
Love
and
that. Yeah.
yeah, like there's no waiting around. There's no like dragging this out. It's like boom, they're together. And then right after that, they start to develop all the side characters, and the side characters are great.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, yeah, and it also, I don't know if they did this on purpose, but if you notice, the ending sequences are very similar uh, for both the shows. It's that walking toward like, yeah.
The
So
running.
I didn't
yeah,
pay attention to that.
check it out because it's the same kind of like walking or running through stuff to like get to each other, and like with all this other stuff on the side.
Hmm.
That was a nice little parallel between the two of them. Yeah, I mean, it was kind of perfect. I don't get a lot of like every now and then we'll get a romance that's good, like Signs of Affection and stuff.
Hmm.
And what was the other one? The flower one, the
Fragment
Fragrant
flower.
fragrant
flower
flowers.
blooms
Yeah,
with
we'll get
dignity.
good romance shows. But like those are a little bit different in that like those people seem to be a little bit older. Where I like that this was really just the teenagers that were like
Hmm.
figuring stuff out and like
Mm-hmm.
actually living,
Yeah,
like actually living their lives and enjoying it. And I was like, all right, cool, I'm along for the ride.
Yeah.
There wasn't any kind of like there wasn't any fan service. There wasn't like, there's not like the bikini episode,
yeah,
and there's not like
yeah, yeah.
like there's not like the freaking out about like, oh, he drank my milk after I drank it. It
Hmm.
was none of that. It was just like, like these kids are feeling their feels, and we get to watch it, and like I said, like I was telling Tyler and you, like none of the character, anybody who's introduced is on point,
Yeah.
whether it be the mom, the grandma, anybody else. It's like they all have like they're either comic relief or there's the interaction with them is like just it's like really good. It's just good, you know? Yeah.
It's always refreshing to see a romance where they actually have parents.
Yeah.
It's so rare in
Somebody's there.
anime to see parents, and not only that, like the parents aren't like horrible.
Yeah.
So it's a rare thing. So
Or one
like when you,
dimensional.
yeah, so when you get
Yeah.
that, it's something.
Or
Yeah.
you could get like the parents are overseas, so they're living in
Mhm.
some like apartment by themselves.
Yeah.
Or when you do get the parents, they're so one dimensional and like pretty much more of an obstacle to the
Mm-hmm.
to the any aspect of the story. Then they're just plot points or plot devices. The dad said no, or the mom just hates you, like whatever it
Mhm.
is. Yeah.
Then you get like the wholesome ones with like fragrant flower with the mom and dad, and then you get like what
Best parents.
dangers in my heart. I think had like some cool parents or whatever.
Oh
So,
yeah. Some
but
very
yeah,
cool parents.
yeah.
Yeah.
Don't get him started.
But yeah, oh,
That's another one of my favorite. Yeah.
I was actually talking to Edwin before you joined,
Mhm.
Jamaal, and he wasn't aware that Ramparts of Ice was the same mangaka, the same creator as Polar
Yeah,
Opposites. So
same one.
Yeah.
I feel like he's probably going to be looking forward to that show just a little bit more than he was
Yeah.
Oh
before.
yeah.
So
Yeah. That
but
kind of takes the stinking Netflix off of it a little bit.
yeah, so
Yeah. It
it
does.
it's,
Yeah.
it's gonna be a fun time to see what that creator can do with a second uh show, like
Mhm.
how it's gonna differ from Polar Opposites. We already see like the the main character isn't like Suzuki. You know, it's more like
Right.
it's not like a Tyra, but like the other. It's sort of like Tyra, but it's like a more you know reserved
He kind of
character.
reminds
So
me more of
the chick that hangs out with him, right? Sort of.
no,
Yeah.
the guy from Fragrant Flower.
Yeah. You talking about the black hair dude?
No, the main guy.
Oh, you okay? Rintaro.
Rintaro. She kind of
Okay.
reminds me of Rintaro because it's like
Yes,
she has the
somewhat.
face that's like everybody thinks that she's like an ice queen,
Yeah, true.
and like that was his thing. Like he just always looked like big and mean and scary, and
It's so good though.
yeah.
Yeah.
But she's not. She's not. But that's kind of like what everybody thought of her in
Hmm.
that first
Well,
episode. It was a little. It was a little scary because I'm like, oh
well,
no, you're starting off this dark. So, but they thankfully
But
they
they brought
saved us.
in
They
some
saved us from
people.
that.
So yeah,
Yeah, I was like,
I'm.
oh, thank you.
That's what I'm looking forward to the most is like we you know through one episode we haven't really seen a lot of like the supporting cast and like
Yeah,
after we watch Polar Opposites we know how good they are at writing polar the supporting
yeah.
cast, so I'm excited to see what Ramparts gives us as like a cast and like what they do and stuff. So yeah,
yeah.
a
This one
great
seems,
pick honestly.
Mm.
yeah, this one seems like thank you. This one, Ramparts of Ice seems like a more traditional entry.
Hmm.
Yeah, so but I'm still excited to see where it goes because I like the opening is really cool with the actual Ramparts. That was really
Hmm.
cool. Um,
Okay.
yeah, so I'm excited to see where they go with it, especially knowing that. But not only that, I like the fact that she is, and that's I think that's what the trailer even said. Like this is about her, like breaking down those walls,
Yeah,
Mm.
and
developing.
then
Yeah.
yeah, and then like managing to make some friends, and maybe even like like find a partner, like find like fall for somebody. So that'll be cool to see.
Yeah, it's
And,
literally one of my favorite types of romances. So, but yeah, we'll see. I have a feeling
with
that
with
it's
that
gonna
one,
be top five at least this
Mm.
season, maybe top three. So I was really
could
hyped
be.
about it. So
Yeah, because I mean, in other shows they would call her the tsundere, but she's
Mm.
not
yeah,
like
she's
at
not.
all.
Nah,
Yeah.
not at
Yeah,
all. Not at
no,
all. So it's something that we say like often. They built up trust because
yeah,
of Polar Opposites. They built up the trust where it's like I want to see where this is going
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
because I know that you're probably not going to disappoint.
Especially because it's on Netflix.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
mm, Netflix.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
excited about that. I can't wait to name in my top three
Mm.
of our next review. uh, all right. Are we at ones now?
Yeah, that was
Yeah,
his
that was
one.
my number one. Yeah.
Okay. I guess
Mhm.
I'll just go ahead and go that way Jamal can end up with a bang.
Yeah,
Journal
go ahead and
Witch
say
is
it.
my number one. So
It's my number one.
yeah.
Uh-huh.
It's Jack's number one.
Love
Yeah.
that. Yeah.
I'll read this is what Jack had to say. I'll share my official take for our best of 2026 episode because it's a show that hits that nerve interpersonally for everyone and it demands for you to examine your soul as it should. So I will honor that notion and process it more because I have dealt with my mother's death similar to the main character of Asa.
There you go.
And as we discussed in our group text, we talk more on the structure and writing more than our personal feelings on this show. It's that ingenious of a show. So it's hard to funnel every facet of that with only a few sentences and sound bites.
So y'all heard it here
So,
first. We're gonna get a Jack certified speech
yeah.
Yep.
come next year.
It's come next year.
His
We're gonna have
thesis.
to do a whole episode about this show now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's probably
We're
gonna
gonna have
watch it at
to.
least one more time, probably, before
I
the end of the
I don't
year.
doubt it. Yep,
Yeah,
I
it,
don't
it
doubt
took
it.
it took him a while to get into the show to begin with. So
Yeah.
because the music threw him off in the first episode.
Okay.
Yeah,
And then after a while, like it was just like it's a show that you need to spend time with. So I think it took him a while, but
Yeah.
he turned to a witch. I can say this after all that talk. I don't give out very many tens, but this is a 10.
yeah,
This
Easy.
show this
Easy.
show is a 10.
yeah.
Easy 10 for me. And that says a lot. We talked about it a lot before, but a couple things that we haven't said is like what I like a good thing about this show is like you said, Edwin, you could recommend this to anybody, even if they're not an anime fan,
Can it get an
and
Emmy, please?
that would be nice. It'll never
Yep.
happen, but it would be
No.
nice. Um, a conversation that we had after we watched the movie was just recommending anime to people, and like Martin was talking about how he recommended something for his sister to watch. I think it might have been Dress Up Darling or something, and I guess
Okay.
she like went online to look up something on social media or whatever, and the first thing she saw was like the things bouncing up and down.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
he's like, wait, no, don't look that up. That's not what this is about. But with anime, you have that often. There's none of that in Journal with Witch.
No.
There's none of that. Like, you don't have to worry about like any excessive fan service. You don't have to worry about anything like super profane or grotesque.
They went out of their way to make these people look androgynous as to avoid that. Look at the school uniforms. I mean, those are the ugliest school uniforms I've ever seen.
Hey,
Like,
man, there'd be some ugly school uniforms out there though.
no, like I think this
But
show went out of its way to not
Well,
step on those.
they probably didn't want to take away from like the story. They didn't want
Yeah.
distractions. I guess.
No, they didn't. Yeah.
maybe it's
I don't know.
possible. It's possible. I don't know.
Well, I think it was also part of the art style
I think
because there were moments like during the funeral when like they're the only two people that are actually animated.
yeah.
I thought that was really cool.
Mhm.
And it makes some really creative art choices too. I mean, and I noticed that like it goes out of its way to make these people like not unsexy, but to not like make that part of
the
the
main
discussion.
focus.
I
Yeah.
feel like
Yeah.
they made them normal. Which really
Yes.
helped the show a lot
Yes.
because like you want to make it more realistic, more relatable, and that helped a lot when you ain't got these non-normal like looking people. Like all these
Yeah.
people look average. Like
Yeah.
like all of them do. Like none of them like stand out.
Yeah.
None of them's like super pretty. They just look normal. They're average
Not,
people.
and not in a bad way either. When we say normal, it's not like they're like wholly
They're not
unattractive or
anime
anything.
protagonist
Yeah.
characters.
Exactly.
Also
Yeah.
has
Exactly.
what is that, like a bob cut or like
Yeah.
something like that.
And,
So
and
like
they talk about that in the show.
yeah, and
like, why she has
Makio
the bob cut.
she doesn't have like super long hair either.
No,
So
she's very but they had the moment where like she's looking at Kasamichi and she's like, has he always been built like that? And because he likes to work out. So it's like they're there, but they're not. It's like you said, it's not like you don't have the bombshells everywhere.
No.
It's just like these are just normal people.
I
And
mean, you look at
for
like
these people.
My Dress Up Darling. You got
Mhm.
Marin and even Gojo. Like they're not realistic.
Yeah.
Like all the people around them, like all the cosplayers and stuff, they're not realistic. But like this is a story that wants to be more relatable, be more realistic.
Mhm.
So they got more like blander looking like normal characters. More
Yeah.
like it fits, like it works well. Like if it's in a different show, like My Dress Up Darling, would designs like this work? Normalcy work? Probably not as much. But in this show, it does. You know, just like polar opposites. You got people that you can tell that, like, they're like anime protagonists. You know, like you got Suzuki, pink hair. You got Yamada with the stylish cut. You know, like you can tell that they're anime characters. They're not normal, even though they're normal. You know, they can be normal, but they're usually, you don't see like crazy, like,
Right.
I ain't gonna say crazy, but like things like that is often, probably. Whereas these people look like normal, everyday people you would see anywhere out there. So
Walking down the street,
yeah. Like some people, like the like the hidden gems.
Like if you put them on a lineup or whatever, and said pick the main characters and like which one of these are main characters in the show, you would never pick Makio or Asa, because they don't look like main characters. They look like side characters. So that helps it a lot, in my opinion, to make it more relatable, make it more realistic. So
I agree. It's kind of like the Invisible Man, with the exception of him being double cheeked up. Like, it's just like they're just regular. Even in that, like, in that world, like where he's an invisible man and she's very regular. They don't play them to be
I
mean,
even though
it's certain different. But
the sign of affection, like, look at them, like they're hot, they're pretty, like, you know what I mean? So it's like Moonlit Dusk, like it's there's a difference between being like anime characters and having the designs of anime characters and like romance and stuff, and being like this, so being normal. So but
and again, normal is just like the word we're using. We're not saying that they're like ugly or anything.
No,
it's just it's just not that like overly bombastic anime-ish character. But, and another thing that I thought it tackled well was what's the proper term today? Neurodivergence. Is that it? Is that the term now? Yeah. I think they capture it. I think they capture it really, really well in this show.
Several different people too.
Yes.
Several different like styles of neurodivergency. I'm not sure that's how you would like describe that, but like there's several different people with several different like things going on with themselves that made them different. So
and it and I love that, like, with Makio, like, very clearly, but with Kasamichi, they had that conversation where he's like, it took me a long time to figure out you, and it's that's stuff that you have to think about. I was having a conversation with a coworker of mine yesterday, and he was talking about a lady he was dating, and she has a son that's neurodivergent. And he was talking about like how he used to like work with kids like that, and how people sometimes they don't want to accept that they are, and they don't have the patience, and how he started to like the kid started to really ingratiate himself to the guy, because like he took the time to know him and know the little ticks, the little quirks, and the little things that he could do to help him out. And we see that in this show, like with Kasamichi. It's like he learned Makio to the point where it's like, before it's like he was still a good guy. He was always a good guy, but what he wanted for her was something that she couldn't deliver. And he had to learn how to work within that framework. And he did so well to the point where you can tell that she's like starting to think like, did I mess this up? Should I double back? Like she's having these conversations with him. And she's like, I should not be doing this to this guy.
Yeah.
You know, even in her neurodivergence, she's still like, I should not do this to this guy.
It's
Yeah.
not fair.
Yeah, it's
But
not
but
fair
that's the
to
thing
him.
though. He knows exactly what she is now.
Yeah,
Now, was it fair when they first got together? Probably not. But
no,
if they decided to move forward now, I feel like that he has all the information that he
yeah,
needs, and he
yeah.
knows what he's getting into, and that
Mm-hmm.
it is his choice
Yep,
to make that decision, whether it's fair or not to himself. So,
yeah. And
but
I think she'd be comfortable with it
yeah.
Yeah.
because because she knows that, like, all right, he knows me,
I
like,
think she's
and
also
he stuck
getting
around.
better too, not
Yes,
being by herself,
absolutely.
which which was a big thing for probably their relationship failing the first time, was like they probably couldn't be together as much or whatever.
Hmm.
But like with Asa being there, it's kind of like helping her like get used to like not being alone, like
Hmm.
um
Yeah.
getting
All
used
the
to the
time.
idea of somebody with her for a
Hmm.
majority of the day, whether she likes it or not. So,
Yeah,
but yeah.
yeah. And I like that she was. I like that she still had that community of friends.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
Yeah.
she wasn't just like a shut in or anything.
Yeah.
She still had that good community of friends with her. Like, she would still go out and meet up with her friends and talk and have
And
dinner and
stay in
drinks
the
and
house for the next week.
just stay in the house for the next week.
Yeah.
But they understood.
Yeah.
And so it's like, all right, fine. All
You want to go
right,
to the beach? No,
no,
not with y'all.
no.
I'll go by myself though. And they
Yep.
got it.
Yeah.
So they
You know,
understood.
they understood, or, get on a Zoom call with her,
Yeah, yeah.
you know, or like Katsumichi would just come over there and be like, "Look, I know you haven't been eating anything. Here,
So here's some
just
food. Yeah.
here's some food." She had that, and they understood her and they accepted her for who she was, and coming from the household that she came from, to see her with that good, steady group of friends, even though, sometimes they seem, like
Lovable losers.
lovable losers. I think, yeah, that's
Yeah.
a good term. Sometimes they
Yeah.
did come off across as like lovable losers that had their
Yeah.
own issues, but they were
Yeah.
still a good, tight knit friend group,
Yeah.
you know,
Yeah.
that not
I
only
think they were.
supported her, they supported Asta too.
Yeah, they were. You could see the differences. I like watching the differences between her friend group and then her sister's friend group.
Hmm.
Like it was very different. Yeah.
Yeah. And even her making new friends, like making friends with, what's her name, Emery's mom.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
that I don't think that's something that she would have done if Asta wasn't around. I
Oh
don't.
God,
Yeah.
I
no.
think she
Yeah.
would have been just perfectly fine with the couple friends she has,
Yeah.
and yeah, she I think having Asta there like helped her. And there's
Yeah.
times where you can see like Asta's helped her more than she's helped Asta. A
Yeah.
lot of times it still kind of feels like Asta's got to fend for herself, because like what she wants from Makio, she either can't get, or Makio saying it in a way that she just doesn't understand.
But the thing is
Doesn't
like
understand
But
it. Yeah.
also like she was so used to like being told what she was gonna do
yeah,
and stuff, and like Makio, she don't believe in that. She believes
yeah,
in
No.
making your own choices.
mm,
Going your own route, and like that's something that like she has been catered to all her life.
mm,
It's like you you want that freedom to make those choices for yourself, but like if you've never had it, then you're kind of lost when you don't have it anymore.
exactly. And that's
um
something I could definitely identify with.
yeah. So
So
like it's pretty cool seeing that, and then you got like also like trying to get those answers from Makio, and Makio tries to tell her in her own way, like you got to make your own choices, but like she says it
mm,
really weird, like a writer would, and she's
yeah,
like, I don't understand what you're saying, and like it doesn't matter if you understood or not. Like if she
yeah,
said it plainly, like in terms that you would be able to understood, and understand like Asa still wouldn't like the answer because like
Mm-mm.
she would still be
Yeah.
confused because she doesn't know what that actually means because she's never
Right.
been able to make those choices until she does. You know, she did with the
Yeah.
band. So
So she's like,
um
yeah, just think
Well, they're
about
not.
it.
Well, she doesn't give her a bunch of platitudes, you know.
yeah.
No.
She doesn't give her the platitudes, and she doesn't give her like the affection or the, you know, the. She's not the doubting, you know, like aunt who's like
Mm,
checking up on her and like she is, but not in the way that somebody who's not neurodivergent would.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's doing it in her own way, and she, whether she feels that that's the right way or not, she's like, look, you got, you got to be an adult about these things, and this is the way you figure it out.
Mm,
And for us, as like, what the fuck, because like Tyler said, like you both said, she's had her mom telling her what to do, what to think, how to feel about things, and now it's a totally different experience, and she kind of loses it. She's like,
yeah.
when she says, it's all bullshit. This is just bullshit, and it's like it's not. It's just like it's different from what you've known, and I like the kind of like that crisis moment that she comes to with like her aunt and her mom, where like who do I believe? Like who's telling me the truth? Like what's going on here? It's like these two paths can't lead to the same place. And she doesn't always trust her aunt because like look at the way her aunt lives. Like she kind of laughs at it, like, oh my God, look at you. You can't even function,
Yeah.
and yeah.
Which triggers Makio
Yeah.
to where she freaks out.
Hmm.
Yeah. So yeah, those were a couple of my favorite moments in the show. Like one of them was like when she wanted to join the band and Makio's like, okay, and she's still like mad about it. And Makio's like, I said you could join the band. But
Yeah.
she's so used to being told that she can't do things, and she had the flashback with her mom where she just
No
couldn't
freedom.
process that she was allowed to do it.
Yeah.
So it goes back to what
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tyler said. She never had that freedom, so she doesn't
Yeah.
know, like, oh, she means I could really do this,
Mm-hmm.
you
Yeah.
know, you know, and
Lot
then
of different, lot of different like looks at different like different things, you know, and it does it so well. Like it's very relatable for like almost any person, honestly.
yeah,
So,
Yeah.
but yeah,
Yeah. I don't think you can walk away from this and be like, I mean, you'd have to be a real like Neanderthal to walk away from this and say like, oh, that I can. No, it's a bunch of women. I can't. I can't watch it. So it's like, yeah, yeah. It's
it,
it's
it
it's really good.
they're
it
missing
goes
out. Is
beyond
all I
that.
know to tell people who
Yeah,
refuse to watch this just because of what style it is or whatever. You know, it's not like a battle shonen or whatever. They're truly missing out, like on like really great, character pieces. So
Well, they
so
have
and
we,
to be
stories.
open. Well, I think a lot of people when they're watching anime, they kind of get stuck to their thing. They're
yeah,
like, oh, I like, if it's not One Piece, then I'm not watching it, or if it's not, it's not Dragon Ball. You mean there's no fights? There's no like, there's no lore, there's no story.
mm,
Like, what am I watching? Why are you making me watch this? And it's like, because it's good.
One day you'll understand, my
Yep.
yeah.
young
Yeah.
one.
One day you will. Yep. And
There,
they
there's
hopefully they will. I mean, people got to grow. They can't just like stay the same all the time.
Mm-hmm.
yeah, there's
Yeah.
there's other good stuff out there. There's
Mm-hmm.
other good stuff out there, man. We all watch cartoons, but you know what? I learned that the Rugrats wasn't the only thing that was out there. You also
Yeah. Yeah.
you also had The Simpsons and Archer,
Phineas and Ferb. Yeah.
Phineas and Ferb, and all sorts of other stuff. So
Yep.
you know, it was cool. Journal of Witch number one, 10.
Yeah.
Yeah.
10
So
easy.
easy
Yeah.
10, easy 10.
Yeah. Goat show, man.
It's a show that's definitely goaded.
Yeah.
And I don't think we're going to get a second season. if this is all the if this, I'm happy with what we get.
Yeah.
Because I don't add extra material if you don't have any extra material. Like if you come back to it, like okay, I have a set storyline that I want to cover, we can do that. But don't force it just because it was like, oh, the fans are like really starting to get really liking this. I don't give me a story if it's there, if you have it. If you don't,
Yeah.
just let it rest. Don't
Yeah,
mess up
I would
my
be.
check.
I would really be interested to see more work from the mangaka who did this. I'm not.
Same.
Uh, I'm not sure like what all that they have, but like I would really be interested in it. So
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
me
need to I
too.
need to look at that because it seems like
Same.
I'm looking at it right now, and they actually have like a lot of work.
Oh wow.
Yeah, I'm seeing like maybe 20 plus different things
Oh wow.
maybe. So not sure if
Yep.
they're all like manga or like one shots or like
Right.
what's going on with that, but I see like 20 over 20 entries. So um maybe we need to check out some of these. So
Yeah, for sure.
because if she can write this good, then you know,
I want to see
Let's
something
see what else
else.
is done. Yeah.
yeah. So
And we might have to dig in the crates and find something. But I'll say this: if moving forward, if something that they do gets released, I'll definitely be checking it out.
Oh
yeah,
yeah, for sure.
This was a phenomenally written show.
Yeah.
Phenomenally written. Again, no skips, no skips. No wasted motion in this show.
No.
It's just they cover a lot. They cover a
Yeah.
lot beyond the grief. They cover, like boundaries, setting boundaries for yourself and for others, and Asta, like I want to be who I want to be, like discovering yourself. How do you
Yeah.
find yourself? How do you become the person that you want to be?
Yeah.
How do you break out of your shell? And I loved Emery's storyline where she kind of like felt obligated to continue to be her friend just because of what happened to her,
Yeah.
even though like you could tell like she was starting to get a little annoyed with her, or she was starting to
You're
want
starting out more.
outgrow her a bit, or wanting to find something outside of that dynamic,
Yeah.
and have that other thing outside of there. But it was refreshing to see them still be friends in the little flash forward sequence, and the jealousy that was there when how like Makio and Emery kind of like immediately kind of bonded, and and
Yeah.
and Asta's like resistance to that at first, you know.
Well, she could see that like she didn't want like that traditional life where it's like,
Yeah.
oh, you have to get married. Oh, you have to
Hmm.
have kids. Like
Hmm.
that's the way. Like making you do those things is the way I'm going to show you that I love you.
Hmm.
And she could feel the shaping of that, and so that's why she was like, oh, okay, I get you, I see you, because
Yeah.
I walked down that same road with my mom and my sister.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. And they were able to connect on a whole different level, and that was interesting. So
Yeah.
yeah. I could talk about this show for days. So
yeah, it's such a good
Yep.
show.
yeah,
Hopefully, if anybody's made it this far, they've seen it, or maybe we've convinced you to actually give it a shot and watch it. So
look, man, 3 out of 4 people here had it at number one, and the other one had it at number two. What
Yep.
more can we
saying
really
something.
say?
So
Yeah.
What more can we really say? That's a lot of synergy. What else? Say one. Three. I think Tyler, I think like half of our list was like, oh, the same.
I think
Which
I
is
think our top five was no, it was more than
like
top
it
five, wasn't it? We
was
started at like
Journal
8,
of
right?
Witch, Oshinoko. I think Invisible Man. We had the same.
Yeah.
Was it? Yeah, we had like about like half of our list.
And some of ours
Yeah,
was like one off or whatever,
yeah,
right?
yeah.
So yeah.
And I think that says a lot with how strong this season was.
Mm-hmm.
I think that says a lot. You know, I think on this we have more. I think we usually have a little more variety in our list. Um, and I don't think we have as much just from like glancing and thinking about stuff because I think Journal of Witch, Hell's Medalist, Friend, Invisible Man, Polar Opposites, like a lot of this
It's
list
just
was
a
on like all of our things, but
it's just a
I
really good
think
sequel
it's
season,
such a
like
strong
Yeah,
sequel season, a
yeah.
very strong season.
And like
And
the new shows, like the ones that's at the top, like really separated themselves.
yeah,
So
and I think we spent a lot of time talking about the honorables.
mm-hmm.
So
yeah.
I think that just goes to show how good of a season this really, really was.
We are spoiled rotten.
Yeah,
Yeah.
this is
We
Especially
are
this
spoiled
year,
rotten
yeah.
with good shows. Yeah.
we said it a couple times last year, like, ooh, summer, that's one of the best seasons of anime that we've had in a long time. Ooh, the winter season. And it's like again, we have another season that's like you could put this up there with any other season in anime, and it's going to be tough to top it. So
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. The studios, the writers, everybody's firing on all cylinders and they're delivering, man.
mm,
This little our little golden age.
yeah,
Mm-hmm.
it definitely is. It definitely is. So before we all fall asleep,
Yeah.
Tyler, why don't you plug the DJs podcast again?
Yeah. So, of course, y'all probably already know, but I'm from the Anime Degens podcast over yonder somewheres. Uh, we just talk about anime, just bullshit about anime and stuff. We got episode every week now. Depending on which week you come, it's either like a bullshit episode, no telling what we're gonna be talking about, or it's a rundown episode where we talk about like, the new shows of the season or whatever, kind of like what's going on with them and stuff. I think next week we're actually gonna be. I know y'all got y'all's coming up too, but I actually got with a first time guest and for next week. And we talked about like the Crunchyroll Awards, the nominations, and like who we thought, kind of got snubbed, and winners, and had a good time discussing it. So I'm pretty excited to get that out there because like I said, first time guests coming over is always a fun time because it kind of opens the door to get them back on, kind of but
More
yeah,
collaborations, more insights, different
yeah.
perspectives. Yeah.
Yeah, it kind of like the first time's always like sometimes you're kind of nervous and stuff.
Yeah.
So but especially if you don't really do this type of stuff as much.
Exactly.
So
Yeah.
but thankfully all of us we kind of do this and so does Sora, who's coming over. He does his own stuff too. So but it's always a fun time getting to meet new people, getting together, and stuff like that. So, but linktree.com/animedegens, like I always say, make sure you like the video. If you're watching it now, if you made it this far, make sure you click the like, follow, subscribe button, all that good stuff. So definitely help us out over here. So,
All right.
on this video.
Definitely for sure. And
Mm-hmm.
we'll be back over there soon. On the Degens podcast, we'll be traveling over there soon. As soon as
Yeah.
we get that, figured out, we'll let you guys know.
Should be a
And
fun time in our
oh yeah.
anticipation for the Ace and stuff. So
Oh, can't wait.
Yep,
Can't
yeah.
yep.
wait. Yeah, we got our nominations. We're gonna have to record our nominees at some point. Once everybody gets their nominees written down, I'm sure we will. Mine are ready, locked, ready to go. I spent like days figuring this out.
It's gonna take, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
it took me a long time to figure this stuff out. And some of the stuff, it's just like, there's a couple things that I just kind of left some spots open because I just don't care about it as much as the rest of you. um, like best score, I'm just like, I couldn't.
You don't care.
I couldn't care less. But for them, I everything else I got done, so I'm ready to roll. Once everybody's ready to roll on that, we'll have that out too. And I think that's about it. You know what? Let me say this real quick. A good friend of the show of ours, Martin, he recently ran into some issues with his car, and he has a GoFundMe up. So if you have a spare dollar or two and you're able to help out a good friend of ours, I'll make sure to have the link to his GoFundMe on the description of this episode. So shout out to you, Martin. We're gonna do what we can for you, brother.
Yeah,
And
yeah. Hopefully he can get some to get it fixed.
yeah, hopefully, fingers crossed. I hope so. But that I guess that's it for us today. We went another, this is another marathon episode. This is another marathon episode. But thanks for checking out with us again. Peace.
Good night, you guys. Take care, man.
Later.
Bye. Peace.
All right.